The Midnight Bakery, a cozy night shift bedtime story. The rain had started just after 10, a steady winter drizzle that turned the cobblestones dark and slick. By the time I pulled up to the bakery at 11, it had settled into that particular kind of persistence that promised to last until morning. I sat in my car for a moment, watching the water stream down the windshield, blurring the streetlights into soft yellow halos. The village was completely silent. Everyone else was home, tucked into warm beds, drifting into sleep. And here I was, about to begin. I grabbed my bag from the passenger seat, pulled my hood up, and made a run for it. The bakery door was old and heavy, painted a deep green that looked almost black in the darkness. My key turned in the lock with a satisfying click, and I pushed inside, shutting the weather out behind me. The silence inside was different from the silence outside. Outside, the world felt empty. Inside, it felt full of potential, of waiting, of the lingering presence of all the bread that had been made here before. The air smelled faintly sweet, a combination of yesterday's loaves and the sourdough starter that lived on the counter. I flipped the light switch, and the old fluorescent bulbs flickered to life, humming softly. I hung my wet coat on the hook by the door and stood there for a moment, letting my eyes adjust. The bakery looked exactly as I'd left it 8 hours ago. The wooden work table in the center worn smooth by decades of use. The massive oven against the far wall, its door scarred and blackened. The shelves lined with banneton baskets and linen cloths. The large window that looked out onto the empty street. Everything in its place. Everything ready. I rolled up my sleeves and washed my hands at the deep sink, the water running cold at first, then gradually warming. The pipes groaned gently, a sound I'd come to find comforting. I dried my hands on my apron and turned to face the counter where Fred lived. Fred was my sourdough starter, and he had been alive longer than I'd been working here. The previous baker had passed him down to me with explicit instructions. Feed him every day, keep him at room temperature, and for heaven's sake, don't let him get cold. Fred lived in a large glass jar with a cloth cover held on by a rubber band. Tonight, he was particularly active. Bubbles rose through the thick, creamy mixture, popping at the surface with tiny, indignant sounds. I know, I said softly, unscrewing the lid. You're hungry. Fred had a personality, or at least I'd given him one. He was demanding, temperamental, and absolutely essential. Without him, there would be no bread. He was the living heart of everything I made here. I'd learned to read his moods. When he was happy, he smelled pleasantly tangy, like yogurt and apples. When he was neglected, he developed a sharp acetone edge that made me feel guilty. Tonight, he smelled perfect. I measured out flour and water, combining them in a small bowl before adding them to Fred's jar. The flour was organic, stone ground, the kind that still had flecks of wheat bran in it. It felt slightly coarse between my fingers. The water was room temperature. Fred hated cold water. I stirred the mixture in slowly, using a wooden spoon, watching as the fresh food disappeared into his bubbly mass. There you go, I murmured. That should hold you. Fred's bubbles seemed to settle, becoming slower and more rhythmic. Satisfied, I covered him again and set him back in his spot. He'd work all night, the wild yeasts and bacteria in him consuming the flour and water, creating the carbon dioxide and acids that would leaven tomorrow's bread and give it that distinctive, complex flavor. Fred was my partner in this, my first companion of the night. The rain picked up outside, drumming harder against the windows. I looked at the clock. 11:20. Time to begin. I gathered my ingredients, laying them out on the work table with deliberate care. First, the flour. I hauled a 25-pound bag from the shelf, feeling its weight in my arms, and set it down with a soft thump. The bag was made of thick paper, slightly rough, with the mill's logo printed in faded blue ink. I used a scoop to measure flour into a large mixing bowl, watching as it tumbled out in soft white clouds. Each scoop sent up a little puff of flour dust that caught the light and drifted slowly down. Next, water. I filled a large measuring pitcher from the tap, adjusting the temperature until it ran lukewarm. Too hot would kill the yeast. Too cold would slow everything down. I learned to judge it by feel. It should be the same temperature as the inside of my wrist, like testing a baby's bottle. The water was clear and pure, drawn from the village well. It tasted faintly mineral, which I liked to think added character to the bread. Salt came next. I kept it in a ceramic jar of coarse sea salt that looked like tiny crystals. I measured it carefully. Too much would tighten the gluten too fast and kill the yeast. Too little and the bread would taste flat. I poured it into a small bowl and set it aside. Salt would go in later, after the flour and water had a chance to get acquainted. Finally, I measured out a portion of Fred, scooping the thick, elastic starter into a smaller bowl. He stretched as I scooped him, forming long, glossy strands. This was a good sign. It meant his gluten was well developed, his yeast active and strong. I'd use about 20% of the flour weight in starter, enough to give the bread its distinctive sour flavor and its ability to rise. I poured the water into the large bowl with the flour, then added Fred. Using a wooden spoon, I began to mix. At first it was easy. The spoon moved through the mixture without resistance. But as the flour hydrated, it became harder to stir. The dough grew shaggy and rough, clumping around the spoon, clinging to the sides of the bowl. I switched to my hand, plunging it into the mixture, feeling the cool wetness, the gritty flour, the sticky starter. I squeezed and folded, bringing it all together. After a few minutes, I added the salt, sprinkling it over the surface, and then kneading it in. The salt dissolved quickly, and I could feel the dough change under my hand. It became smoother, more cohesive. The gluten was beginning to form long chains of protein that would trap the gas from the yeast and make the bread rise. When the dough had come together into a rough mass, I turned it out onto the work table. It landed with a heavy, satisfying thud. This was the part one loved most. The wooden table was cool and smooth under my palms. I'd floured it lightly, just enough to keep the dough from sticking, but not so much that it would dry out. The dough sat there in a lumpy heap, patient and waiting. I pressed my palms into it, feeling its coolness, its slight resistance. Then I began to knead. Push forward with the heels of my hands. Fold the far edge back toward me. Turn the dough a quarter turn. Repeat. Push, fold, turn, push, fold, turn. The rhythm was immediate and hypnotic. My hands found it without thought. Muscle memory built from hundreds of nights just like this one. The dough began to change. With each push, I felt it stretch. With each fold, I felt it strengthen. The gluten strands were aligning, forming a network that would trap air and give the bread its structure. The sound was deeply satisfying. The heavy thump of dough hitting wood, the slight squeak as I pushed forward, the whisper of flour dusting across the table's surface. Outside, the rain continued its own rhythm, a counterpoint to my work. Inside, there was only this: my hands, the dough, the table. Nothing else mattered. I kneaded for 10 minutes, maybe 15. Time became elastic, stretching and compressing. My shoulders warmed with the effort. A light sheen of sweat formed on my forehead. The dough gradually transformed from a rough, sticky mass into something smooth and elastic. I could feel the change in texture. It became silky under my hands, no longer grabbing at my palms, but sliding smoothly. When I pressed into it, it pushed back gently, like something alive. I picked up the dough and stretched a small piece between my fingers, holding it up to the light. It formed a thin, translucent membrane, the window pane test, bakers called it. This meant the gluten was well developed. The dough was ready for its first rest. I shaped it into a rough ball and placed it in a large bowl, covering it with a damp cloth. It would rest here for 30 minutes, giving the gluten time to relax and the yeast time to wake up and begin its work. I washed my hands, scrubbing the dried bits of dough from between my fingers, and checked the clock. Midnight exactly. I walked to the back door and peered through its small window into the alley behind the bakery. The raccoon was back. He was at the dumpster, his small, dexterous hands working at the lock I'd installed last month. His fur was slick with rain, and he was completely focused on his task, manipulating the padlock with surprising precision. I watched him for a moment, impressed, despite myself. He'd been trying to break into that dumpster for weeks now. I had to admire his persistence. I tapped gently on the glass. The raccoon froze, his hand still on the lock, and turned to look at me. His eyes caught the light from the kitchen, reflecting it back in 2 bright points. We stared at each other for a long moment. Then, deliberately, he turned back to the lock and continued working on it. I laughed quietly. Stubborn little guy. There was something oddly companionable about this. Here we both were, working through the night while the rest of the village slept. He had his task. I had mine. We were both determined to see them through. I wondered if he'd ever succeed in opening that lock. Part of me hoped he would, just to see the satisfaction on his little masked face. I left him to his work and returned to the kitchen. The dough had been resting. Time for the next stage. I uncovered the bowl and looked at the dough. It had already begun to change, relaxing and spreading slightly in the bowl. I floured the table again and turned the dough out, feeling its weight in my hands. It was warmer now, heated by the fermentation happening inside it. Millions of yeast cells were consuming the sugars in the flour, producing carbon dioxide and alcohol, transforming this simple mixture into something greater than the sum of its parts. I needed to divide the dough into loaves. I'd make 6 large rounds tonight, enough to fill the morning case and have a few extra for the afternoon. Using a metal bench scraper, I cut the dough into 6 equal portions, weighing each one to make sure they were even. Each piece was about 2 pounds, enough for a substantial loaf. Now came the shaping, and this required a different kind of attention. I took the first portion and began working it with my hands, folding the edges into the center, creating tension on the surface. This tension was crucial. It would help the bread hold its shape as it rose and baked. I worked carefully, methodically, turning the dough as I folded, feeling the resistance build under my palms. When the top was smooth and taut, I flipped it over and used a cupped hand to rotate it against the table. around and around, tightening the surface even more. The dough moved smoothly under my hand, developing a kind of skin. When it felt right, and this was something I knew by feel, not by sight, I set it aside and moved to the next portion. I shaped all 6 loaves this way, working quietly, focusing on the feeling of the dough. Each one was slightly different. One was a little softer, another a little firmer. I adjusted my technique for each, giving them what they needed. By the time I finished, my hands ached pleasantly, and the loaves sat in a neat row on the table, each one perfect in its own way. I'd prepared the banneton baskets earlier, lining them with linen cloths and dusting the cloths heavily with flour. Now I placed each loaf into its basket, seam side up, and covered them with more cloth. They'd proof here for the next few hours, slowly rising as the yeast continued to work. By 4 in the morning, they'd be ready for the oven. With the loaves proofing, I turned my attention to the ovens. I had 2 of them, both massive, both older than I was. They were temperamental and required constant adjustment, but when they were working properly, they produced the best bread I'd ever made. I checked the thermometers, adjusted the gas, and positioned the racks exactly where I wanted them. The ovens began to warm, ticking and groaning as the metal expanded. The kitchen was getting warmer now. The ovens radiated heat. The fermentation process in the dough generated its own warmth, and even Fred on his counter was contributing, his metabolism running hot as he digested his midnight meal. I rolled up my sleeves further and wiped my forehead with the back of my hand. It was 1 in the morning. I had 3 hours before I needed to bake. I made myself a cup of tea. The electric kettle hissed and clicked off. I poured the boiling water over a tea bag in my favorite mug, the one with the chipped handle that I'd been meaning to replace for months but never did. The tea was chamomile, which seemed appropriate for the middle of the night. I added a little honey and stirred, watching the golden sweetness spiral down and disappear. I carried my mug to the old wooden chair by the front window and sat down, curling my hands around the warm ceramic. Outside, the rain had settled into a gentle, steady patter. The streetlights created small pools of yellow light on the wet cobblestones. The village square was empty, the shops dark, the houses silent. Somewhere up the hill, a dog barked once, then stopped. This was my favorite part of the night, this quiet in-between time when the work was temporarily done and I could simply be still. I thought about the people who would eat this bread. I knew most of them, though not in the usual way. I knew Mrs. Brennan would come in at 6:30 and buy 2 baguettes, one for her breakfast and one to freeze. I knew the Hoffmans would send their teenage son in at 7 for a large round loaf, which they'd use for sandwiches throughout the week. I knew old Mr. Chun came in every single morning at 6:15, bought a small roll, and sat on the bench outside to eat it while he watched the sunrise. I knew them by their bread, by their routines, by the small patterns that structured their days. I was part of those patterns, though they probably didn't think about it that way. They came in, bought their bread, and went about their lives. They didn't see the work that happened here in the darkness. They didn't know about Fred or the raccoon or the way my hands cramped after kneading, or the particular satisfaction I felt when a loaf came out of the oven with a perfect crust. And that was okay. That was how it should be. The work I did here mattered precisely because no one saw it. I made the morning easier for everyone. I made sure that when they walked through that door, There would be fresh bread waiting warm, fragrant, nourishing. That was my job, that was my purpose. I thought about the nurse who sometimes came in after her night shift at the hospital. She always looked exhausted, her eyes shadowed, her shoulders tight with stress. She'd buy a loaf, and sometimes she'd just stand there for a moment, holding it, absorbing its warmth. I'd seen her expression soften, seen the tension ease just slightly. That loaf of bread, still warm from the oven, was maybe the first good thing that had happened to her in 12 hours. That mattered. I sipped my tea and watched the rain. The village slept. The bread rose, and I sat here in between, tending to the small but essential work of feeding people. At 4 a.m, I checked the loaves. I gently pressed a fingertip into one of them, and the dough sprang back slowly, leaving a slight indentation. Perfect. They were proofed and ready to bake. I prepared my scoring tools, a lame, which was essentially a razor blade mounted on a handle, and a small bowl of water to rinse it between cuts. Scoring was an art. The cuts I made in the top of each loaf would control how it expanded in the oven, creating the distinctive pattern that made each loaf beautiful and unique. I took the first loaf from its basket, turning it carefully onto a floured peel, a flat wooden paddle used for sliding bread into the oven. The loaf settled onto the peel, its surface smooth and pale. I held the lame at a shallow angle and made 3 quick, decisive cuts across the top, each one about ½ an inch deep. The blade sliced through the dough cleanly, and the cuts opened slightly, revealing the paler interior. I scored all 6 loaves, giving each one a simple pattern, 3 parallel lines. Some bakers got fancy with their scoring, creating intricate designs, but I preferred simplicity. These cuts were functional, not decorative. They allowed the bread to expand without tearing randomly. The ovens were at temperature now, radiating fierce heat. I opened the door of the first oven and slid the peel inside, giving it a quick jerk to release the loaves onto the hot baking stone. I repeated this with the second oven. The loaves sat there for a moment, pale and vulnerable. Then I closed the doors and set my timer. Now came the transformation. Through the oven windows, I could see the loaves begin to change almost immediately. The heat caused the yeast to have one final burst of activity before it died, producing a surge of carbon dioxide that made the loaves expand dramatically. This was called oven spring, and it was magical to watch. The cuts I'd made opened wide, forming ears and ridges. The surface began to color, going from pale cream to light gold. The kitchen filled with the scent of baking bread. It was impossible to describe this smell to someone who'd never experienced it. It was yeasty and warm, with undertones of caramelization and a faint nuttiness from the whole grain flour. It was the smell of home, of comfort, of safety. It was the smell that made people stop on the sidewalk and breathe deeply, that made them smile without quite knowing why. I watched through the window as the crusts darkened, going from gold to deep amber. The Maillard reaction was happening on the surface, the same chemical process that browns meat and toast, creating hundreds of complex flavor compounds. The loaves were singing now. I could hear the faint crackle and pop as the crust formed and hardened. 20 minutes, 25, 30. I knew the timing by instinct, but I also checked by eye. When the crust was the color of a chestnut shell, when the ears were dark and crispy, when the entire bakery smelled like heaven, they were ready. I opened the ovens and slid the peel under the first loaf, lifting it out carefully. It was hot, dangerously hot, and surprisingly light. Most of its weight was now air, trapped in thousands of tiny bubbles throughout its structure. I set it on a wire cooling rack, and immediately it began to sing. The singing of bread is real. As the crust cools and contracts while the interior remains hot and expanded, the crust cracks in thousands of tiny places, creating a sound like gentle static, like distant rain, like whispered conversation. I listened to it as I removed the rest of the loaves, setting each one on its own rack. 6 perfect loaves, all singing together. I checked each one, tapping the bottom to hear the hollow sound that indicated proper baking, examining the color of the crust, looking at how the scoring had opened. Everything was exactly right. It was 5:30 in the morning. Outside, the rain had finally stopped. The sky was beginning to lighten. Not quite dawn, but no longer full night. The village would wake soon. I cleaned the kitchen as the loaves cooled, washing bowls and utensils, wiping down the work table, sweeping flour from the floor. Fred got his morning feeding. He'd be fine now until evening. The raccoon had apparently given up on the dumpster. The alley was empty. Everything was in order. At 6 o'clock exactly, I unlocked the front door and flipped the sign from closed to open. The street was still quiet, but there was a different quality to the silence now. It was expectant waiting. People would be waking up, starting their days, thinking about breakfast. I arranged the loaves in the window display, each one still warm, their crusts gleaming in the early light. They looked beautiful, and I felt a surge of pride. This was my work. This was what I'd made with my hands through the long night. While everyone else slept, I didn't have to wait long. At 6:05, I heard footsteps on the cobblestones. The door opened, bells jingling, and the nurse walked in. She was in her scrubs, her hair pulled back in a messy ponytail, and she looked absolutely exhausted. Her eyes had that particular hollow look that comes from 12 hours of dealing with emergencies, difficult patients, and impossible choices. Her shoulders were slumped, and she moved with the heavy slowness of someone running on fumes. "Good morning," I said softly. She managed a tired smile. "Morning. Just finished my shift." "Long night?" "You have no idea." She looked at the loaves in the window, and something in her expression shifted. "Is that bread fresh?" "Just came out of the oven 20 minutes ago. Still warm. I'll take one." "The big round one." I selected the loaf she'd pointed to and wrapped it carefully in brown paper, folding the ends just so. The loaf was still warm enough that I could feel its heat through the paper. I handed it to her, and she took it with both hands. She stood there for a moment, just holding it. The warmth seeped into her palms. She brought it close to her face and breathed in deeply, closing her eyes. When she opened them again, they looked different, softer, less haunted. "Thank you," she said, and her voice was thick with emotion. "You have no idea how much I needed this. I did know, though. That was exactly why I did this." She paid, tucked the loaf under her arm, and headed for the door. Through the window, I watched her walk across the square. She stopped on the sidewalk, tore off a piece of crust, and ate it right there. Even from inside, I could see her expression change. Her shoulders relaxed, her posture straightened. She chewed slowly, savoring it, and for just a moment she looked at peace. Then she continued on her way, heading home to whatever rest she could grab before her next shift. But she was different now. That loaf of bread, that simple combination of flour, water, salt, and time had changed something for her. It had given her a moment of comfort, of warmth, of normalness in what had probably been a very difficult night. I watched until she disappeared around the corner, then turned back to the bakery. The morning light was streaming through the windows now, illuminating the remaining loaves, making their crusts glow golden. Mr. Chung would be here in 10 minutes for his roll. After him would come Mrs. Brennan, then the Hoffmans, then the steady stream of morning customers who relied on this place, on this bread, on the work I did while they slept. I thought about the hours I'd just spent, the kneading, the shaping, the waiting, the watching. I thought about Fred bubbling contentedly on his counter. I thought about the raccoon still trying to solve his puzzle. I thought about the rain and the darkness and the quiet. No one had seen any of it. No one knew the care that went into each loaf, the attention to temperature and timing, the way I listened to the dough to know what it needed. They didn't need to know. The bread itself was enough, the way it tasted, the way it smelled, the way it made them feel when they held it warm in their hands. The most important work often happens when no one is watching. It happens in the quiet hours and the darkness when the world sleeps and dreams. It happens in bakeries and hospitals, in fire stations and dispatch centers, in all the places where people work through the night to make sure that morning comes with bread and safety and light. I thought about all the invisible work that keeps the world turning. The people who clean office buildings at midnight, who plow roads during snowstorms, who monitor power grids and water systems, and 1,000 other essential services that no one thinks about until they fail. We were all connected, all working in the darkness, all contributing to the fabric of daily life. And that was enough. It was more than enough. It was everything. The door opened again, and Mr. Chun shuffled in, right on time. "Good morning," he said cheerfully. "Smells wonderful in here today." "Every day," I replied, smiling. Every single day, I reached for his roll, still warm from the oven, and wrapped it carefully. Outside, the sun was rising over the village, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold. The day was beginning. The bread was ready, and I had done my part to make the morning a little bit easier, a little bit warmer, a little bit better. That was my work. That was my purpose. And standing there in my bakery, watching Mr. Chun's face light up as he accepted his warm roll, I felt a deep and quiet satisfaction settle into my bones. This was exactly where I was meant to be. If this story resonated with you, please consider showing your support with a like and subscribe to Deep Sleep Stories Hub for more quiet nights and restful journeys. The Clockmaker's Secret Ritual, a cozy New Year bedtime story. The winter sun had already disappeared behind the hills when Elias Thorne turned the sign on his shop door from open to closed. It was 6 o'clock on New Year's Eve, and the streets of Millbrook were beginning to fill with the sounds of celebration. Laughter drifted from the tavern down the street. Car doors slammed as families headed to parties. Somewhere in the distance, someone was testing fireworks, the faint pop, pop, barely audible over the symphony that filled Elias's world. Tick-tock, 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 100 clocks, each with its own voice, its own rhythm, its own heartbeat. Fast ones that chattered like excited children, slow ones that moved with the dignity of old judges. Elias stood in the center of his workshop and listened to them all, the way a conductor might listen to an orchestra warming up before a performance. Except tonight, he wasn't just the conductor. He was also the tuner, the mechanic, the guardian of every single instrument. The workshop smelled the way it had for the past 53 years. Clock oil and old wood, brass polish and the faint mustiness of age. Golden light from 3 standing lamps created pools of warmth throughout the cluttered space. Every surface held clocks. Wall clocks with painted faces showing pastoral scenes. Mantel clocks carved from dark cherry wood. Cuckoo clocks with tiny doors and tinier birds. 5 grandfather clocks stood along the back wall like sentries, their long cases reaching toward the pressed tin ceiling. On the workbench sat pocket watches, wristwatches, and travel clocks in various states of repair. This was Elias Thorne's 53rd year performing his annual ritual. 53 years of making sure that when midnight arrived, every clock in his shop would strike at the exact same moment. It was his gift to the new year, his way of saying that despite everything, despite all the chaos and uncertainty in the world here in this small corner of existence, time would be honored, time would be kept. He moved to his workbench and began gathering his tools. 3 brass winding keys of different sizes, a set of jeweler's screwdrivers, a bottle of clock oil with a needle-thin applicator, several soft cloths, his magnifying glass on its articulated arm, and finally his grandfather's pocket watch, the master timepiece against which all others would be synchronized. He wound it carefully, listening to the familiar ratcheting sound, feeling the spring tighten under his fingers. Elias was 78 years old. His hands were gnarled from arthritis, covered in the tiny scars that came from 60 years of working with springs and gears and sharp metal edges. But they were still steady, still capable. His back ached when he stood too long, so he'd learned to pace himself. His eyes weren't what they used to be, but that's what the magnifying glass was for. He wore wool trousers and a cardigan the color of oatmeal, soft and familiar. His white hair was thin on top, but still full around the sides, and his beard was neatly trimmed. Margaret used to trim it for him every Sunday. That was before. 10 years before. He shook his head slightly, clearing away that particular thought. Tonight was not for sadness. Tonight was for work. Tonight was for ritual. Tonight was for making sure that time continued perfectly into the new year. Elias approached the first wall clock on his left, a large piece with a cream-colored face and black Roman numerals. He called this one Morning Glory because its chime, a sweet 2-note melody, always reminded him of birdsong at dawn. He opened the glass face and reached for the smallest winding key. Click, click. The sound was satisfying in a way that was difficult to explain to people who didn't work with their hands. Each click meant the spring was tightening, storing energy, preparing to release it in careful, measured increments over the next week. The key turned smoothly for the first several rotations, then began to offer resistance. Not too much, just enough to know it was nearly full. Elias stopped at exactly the right moment, the way he'd done thousands of times before. "There you go," he murmured, closing the glass face. "That should keep you happy for a while." He moved to the next clock, a German piece with elaborate scrollwork on its wooden case. He called this one the Professor, because it kept time with such rigid precision that Elias sometimes used it to check his other timepieces. The Professor required the medium-sized key. Click, 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 click. The sound was slightly different, sharper somehow. Each clock had its own voice, even in the winding. Tick-tock, tick-tock. As he worked, Elias became aware of the layered rhythms surrounding him. Morning Glory ticked twice per second, a comfortable pace. The professor ticked slightly faster, 120 times per minute. A small carriage clock on the shelf nearby had a quick, nervous tick, almost frantic. A French mantel clock moved with slow deliberation, each tick and tock clearly separated, like footsteps in an empty hall. It was hypnotic. Elias had always thought so. Some people found the sound of multiple clocks maddening, but to him it was like listening to rain or waves or wind through trees. It was the sound of the universe doing what it was meant to do, continuing, persisting, moving forward. He continued along the wall, winding and checking each timepiece. There was Beatrice, a kitchen clock with a face decorated with painted roosters. There was the Captain, a maritime chronometer in a brass case that had once belonged to a sailor. There was Sweetheart, a small Art Deco clock that a young man had bought for his bride in 1932, later brought to Elias for repair after it stopped following her death 60 years later. The widower had passed shortly after. Their son still kept the clock, brought it in annually for maintenance. Each clock held a story. Each one was connected to a life, a moment, a memory. Elias had learned this craft from his grandfather, starting when he was 12 years old. He remembered standing in this very workshop, though it had looked different then, less crowded, and his grandfather had seemed like a giant. A gentle giant who smelled like pipe tobacco and spoke in a low, rumbling voice. He placed a broken pocket watch in Elias's small hands and said, "Time is the most precious thing people have, boy. When you fix someone's clock, you're giving them back little pieces of their life. Never forget that." Elias had never forgotten. He worked his way along the wall, then moved to the clocks on shelves and tables. His movements were slow but efficient. There was no need to rush. He had 6 hours until midnight. 6 hours to tend to his 100 children, his 100 heartbeats, his 100 small responsibilities. And then he reached Barnaby. The cuckoo clock hung on the east wall, right at eye level. It was carved from dark wood with a small peaked roof and a painted scene of a Bavarian village. The mechanism inside was swift, precise, and well-made. The little door at the top was painted green. Behind that door lived a wooden bird that Elias had come to think of as the most stubborn creature in the entire workshop. "Barnaby," Elias said, stopping in front of the clock with his hands on his hips. "It's that time again?" The clock ticked innocently. Tick-tock, tick-tock. "Don't give me that," Elias continued. "You know exactly what I'm talking about. Every year, Barnaby. Every single year, you're 2 minutes late. And every year I adjust you. And every year, within a week, you're 2 minutes late again." He opened the front panel and peered at the mechanism inside. Everything looked fine. The weights hung properly. The chains weren't tangled. The gears mached smoothly. But Elias knew with absolute certainty that when midnight came, Barnaby would wait until 2 minutes passed to send his little bird out to announce the hour. "Why do you do this?" Elias asked, reaching in with a small screwdriver to make a minute adjustment to the escapement. "Is it rebellion? Are you making a statement about the arbitrary nature of human timekeeping? Or are you just stubborn?" The clock ticked. "The professor never gives me this trouble. Morning Glory is always exactly on time. Even Sweetheart, rest her soul, manages to cooperate. But not you. No, not Barnaby." He made another small adjustment, checking the mechanism against his grandfather's pocket watch. 2 minutes. He moved the minute hand forward slowly, feeling the gears catch and release until Barnaby showed the correct time. "There," Elias said, closing the panel. "Perfect." And I absolutely know, that you're going to ignore everything I just did and do exactly what you want anyway." As if in response, the clock seemed to tick slightly more loudly. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Elias couldn't help but chuckle. He'd been having this same argument with Barnaby for 20 years, ever since a tourist from Germany had sold him the clock. The tourist had claimed it was haunted, that it had a mind of its own. Elias didn't believe in haunted clocks, but he had to admit that Barnaby had ... personality. "You know what?" Elias said, patting the wooden case gently. "Maybe you're the wisest one here. Maybe you understand something the rest of us don't. Some things in life can't be forced into perfect time. Some things run on their own schedule, and maybe that's okay. Maybe that's exactly how it should be." He stood there for a moment, looking at the little clock with its painted village and its stubborn bird. Then he smiled, shook his head, and moved on to the next timepiece. The grandfather clocks were next, 5 of them standing against the back wall like tall, dignified gentlemen at a formal gathering. These were Elias's favorites. There was something about a grandfather clock, something about the way the pendulum swung back and forth with such weight and certainty that made him feel grounded, connected to something larger than himself. He started with the one on the far left, a cherrywood case with brass fittings that he'd built himself 40 years ago. He opened the front panel and was immediately rewarded with the sight of the pendulum in motion. Back, forth, back, forth. The brass weight at the bottom caught the lamplight with each swing. Thunk, 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 thunk. The sound was deep and resonant, felt as much as heard. Elias watched it for a full minute, letting the rhythm wash over him. There was something almost meditative about a pendulum, the way it divided time into perfect, equal segments, the way it turned the abstract concept of seconds into something visible, tangible, real, back and forth, like breathing, like a heartbeat, like the fundamental rhythm of existence itself. He reached into the case and carefully began to oil the mechanism. The escapement first, then the gear train, then the weight pulleys. Each drop of oil went exactly where it needed to go, no more, no less. Too much oil would gum up the works. Too little would cause friction and wear. It had to be just right. His hands moved with the unconscious precision of long practice. These hands had touched thousands of clock mechanisms over the decades. They knew the feel of a properly seated gear, the exact amount of pressure needed to adjust a hairspring, the difference between a mechanism that was healthy and one that was ailing. His hands were old now, marked by age spots and swollen joints, but they still remembered. The body remembers what the mind sometimes forgets. He moved to the second grandfather clock, then the third. Each one required careful attention. Each pendulum needed to be checked for true motion. Each weight needed to be examined for wear. Each chime rod needed to be tested for clear tone. The work was slow and deliberate. There was no way to rush it. You couldn't hurry time, and you couldn't hurry the care of time. The fourth grandfather clock had a moon phase dial at the top, a painted disc that showed the lunar cycle. Elias adjusted it carefully, making sure the full moon would appear at the correct date in January. This attention to detail was what separated a good clockmaker from an inadequate one. Anyone could wind a clock, but understanding all the small complications, all the tiny additional functions that made a timepiece not just accurate, but beautiful, that took years of study and practice. By the time he finished with the fifth grandfather clock, nearly 2 hours had passed. It was 8 o'clock. Outside, the sounds of celebration were growing louder. Car horns honked in the distance. Music drifted from somewhere down the street. The town was coming alive with anticipation, with that peculiar energy that only New Year's Eve seemed to generate. But inside the workshop, time moved at its own pace. Tick-tock, thunk-thunk, click-click. The clocks didn't care about celebrations or countdowns. They simply continued, as they always had, as they always would, marking each second with patient indifference. Elias returned to his workbench and began working on the smaller timepieces. The mantel clocks came next, each one a small work of art. There was one carved with acanthus leaves, another with an enamel face showing a shepherd and his flock, a third with brass lion's feet at the base. These clocks sat in living rooms and on bedside tables. They marked the quiet moments of daily life, the early morning tea, the late evening reading, the moments between moments. As he worked, Elias found himself thinking about the people who owned these clocks. Mrs. Chun, who brought in her mother's mantel clock every year, even though she'd told Elias she couldn't really afford the maintenance fee. He'd stopped charging her years ago, though he'd never told her that. The Patel family, with their Art Deco timepiece that had belonged to the patriarch's grandmother in Mumbai. Young Sarah Johnson, who'd inherited a small traveling clock from an aunt she'd never met, who'd brought it in with tears in her eyes, saying she wanted to keep it running forever. Each clock was a link in a chain. Each one connected the present to the past, the living to the dead, the old to the young. As long as the clocks kept running, those connections remained intact. The memories stayed alive. The love persisted. He picked up a pocket watch, a beautiful piece in a gold case with delicate engravings. This one belonged to Marcus, the baker down the street. Elias remembered the day Marcus had brought it in, 30 years ago, his hands shaking with excitement. He'd saved for months to buy it. He was going to propose to his girlfriend that evening, and he wanted the watch to be perfect. Wanted it to be running exactly right when he opened the case to show her the inscription he had put inside. "All my time is yours?" She'd said yes. They'd been married for 29 years now. They had 3 children and 5 grandchildren. And every year, Marcus brought the watch in for cleaning and adjustment, even though it didn't really need it. He just wanted to make sure, wanted to be certain that the watch that had been there for the most important moment of his life would keep running, would keep marking the time they had together. Elias cleaned the mechanism carefully, polished the case, checked the balance wheel. When he was finished, the watch gleamed in the lamplight. He set it aside with a small smile. Tomorrow, Marcus would pick it up. He'd hold it in his large, flour-dusted hands, and his eyes would crinkle at the corners, and he'd thank Elias like he did every year. It was a small ritual, but it mattered. Next came the school clock, a large octagonal piece with clear, easy-to-read numerals. Elias had installed this clock in the new elementary school building in 1985. A principal had been so pleased with the clock. "It'll watch over generations of students," she'd said. And it had. 40 years of children had looked up at that clock face, counting the minutes until recess, until lunch, until the final bell that meant freedom. Elias maintained it every year, making sure it never lost a second. Children deserved accurate time. They deserved to know exactly how much longer they had to wait for the things they looked forward to. Then there was the church clock, the one that marked the hours for the whole town. The bell tower mechanism was too large to bring into the shop, So once a year, Elias climbed the narrow stairs with his tools and performed maintenance up in that high, dusty space where birds nested in the rafters. He'd been doing it since he was 24 years old. For 54 years, he'd been the keeper of the church bells. Every wedding, every funeral, every Sunday service had been marked by chimes that his hands had maintained. When he was up there, alone in the tower with just the massive gears and the silent bells, he sometimes felt like he was touching the heartbeat of the entire town. As Elias worked through the collection, oiling and adjusting and listening, a realization began to settle over him like a warm blanket. These clocks, all 100 of them, represented connections. Not just mechanical connections of gears and springs, but human connections, family connections, community connections. Each timepiece linked him to someone else, to their life, to their story. He wasn't just a clockmaker. He was a keeper of moments, a guardian of memories, a thread in the fabric that held Millbrook together. By 9:30, Elias had worked through most of the collection. His back was aching, and his fingers were starting to feel stiff. He decided to take a break. He walked to the small kitchenette in the back corner of the workshop, filled his electric kettle, and set it to boil. While he waited, he looked around the shop at all the clocks ticking and talking and chiming in their overlapping rhythms. The kettle clicked off. Elias made himself a cup of Earl Grey tea, adding just a splash of milk the way he liked it. He carried the cup to his worn leather armchair, positioned near the center of the workshop where he could see and hear all the clocks at once. He sat down slowly, feeling his joints protest, and let out a long breath. This was the moment he'd been avoiding thinking about. This quiet moment between tasks, when there was nothing to distract him from the fact that he was alone. The workshop felt very large suddenly, very empty. He looked across at the second armchair, the one that matched his, the one where Margaret used to sit when she'd bring him tea during his late-night repairs. How many evenings had they spent here together, her reading while he worked, the two of them comfortable in companionable silence. 10 years. She'd been gone 10 years. And sometimes it felt like yesterday, and sometimes it felt like forever, and sometimes he couldn't quite remember what her voice sounded like, and that terrified him more than anything. His son, David, lived in Seattle now, worked for some technology company, had a family of his own. They talked on the phone every few weeks. David had called yesterday to wish him a happy new year. It was a good call, a warm call. But David wouldn't be coming to visit any time soon. He had his own life, his own time to keep. Elias took a sip of his tea and felt a wave of loneliness wash over him. Not the comfortable solitude he usually enjoyed, but real loneliness, the kind that made the workshop feel too big and the night feel too long. He was 78 years old, sitting alone in his shop on New Year's Eve, talking to clocks because there was no one else to talk to. Was this it? Was this what the end looked like? Why? Surrounded by the markers of time, by all these mechanical devices designed to measure out what little remained, he closed his eyes, and then he listened. Tick-tock, tick-tock, thunk-thunk, click-click-click, tick-tock, 100 clocks, 100 heartbeats, 100 small voices all singing their particular songs. And suddenly Elias didn't hear loneliness. He heard presence. He heard persistence. He heard life. Each tick was a second in someone's life. The baker checking the time as he pulled bread from the oven. Mrs. Chun looking at her mantel clock as she poured tea for her daughter. The school children watching the clock, waiting for recess. the young couple glancing at their watch as they walked hand in hand through town. All of these moments, all of these lives, all of these heartbeats, and he was connected to all of them. He opened his eyes. The workshop didn't feel empty anymore. It felt full of time and memory and connection and purpose. He wasn't alone in here. He was surrounded by the evidence of a life spent in service to his community, to his craft, to the fundamental human need to mark and measure and make sense of the passage of time. Margaret was here too, in a way. In the clocks she'd loved, in the rituals they'd created together, in the memory of her smile when she'd bring him tea. She was here in every tick, every tock, every measured second, because he'd spent so many of those seconds loving her. And David, far away in Seattle, was connected too. Every clock Elias had ever repaired for David's childhood home, every timepiece he'd given as a gift, every lesson he'd tried to teach about patience and precision and taking care of the things that mattered, all of that was a connection that couldn't be broken by distance. Elias finished his tea, set the cup aside, and stood up. The loneliness hadn't vanished completely, but it had transmuted into something else, something softer, something he could live with. He wasn't alone. He was alone in a room full of time, which was an entirely different thing. He returned to his work with renewed purpose. The remaining clocks needed his attention, and more importantly, they needed to be synchronized. This was the delicate part, the part that required the most concentration. Each clock had to be adjusted so that when midnight arrived, they would all strike together. Not almost together, not roughly together, exactly together. Elias picked up his grandfather's pocket watch, his master timepiece, and checked it against the atomic clock display on his phone. Exactly synchronized. Good. He began moving through the workshop, checking each clock against the master, making tiny adjustments. A touch here, a twist there. 30 seconds fast, so he'd hold the pendulum for a moment to slow it down. 20 seconds slow, so he'd give the minute hand the gentlest push forward. The work required absolute focus. He couldn't afford to lose track of which clocks he'd adjusted, and which still needed attention. He moved methodically, left to right, top to bottom, checking each timepiece twice to be certain. As he worked, the ticking began to change. Slowly, gradually, the individual voices of the clocks started to merge. The fast ones slowed down slightly. The slow ones sped up. The rhythms began to align, to overlap, to create a pattern. It was like watching a flock of birds come together in formation, each individual finding its place in the larger whole. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Elias could feel it in his chest, in his breath, in his bones. The alignment, the synchronization, the moment when 100 separate timepieces became one collective voice. It was a feeling he worked all year to achieve, this single moment of perfect harmony. His breathing slowed to match the rhythm. His heart seemed to beat in time with the pendulums. This was why he did this. This was why it mattered. In a world of chaos and uncertainty and constant change, here was proof that order was possible, that precision could be achieved. That time, at least in this small space, could be controlled and shaped and honored. By 11:30, the synchronization was complete. Every clock showed the exact same time, down to the second. Every mechanism was ready. Every chime rod was positioned. Every cuckoo bird was poised behind its door. All except Barnaby, of course, who Elias knew would do his own thing regardless. Elias returned to his armchair and sat down. His work was done. Now there was nothing to do but wait and watch. He thought about time, about what it meant, about why humans had spent thousands of years trying to measure it. Time wasn't really a thing you could hold or see. It was more like a current, a river that everyone floated down together. You couldn't stop it or slow it down or make it go backward. All you could do was be aware of it, mark it, acknowledge it, honor it. For so much of his life, Elias had felt like he was racing against time, racing to build his business, racing to save enough money, racing to spend time with Margaret before it was too late. Though, of course, it was always too late, because there was never enough time with the people you loved. He'd rushed through so many moments, always thinking about the next thing, the next repair, the next deadline. But somewhere along the way, he'd learned something important. Time wasn't the enemy. Time wasn't running out. Time was just dot. Moving forward, that's what it did. That's all it did. And you couldn't race against it because you were part of it. You were in the current, too, floating along with everyone else. The trick wasn't to fight the current. The trick was to find your rhythm within it, to move with it instead of against it, to accept that some things couldn't be controlled or forced or perfected, like Barnaby, that stubborn little cuckoo clock with its stubborn little wooden bird. Barnaby would never strike at exactly midnight. He would always be 2 minutes late. And that was okay. That was Barnaby's rhythm. That was his pace. And maybe Elias thought maybe there was wisdom in that. Maybe not everything needed to be synchronized. Maybe some things were supposed to run on their own time. Elias looked around his workshop. 100 clocks, each representing a piece of someone's life. The baker's watch, the school clock, Mrs. Chun's mantelpiece, the church bells. All of these moments, all of these memories, all of these connections, and he'd spent his life caring for them. That meant something. That mattered. He wasn't just a clockmaker. He was a guardian of time, not in the sense that he controlled it or owned it, but in the sense that he protected it, honored it, kept it running smoothly for all the people who depended on it. He was the thread that connected the baker to his proposal, Mrs. Chun to her mother, the school children to their anticipation. He was part of the rhythm of the town, part of its heartbeat, and in that role he was never truly alone. Even here, by himself on New Year's Eve, he was surrounded by presence, by purpose, by the evidence of a life well spent. 11:55. Elias stood up and moved to the center of the workshop, where he could see all the clocks at once. The grandfather clocks along the back wall, the wall clocks forming a constellation of faces, the mantel clocks on their shelves, the pocket watches and wristwatches on his workbench, Barnaby hanging on the east wall, still 2 minutes fast, despite Elias's adjustments, because of course he was. 11:56. The workshop seemed to hold its breath. Even the sounds of celebration from outside faded away, or maybe Elias just stopped hearing them. All his attention was focused on the ticking, on the synchronized rhythm of 100 timepieces preparing to announce the birth of a new year. 11:57. Elias could feel his own heartbeat now, could feel it aligning with the clocks. He thought about Margaret. He thought about David and his grandchildren in Seattle. He thought about all the people in Millbrook preparing for midnight in their own ways. He thought about time itself, that strange current that carried everyone along. 11:58. He'd had a good year. Not a perfect year, but a good one. His health was decent for 78. He'd completed several challenging repairs, including an 18th century French carriage clock that had seemed hopeless when it arrived. he'd had lunch with friends. He'd read good books. He'd watched the seasons change through his workshop window. He'd kept the town's clocks running. He'd done what he was meant to do. 11:59. The new year would bring what it would bring. More repairs. More moments of loneliness, but also more moments of connection. More aches and pains, but also more cups of tea and quiet evenings, and the satisfaction of work well done. More time, measured out in ticks and tocks, until there was no more time. But that was okay. That was just the current moving forward. That was just the rhythm of existence. 11-50-9 and 30 seconds. Elias felt tears in his eyes, though he couldn't have said exactly why. Gratitude, maybe, or recognition. Or simply the weight of standing in this moment, watching all his children prepare to sing together. 11-50-9 and 50 seconds. "Happy New Year, Margaret," he whispered. "Happy New Year, David. Happy New Year, Millbrook." Midnight. The clocks erupted. Chimes and bells and gongs and cuckoos, all sounding at once in a thunderous chorus. The grandfather clocks struck their deep, resonant bongs. The mantel clocks added their bright, clear chimes. The wall clocks contributed their various melodies. The cuckoo clocks sent their little birds out to announce the hour. All those tiny wooden voices calling out in unison. It was glorious. It was overwhelming. It was perfect. The sound filled the workshop, spilled out into the street through the walls and windows. People passing by stopped and smiled, recognizing the annual ritual. Some applauded. Some checked their own watches against the chorus. Some simply listened, grateful that in a changing world, some things remained constant. Elias stood in the center of it all, tears running down his face, smiling wider than he'd smiled in months. This was why he did it. This moment right here. When 100 separate voices became one, when time itself seemed to pause and take notice, when the arbitrary human measurement of midnight became something more, something almost sacred. The chiming continued. 12 strikes for 12 hours. 12 announcements of the new year. And Elias counted each one, feeling it in his chest, in his bones, in his soul. When the 12th chime faded away, silence rushed back in. No, not silence. The regular ticking resumed, but it seemed quieter now, gentler, as if the clocks themselves were recovering from their grand announcement. Elias wiped his eyes with the back of his hand. He took a deep breath. He felt lighter somehow, renewed, ready for another year of keeping time, of maintaining connections, of serving his community in the small way he knew how. And then from the east wall came a sound, cuckoo, cuckoo, cuckoo. Barnaby, 2 minutes late as always. The little wooden bird emerged from its green door and announced the hour in its own time, on its own schedule, completely unrepentant. Elias laughed. He laughed so hard that his sides hurt, that fresh tears sprang to his eyes. Of course Barnaby would do this. The stubborn, perfect, wonderful little clock. The one timepiece in his entire collection that refused to be synchronized, that insisted on its own rhythm, that reminded him every single year that not everything could be controlled. "You're absolutely right, Barnaby," Elias said, still chuckling. "You're absolutely right." He walked to his kitchenette and put the kettle on for another cup of tea. While he waited for it to boil, he stood at the window and looked out at the street. People were hugging, celebrating, setting off more fireworks. The tavern down the street had thrown open its doors, and music and light spilled out onto the sidewalk. Car horns honked in cheerful patterns. Somewhere in the distance the church bells rang, maintained by his hands, marking the hour for the whole town. The kettle clicked off. Elias made his tea, added his splash of milk, and returned to his armchair. He sat down carefully, feeling every one of his 78 years, and every one of the 53 years he'd been performing this ritual. Behind him, around him, filling the space with their patient voices, 100 clocks continued their work. Tick-tock, tick-tock, thunk-thunk, click-click, each one marking time, measuring moments, connecting past to present to future. Elias Thorne, clockmaker, guardian of time, keeper of Millbrook's rhythm, sipped his tea and smiled. He was alone, yes, but he wasn't lonely. Not really. Not when he was surrounded by all these heartbeats, all these connections, all these small mechanical miracles that he'd spent his life maintaining. Time wasn't running out. Time was just moving forward, the way it always had, the way it always would. And he was moving forward with it at his own pace, in his own rhythm, doing his small part to keep the world synchronized. It was enough. It was more than enough. It was everything. Outside, the New Year's celebrated. Inside, the clocks ticked on. And Elias Thorne, content at last, began another year. If this story resonated with you, if it helped you find your own rhythm in the current of time, please consider showing your support with a like and subscribe to Deep Sleep Stories Hub for more quiet nights and restful journeys. May your new year be filled with moments that matter, with connections that endure, and with the peace that comes from knowing that time, in all its mystery, continues to carry us forward together. Sleep well, dear listener. Sleep well. The Great Winter Deep Clean. A satisfying bedtime story. The morning arrives softly, as winter mornings do. There is no alarm, no jolt into wake-eagerness, just the gradual awareness of pale gray light filtering through the bedroom window. Outside, frost has painted delicate ferns across the glass, each crystalline pattern catching what little sunlight manages to break through the January clouds. The world feels hushed, as if it too is still recovering from the busy season that has just passed. You open your eyes slowly, blinking against the gentle dimness. The cottage is quiet in that particular way that follows celebration, not empty but resting. For weeks the small space has hummed with activity. The preparation of meals, the welcoming of guests, the rituals of the season. Now, in the aftermath, there is stillness. Rolling onto your side, you notice the Christmas tree standing in the corner of the living room, visible through the open bedroom door. Its needles have begun to brown at the edges, and several have already fallen, creating a small constellation of green on the wooden floor beneath. The ornaments still hang from its branches, but they seem tired somehow, their sparkle diminished in the flat winter light. The tree has done its job beautifully, has held its magic for all these weeks, but now it looks ready to rest. You stretch beneath the warm covers, feeling the familiar weight of the quilt your grandmother made, the softness of flannel sheets that have been washed so many times they feel like silk. There is no urgency this morning, no list of things that must be done, but there is something else, a gentle pull, a quiet knowing. It is time to release the season that is past and welcome the clean slate of a new year. The decision settles over you like the softest snow. Today will be a day of gentle restoration. You will tend to your home, not with frantic energy, but with the kind of loving attention you might give to a garden in spring. The thought brings a small smile to your lips. There is something deeply satisfying about the prospect, the clearing away, the polishing, the making fresh. You slip out of bed, your feet finding the cool wooden floor. The cottage is chilly, the way old houses get when the fire has burned down to embers overnight. You pull on thick socks, a soft sweater over your pajamas, and pad quietly to the thermostat, nudging it up just a few degrees. The furnace kicks on with its familiar rumble, and you can almost feel the house itself sighing with gratitude. In the kitchen, you put the kettle on for tea. While the water heats, you stand at the window above the sink, looking out at the winter landscape. The garden beds are tucked beneath their blanket of mulch and old leaves. The bird feeder hangs empty, and you make a mental note to fill it later. A gray squirrel hops across the yard, pausing to dig in the snow for some buried treasure. The sky is the color of pewter, heavy with the promise of more snow, perhaps, or maybe just the weight of winter itself. The kettle whistles, and you pour the steaming water over a bag of chamomile and mint, watching as the water slowly blooms with color. You cup your hands around the warm mug and breathe in the herbal steam. This, you think, is how the day should begin, slowly, mindfully, with intention. You carry your tea to the living room and sit on the sofa, tucking your feet beneath you. From here, you can see the full scope of what the holidays have left behind. It is not a mess exactly, but there is a certain lingering quality to everything. The tree, of course, but also the bowl of ornamental pine cones on the coffee table, now shedding their glitter. The string of cards from friends and family still clipped to a ribbon above the mantel. The candles burned down to fragrant stubs. The stack of books received as gifts waiting to be read. The throw blankets bunched on the armchair where guests sat. None of it is unpleasant, but it belongs to a moment that has passed, and you can feel, deep in your bones, the need to move forward. Not away from the joy of what was, but toward the spaciousness of what might be. You finish your tea slowly, savoring the last sip, and then set the mug on the coffee table with a gentle clink. The time has come. You stand, roll your shoulders back, and approach the Christmas tree with a sense of ceremony. The tree stands perhaps 6 feet tall, a Douglas fir you chose carefully from the lot down the road. When you brought it home, it smelled like the forest itself, sharp and green and alive. Now that scent is faded, replaced by something drier, more brittle. You reach out and touch one of the branches gently, and a small shower of needles falls to the floor with the softest whisper. "Thank you," you say quietly to the tree. It feels right to acknowledge what it has given, the beauty, the tradition, the focal point for so many happy moments. You begin with the ornaments, lifting each one carefully from its branch. There is the glass ball your mother gave you, hand-painted with delicate snowflakes. The wooden nutcracker you found at a craft fair years ago. The paper star a child made for you, edges now curling, but still precious. Each ornament holds a small story, and you handle them with reverence, wrapping the fragile ones in tissue paper before nestling them into their storage box. As you work, more needles fall. They scatter across your hands, catch in the weave of your sweater, dust the floor like green confetti. The tree becomes lighter with each ornament removed, its branches lifting slightly as if relieved of their burden. When the last decoration has been carefully packed away, you step back to look at the bare tree. It is beautiful in a different way, now just itself, without adornment, simple and honest. You fetch an old white sheet from the linen closet, one that has served this purpose for years. Gently you wrap the tree in it, taking care not to bend the branches too sharply. It takes some maneuvering to lift it. The tree is heavier than it looks, even dried out, but you manage to shuffle it toward the door, leaving a trail of needles in your wake. The cold air rushes in as you open the door, and you carry the tree outside to the side of the cottage, where it can rest against the woodpile until the town's collection day. Standing on the small porch, you pause to take a breath of the winter air. It is sharp and clean, shocking your lungs awake. The world is quiet except for the distant caw of a crow. You look at the tree one more time, its white shroud glowing against the dark wood behind it, and whisper another thank you before heading back inside. The warmth of the cottage embraces you as you close the door. But now, with the tree gone, you can see the full evidence it has left behind. The corner where it stood is littered with needles, hundreds of them, maybe thousands, scattered in a wide circle. There are bits of tinsel caught in the floorboards, a few stray hooks, and what looks like a small piece of popcorn from the garland you made weeks ago. You smile at the mess. It is not daunting. It is simply the next step. You retrieve your broom from the kitchen, an old-fashioned straw broom with a smooth wooden handle, worn soft from years of use, and carry it to the living room like a trusted tool. The first sweep is tentative, testing. The bristles make contact with the floor, and there is that satisfying sound, a soft, rhythmic swish-swish, as the broom glides across the wood. The needles gather easily, clinging to each other, forming small piles that you push gently toward the center of the room. Swish, 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 swish. The sound is hypnotic, meditative. Your body finds a rhythm. Sweep, step, sweep, step. Dust motes rise in the slanting light from the window, dancing and swirling like tiny galaxies. You pause to watch them, marveling at how something so small can catch the light so beautifully. The floor beneath your feet is solid and real, each board worn smooth by decades of footsteps. You can see the grain of the wood, the places where knots create dark whorls, the subtle variations in color. As you sweep, your mind begins to quiet. There is something about repetitive physical work that does this. The body takes over, and the mind is free to simply be. You are not thinking about yesterday or tomorrow. You are here in this moment with the swish of the broom and the scatter of needles and the pale winter light. A small movement catches your eye. From beneath the sofa emerges your cat, a gray tabby named Ash, who has been watching the proceedings with great interest. Ash is not a kitten, but she has retained a kitten's sense of playfulness, and the sight of the broom moving back and forth is apparently too much to resist. She crouches low, her tail twitching, and then pounces on a particularly large dust bunny that has been swept into view. The dust bunny skitters across the floor, propelled by Ash's paw, and she chases it with the intensity of a predator hunting much worthier prey. You laugh, a soft sound that fills the quiet room. Ash looks up at you, her green eyes wide and innocent, as if to say, "What?" "I'm helping." "Thank you, Ash," you say, and she meows in response before batting the dust bunny under the bookshelf, where it will likely remain until the next deep clean. You continue sweeping, working your way around the furniture. Under the coffee table, you find an ornament hook that escaped your notice. Behind the armchair, there are more needles, along with what appears to be a small piece of ribbon. You sweep it all into your growing pile in the center of the room. The pile has become substantial, now a small mountain of green needles, gray dust, and the miscellaneous debris of daily life. You fetch the dustpan and carefully sweep the pile into it. The needles make a soft, scratching sound as they slide across the metal. You carry the dustpan to the kitchen trash, tipping its contents in, and the needles release one final burst of that faded pine scent as they fall. Back in the living room, you do a final pass with the broom, getting into the corners, running the bristles along the baseboards. The floor is clean now, truly clean, and the difference is remarkable. The space feels larger somehow, lighter. Where the tree once stood, there is now just empty floor, the wood glowing warmly in the daylight. You lean the broom against the wall and simply stand for a moment, looking at the room with fresh eyes. The bookshelf lined with novels and field guides, the stone fireplace with its mantel, the comfortable sofa with its faded floral print, the window seat piled with cushions. All of it is familiar, beloved, but somehow you're seeing it anew. This is your space, your sanctuary, and without the distraction of holiday decorations, its true character emerges. It is a room that invites reading and thinking and quiet conversation. A room where time can move slowly. A room that holds you safely through the long winter nights. You notice things you had forgotten. The small watercolor painting of the coastline that your friend made for you, hanging above the bookshelf. The collection of smooth stones on the windowsill, gathered from various beaches over the years. The old brass lamp with its green glass shade, casting a warm pool of light perfect for reading. There is a strange paradox in this moment. The room has less in it now than it did an hour ago, but somehow it feels fuller, more itself. The absence of clutter creates space not just physically, but mentally. You can feel something loosening in your chest, a tightness you did not even realize you were carrying. The holidays were beautiful. Truly they were. But they were also full of people and noise and rich food and late nights and early mornings and the constant hum of activity. There was joy in that fullness, but there is also joy in this emptiness, the joy of simplicity, the joy of having room to breathe. You walk to the bookshelf and run your fingers along the spines of the books. Here is a novel you have been meaning to read, a gift from your sister. Here is the poetry collection you return to again and again. Here is the field guide to birds, its pages worn soft from use. You pull out the novel and carry it to the sofa, but you do not sit down yet. There is more work to be done, and the work itself has become pleasurable. From the kitchen you gather your supplies, a bottle of lemon oil, a jar of beeswax polish, several soft cotton cloths that were once old t-shirts, now cut up and repurposed. The smell of the lemon oil as you open the bottle is bright and clean, cutting through the lingering scent of pine and wood smoke. You pour a small amount onto one of the cloths, and the fabric darkens as it absorbs the oil. You begin with the coffee table, a sturdy piece of oak that you found at an estate sale years ago. Its surface bears the marks of life, water rings from cups set down without coasters, a small scratch from the time you dragged a heavy box across it, the patina of age that gives it character. You rub the oiled cloth across the surface in slow, circular motions. The wood seems to drink in the oil, darkening slightly, its grain becoming more pronounced. As you work, the wood comes alive beneath your hands. You can feel the slight texture of it, the way the grain rises and falls in subtle waves. The lemon scent fills the air, bright and cheerful, mingling with the earthier smell of the beeswax. There is a rhythm to this work, too, different from the sweeping, but equally soothing. Circle, circle, circle. Pressure, release. Your arm moves steadily. and you watch as the dull surface transforms into something glowing and warm. When you are satisfied with the coffee table, you move to the end tables on either side of the sofa. These are smaller, simpler pieces, but they receive the same careful attention. Then the bookshelf, where you must first remove the books in small stacks, polish the shelves, and then return the books to their places. You take this opportunity to organize them slightly, poetry together, novels in one section, nature writing in another. It is satisfying to see them arranged this way, each book in its proper place. The windowsills are next. These are painted wood rather than bare, but they have accumulated dust and the sticky residue from candles. You switch to a fresh cloth dampened with water and a drop of gentle soap, wiping away the grime to reveal the clean white paint beneath. As you work, you notice a small spider in the corner of one window, tucked into its web. You leave it alone. It is doing its job, keeping the cottage free of less desirable insects, and you appreciate the partnership. The furniture polish makes a soft squeaking sound as you buff it to a shine, a sound that is both industrious and gentle. You find yourself smiling at it, this small song of care and attention. Ash has followed you around the room during this work, sometimes rubbing against your legs, sometimes sitting at a distance to supervise. She is a good companion, asking nothing except the occasional ear scratch, which you happily provide. With each piece of furniture tended to, the room transforms. Surfaces that were dull now gleam softly. The wood seems to radiate warmth, as if grateful for the attention. The lemon scent has become the dominant smell in the room now, fresh and clean, and somehow optimistic. It is a scent that speaks of new beginnings, of bright mornings, of things wiped clean and started fresh. You step back to admire your work, and the satisfaction that fills you is quiet but profound. This is your home, and you have cared for it with your own hands. There is something deeply human about this, the tending of one's space, the act of maintenance and restoration. It connects you to generations of people who have done the same work, who have understood that a home is not just a place to sleep, but a living thing that needs attention and love. The living room complete, you move to the kitchen, carrying your supplies with you. The kitchen is small but efficient, with open shelving that holds mismatched dishes, a farmhouse sink with a window above it, and countertops made of butcher block that show the wear of countless meals prepared. The holidays have been particularly hard on the kitchen. This is where you made the cranberry sauce, and the spiced cookies, and the roasted vegetables, and the fresh bread. This is where friends gathered to talk while you cooked, where children helped roll out cookie dough, where the coffee pot was always full, and the kettle always ready. Now, in the aftermath, there are traces everywhere, flour dust in the corners, a sticky spot on the counter where syrup was spilled and incompletely wiped, the dish towels that need washing, the herbs that have wilted in their jars, the refrigerator that contains too many small containers of leftovers, some of which may have ventured into questionable territory. You begin with the counters, clearing them completely. The cutting board goes into the sink to be scrubbed. The canisters of flour and sugar are wiped clean and returned to their shelf. The wooden spoon holder is emptied and washed. Each item is handled with care, considered, cleaned, and returned to its proper place. The sink itself gets attention next. You sprinkle baking soda along its white surface and scrub with a soft brush, watching as the stains of tea and coffee gradually fade. Hot water rinses everything clean, and you dry the sink until it gleams. There is something very satisfying about a clean sink. It somehow makes the entire kitchen feel more orderly. The countertops are next. You wash them with warm, soapy water, scrubbing away the sticky spots, the crumbs, the various spills and splatters. The butcher block is then treated with its own special oil, rubbed in with a clean cloth until the wood darkens and the grain stands out in beautiful contrast. The wood is honey-colored, warm and inviting, and you run your palm across it when you are finished, feeling its smoothness. The shelves are taken down, one at a time, the dishes removed, the shelf washed, the dishes washed if needed and returned. You organize as you go, placing the everyday mugs at the front, the special teacups further back. The plates are stacked neatly, bowls nested inside each other. There is a pleasure in this ordering, in knowing where everything lives and why. Inside the refrigerator, you conduct a gentle excavation. Most of the leftovers are still good and are consolidated into fewer containers. But there, in the back, you find a small plastic container that has been forgotten. You open it cautiously and discover a very dried-out piece of cranberry sauce, which makes you laugh. Into the compost it goes, and the container is washed and added to the dish drainer. As you work in the refrigerator, you wipe down each shelf, each drawer. You discover a lemon that has rolled into the far corner of the vegetable crisper. Still good. You set it aside to add to your tea later. The refrigerator, when you are done, is organized and clean, everything visible and accessible. You have a clearer sense now of what you have, what you need, what can be made with what remains. The pantry receives similar treatment items pulled out, shelves wiped, everything returned in an orderly fashion. Cans with their labels facing forward. Baking supplies grouped together. Pasta in one section, rice in another. You discover, tucked behind a bag of lentils, a small gingerbread man cookie that escaped the holiday cookie platter. He is hard as a rock now, but his icing smile is still intact. You show him to Ash, who sniffs him with great interest, but declines to eat him. Into the compost he goes, and you make a mental note to bake something soon, maybe a simple loaf of bread, to fill the cottage with that warm, yeasty smell. The kitchen, when you finish, sparkles. Everything is in its place. The counters are clear and clean. The sink shines. Even the floor has been swept and damp mopped, the old linoleum, showing its geometric pattern once more. You make yourself a fresh cup of tea using that lemon you found, cutting a thin slice to float in the hot water and sit at the small kitchen table to rest for a moment. From here, you can see both the kitchen and the living room beyond, and the transformation is remarkable. The spaces feel clean and clear, but more than that, they feel ready. Ready for what, you are not entirely sure. Just ready, open, available for whatever the new year might bring. The light has shifted as the day has progressed. It is early afternoon now, and though the sky is still gray, there is a brightness to it, as if the clouds might part at any moment. You sip your tea, feeling the warmth spread through you, tasting the bright tartness of the lemon against the sweetness of honey you added. Ash jumps into your lap, circling once before settling down, her purr a soft rumble against your legs. You stroke her gray fur, feeling the delicate bones beneath, the warmth of her small body. She looks up at you with those green eyes, slow blinking, which you have learned is a cat's way of saying, "I love you." You blink slowly back. "We're doing good work today, Ash," you tell her, and she purrs louder in agreement. After your tea, you stand and stretch, your back pleasantly tired from the work. There is still more to be done, and you are looking forward to it. You move to the windows, which have been clouded by winter condensation and the steam from cooking. You fill a bucket with warm water and add a splash of white vinegar, then gather clean cloths and a squeegee. Starting with the living room window, you spray the glass with your vinegar solution and wipe it in broad strokes. The grime comes away easily, and as you work, more light begins to pour into the room. It is remarkable how much difference clean windows make. When you finish with the interior, you step outside into the cold to do the exteriors as well. The frigid air makes your hands ache, but you work quickly, and the results are worth the discomfort. Through the now crystalline glass, you can see your living room as if for the first time. The clean, polished furniture, the organized bookshelf, the empty corner where the tree stood, now just a space full of possibility, and the light so much more light than before, even on this gray day. You do the same for the kitchen window, and here the improvement is even more dramatic. The window faces the bird feeder, and with the glass clean, you can see the details of the winter garden beyond, the dried stalks of last year's flowers, the evergreen shrubs, the stone wall at the property's edge. Back inside, you warm your cold hands under running water, then stand at the clean window and simply look out. A chickadee lands on the bird feeder, pecks at the empty perches, and flies away. You keep your promise to yourself and fill the feeder with seeds, watching as several birds return almost immediately. Their small lives continue regardless of holidays or cleaning or human concerns, and there is something grounding about this. Now, you turn your attention to the bedroom. This feels like the culmination of the day's work, the final piece that will complete the restoration. The bedroom is small and cozy, with a window that faces east to catch the morning sun. The bed dominates the space, an old iron frame painted white, with a mattress that you saved up for years to buy, choosing one that would support you perfectly through all your years of sleep. The bedding on it now has served you well through the holiday season. The flannel sheets are soft but have grown a bit tired. The quilt, while beautiful, is heavy and warm, perfect for the deepest part of winter, but perhaps more than you need as the season begins its slow turn toward spring. It is time you decide for fresh linens, a change, a reset. From the linen closet in the hallway, you retrieve a set of sheets you have been saving crisp cotton percale in a soft white, purchased in the summer but stored away for a special occasion. What better occasion than this, you think, than the cleaning and the clearing and the making new? You strip the bed methodically, pulling the pillows from their cases first, then removing the quilt and folding it neatly. The fitted sheet is next, which you peel from the mattress, hearing the soft whisper of fabric against fabric. The mattress beneath is clean, but you decide to flip it anyway, knowing this is good for its longevity. It takes some effort. The mattress is heavy and unwieldy, but you manage it, huffing slightly with exertion. The clean mattress faces up, ready to be dressed. You shake out the fitted sheet, and it snaps in the air, a sharp sound that is deeply satisfying. The cotton is cool in your hands, smooth and tightly woven. You fit one corner, then the opposite corner, then the remaining two, pulling the elastic tight so there are no wrinkles. Your hands smooth across the surface, checking that everything is taut and perfect. The flat sheet is next. You stand at the foot of the bed and shake it out, watching it billow up and then float down across the fitted sheet. There is an art to this, you have learned getting the sheet to fall evenly, to cover the whole mattress with enough overhang on each side to tuck in properly. You tuck the end at the foot of the bed, making hospital corners the way your grandmother taught you years ago. The folds are crisp and precise, and you tuck the sides in as well, running your hand along the edges to make sure everything is smooth. The pillows are encased in fresh cases, the old-fashioned kind that require you to tuck the pillow in rather than use a zipper. You fluff each pillow after it is encased, punching it gently to redistribute the filling. They look plump and inviting, perfect for sinking into. You have decided to forgo the heavy quilt tonight in favor of a lighter blanket, a pocket, white cotton matelassé with a subtle quilted pattern. You spread it across the bed, smoothing it with both hands, and then add just one throw blanket at the foot, a soft cream-colored wool, in case you need extra warmth in the night. The transformation of the bed is complete, and you step back to admire it. The fresh white linens seem to glow against the old iron frame. The bed looks like something from a bed and breakfast, crisp and clean and incredibly inviting. You can already imagine how it will feel tonight to slip between those cool, fresh sheets, to feel them gradually warm with your body heat, to sink into the clean pillows and let sleep take you. But you are not finished yet. You sweep the bedroom floor, finding more dust bunnies' ashes contribution to the household, you think with amusement. You wipe down the knit stand, which holds a small lamp, a stack of books, and a glass of water. You dust the windowsill. You even wipe down the iron bed frame itself, which has collected a fine layer of dust. In the closet, you take a few moments to organize. Sweaters folded on the shelf, dresses and shirts hanging neatly, shoes paired and lined up on the floor. It is not a deep clean of the closet that is a project for another day, but just a quick tidying that makes you feel more settled. The bedroom, when you are done, feels like a sanctuary, clean and simple and restful. The perfect place to retreat at the end of a day, or to wake into a new morning. You place a small sachet of lavender inside the pillowcase, knowing that the gentle scent will help you sleep. Daylight is beginning to fade now. The winter days are so short, darkness arriving in the late afternoon like an early guest. You move through the cottage, turning on lamps one by one. The light they cast is warm and golden, creating pools of coziness in each room. The clean windows seem to make the lamplight more effective, reflecting it back into the rooms, multiplying the warmth. You light a candle on the mantel beeswax, which burns clean and releases a subtle honey scent. The flame flickers and dances, casting moving shadows on the wall. You stand and watch it for a moment, mesmerized by its simple beauty. In the kitchen, you make yourself a simple dinner. Nothing fancy, just soup heated on the stove, and a piece of the bread you baked before the holidays, which you toast and spread with butter. You eat at the kitchen table, looking out at the darkening garden, watching as the first stars begin to appear in the clearing sky. Ash eats her own dinner, crunching her kibble with delicate efficiency, then washing her face with her paw in the thorough way that cats have. She jumps onto the windowsill afterward, settling into her favorite spot to watch the night. After dinner, you wash your few dishes by hand, taking your time with it. The warm water feels good on your hands. The simple task of washing, rinsing, drying, and putting away feels like the natural conclusion to the day's work. Everything clean, everything in its place. You make one more cup of tea chamomile this time for sleep and carry it to the living room. You sit on the sofa, pulling one of the throw blankets over your legs, and finally open that novel you have been meaning to read. The lamplight is perfect for reading, and the house is so quiet you can hear the small sounds of the night, the creak of old wood settling the hem of the refrigerator, the tick of the clock on the wall, the occasional scratch of Ash's claws on her scratching post. But after only a few pages, you find your attention drifting from the book. You set it aside and simply sit in the quiet, looking around at your clean cottage. There is a deep satisfaction in this moment, not the sharp joy of achievement, but something softer and more sustaining. The satisfaction of having tended to your space with care, of having created order from chaos, of having prepared your home, and by extension yourself, for whatever comes next. The day's work has been physical, yes, but it has also been meditative. With each sweep of the broom, each circular motion of the polishing cloth, each smooth tuck of fresh sheets, you have also been clearing away the clutter in your mind. The worries and the what-ifs and the endless mental lists have all been swept up along with the pine needles and dust bunnies, leaving behind something clearer and calmer. You think about the psychology of this, how external order can create internal order, how the act of caring for one's environment is also an act of caring for oneself. The clean space gives you room to breathe, to think, to simply be without the constant low-level static of clutter and disorder. This is not about perfection, you realize. Your cottage will never be perfect, nor should it be. It is a lived-in space meant to be used and enjoyed. But there is a difference between the pleasant clutter of daily life and the overwhelm of neglect. What you have done today is find that balance cleared away enough to breathe easily, but left enough comfort and personality to make the space truly yours. You finish your tea and rinse the cup, leaving it in the drying rack. The light outside has gone completely now, the windows reflecting back the interior of the cottage like dark mirrors. You close the curtains against the winter night, sealing in the warmth and light. It is time for bed, even though it is not terribly late. Your body is pleasantly tired from the day's work, and your mind is quiet and ready for rest. You make your way through the cottage one last time, turning off lights as you go, checking that the door is locked, that the fire screen is in place before the fireplace's dying embers. Ash follows you to the bedroom, as she does every night. She understands the routine, knows that when you move toward the bedroom, it is time to settle in for the long winter night. The bedroom is cool, but not cold, the temperature perfect for sleeping. You change into clean pajamas, soft flannel that feels gentle against your skin, and brush your teeth at the small bathroom sink. In the mirror, you catch a glimpse of yourself and smile. You look tired, yes, but it is a good tired. The tired that comes from honest work and honest satisfaction. You pull back the covers on your freshly made bed, and the feeling is glorious. The sheets are cool and crisp, exactly as you hoped they would be. You slide between them, and the sensation is like slipping into clear, cold water, shocking at first, then wonderful. Your body heat begins to warm the sheets almost immediately, creating a cozy cocoon. Ash jumps up onto the foot of the bed, circles 3 times, and settles into the small nest she makes in the blankets. Her purr is audible from where you lie, a soft, steady rumble that is one of the most comforting sounds you know. You lie on your back for a moment, looking up at the dark ceiling, feeling the way your body sinks into the mattress, the way the pillow cradles your head. The lavender scent from the sachet is subtle but present, calming. The sheets smell fresh and clean, with just the faintest hint of the lavender that was stored near them in the linen closet. Your mind drifts back over the day. The tree wrapped and carried out, the rhythmic sweeping, the pine needles gathered, the polishing of wood, the squeaky sounds of the cloth against furniture, the transformation of the kitchen, everything gleaming and organized, the windows cleared of grime, letting in so much more light, and this bed, this perfect, clean, inviting bed. Tomorrow will bring its own tasks and concerns, you know this. But tonight you are here, in this moment, in this clean and peaceful space. You have done good work today. You have cared for your home, and in doing so, you have cared for yourself. The winter night presses against the cottage, but inside all is warm and well. You roll onto your side, pulling the blankets up to your chin, and let your eyes close. Ash's purr continues at your feet, a gentle lullaby. Your breathing slows and deepens. The tension in your muscles releases one by one until you are completely relaxed. This is the gift of the day, not just a clean home, but a clear mind, not just organized spaces, but organized thoughts. A sense of renewal that comes not from grand gestures or dramatic changes, but from the simple, steady work of tending to the ordinary details of life. You drift, not quite asleep, but not quite awake in that peaceful place between. The cottage is silent except for the small sounds of the night. Your bed is warm and soft and exactly right. Everything is exactly as it should be. And with that thought, that sense of rightness and peace and completion, you let yourself slip into sleep. Deep, restful sleep, in your clean bed, in your clean room, in your clean cottage. The kind of sleep that heals and restores, that prepares you for a new day, a new year, whatever may come. The winter night holds you safely. Tomorrow you will wake to sunlight through clean windows. But for now, there is only this, the warmth, the quiet, the peace, the satisfaction of work well done and rest well earned. Sleep comes like the softest snow, covering everything in gentle silence. If this story resonated with you, if it helped you find a moment of peace in your day, please consider showing your support with a like, and subscribe to Deep Sleep Stories Hub for more quiet nights and restful journeys. May your sleep be deep and your dreams be gentle. Good night.
The Attic of Forgotten Recipes. The snow had started as Leo pulled into the driveway. Just a few flakes at first, dancing in the amber glow of the porch light, but enough to make the weatherman's earlier warnings feel suddenly real. Leo sat for a moment in the quiet car, watching the old farmhouse through the windshield. Warm light glowed from every window, and a thin ribbon of smoke curled from the chimney into the darkening sky. It looked like something from a memory, or perhaps a painting, the kind of scene that makes your chest ache with a feeling you can't quite name. Grandmother was already at the door before Leo had gathered the overnight bag from the back seat. She stood framed in the doorway, her cardigan wrapped close against the cold, her face lit with that particular smile she saved for arrivals and homecomings, the kind of smile that made you feel like the most important person in the world. "You made it before the worst of it," she said, pulling Leo into an embrace that smelled of lavender and vanilla and something indefinably comforting. "They're saying it'll be quite a storm. Come in, I've got the kettle on." Inside, the house enveloped Leo in warmth. The wood stove in the living room crackled contentedly, its door open just enough to let the firelight flicker across the worn floorboards. Grandmother had clearly been preparing. There were extra blankets folded on the couch, candles arranged on the mantel, and the kitchen table held a basket of apples and a loaf of fresh bread. "I baked this morning," Grandmother said, following Leo's gaze. "Figured we might be stuck here for a day or two depending on how bad it gets. But we've got plenty." We always did know how to weather a storm in this house." They settled at the kitchen table with tea, and Leo watched the snow through the window. It was falling harder now, thick flakes that swirled and danced in the light. The wind had picked up too, whistling around the corners of the old house in a way that should have felt ominous, but somehow only made the interior feel cozier. "Your great-grandmother used to love storms like this," Grandmother said quietly, wrapping both hands around her mug. "She'd say they were perfect for baking. The house would get so warm and smell so wonderful. She had this way of making even a blizzard feel like a gift." They talked for a while about small things: Leo's work, Grandmother's garden plans for spring, the neighbor's new grandchild. The conversation flowed easily, punctuated by comfortable silences and the steady tick of the old clock on the mantel. Outside, the wind grew louder and the snow piled higher on the windowsill. It happened just as Grandmother was refilling the kettle. One moment, the kitchen was bright with electric light, and the next, they were plunged into darkness so complete it felt solid. Leo heard Grandmother's soft ah of recognition rather than surprise. "Transformer must have gone," she said calmly. "Happens in storms like this. The lines ice up, or a tree branch falls. No matter. We've got candles and the wood stove. We'll be just fine." And they were. Grandmother moved through the dark house with the confidence of someone who had lived in it for 50 years, her hands finding matches and candles by memory alone. Soon, soft pools of golden light bloomed throughout the rooms, on the mantel, the kitchen counter, the small table in the hallway. The wood stove's glow became the heart of the house, and they pulled chairs close to it, settling into the quiet rhythm of an unexpected evening without electricity. "Rather nice, isn't it?" Grandmother said after a while. "Makes you slow down. Makes you pay attention to the moment you're in." Leo had to agree. There was something about the candlelight, the way it softened everything, that felt different from ordinary evenings. More real, somehow. More present. The hours passed gently. They played cards by candlelight, Grandmother winning most of the hands with a combination of skill and what Leo suspected was strategic card hiding. They made simple sandwiches for dinner, and Grandmother heated soup on the wood stove in a pot that had probably served the same purpose 100 times before. The storm raged outside, but inside the house felt like a warm bubble suspended in time. It was later, when they had settled into a comfortable quiet, that Grandmother suggested the attic. "I've been meaning to go through some things up there," she said, her eyes bright in the candlelight. "Old photographs, some of your great-grandmother's things. Might be nice to look at them together, and who knows what we might find." The attic stairs were narrow and steep, creaking under their feet in a way that somehow added to the adventure. Grandmother went first, holding a candle high, and Leo followed with another, their twin flames casting dancing shadows on the walls. The attic was exactly what an attic should be, low-ceilinged and dusty, filled with the accumulated treasures and forgotten objects of generations. Old trunks sat beneath the eaves. Boxes were stacked with faded labels in handwriting that was itself history. A dressmaker's dummy stood in one corner like a silent sentinel, and near the small round window, an old rocking chair faced out toward the storm. "I haven't been up here in months," Grandmother admitted, setting her candle on a trunk. "Maybe longer. Time gets away from you. But I'm glad we came. There's something magical about an attic at night, don't you think? Especially in a storm." They began to explore, Grandmother narrating the history of various items. A hat box that had belonged to her mother, a collection of postcards from the 1940s, a set of tiny teacups that had been part of someone's childhood tea set. Each object was a small portal to the past, and Grandmother seemed delighted to rediscover them all. It was Leo who found the recipe book. It was tucked in a wooden box alongside some old kitchen implements, a rolling pin, a flour sifter, measuring spoons that looked almost medieval in their simplicity. But the book itself drew Leo's attention immediately. It was smallish, bound in faded brown cloth, and when Leo opened it carefully, the pages released a scent of old paper and something sweeter, maybe vanilla or cinnamon that had soaked into the paper decades ago. "What have you found?" Grandmother asked, coming closer with her candle. Leo turned the book so the light fell across its pages. They were covered in elegant handwriting, the kind people don't use anymore, all loops and careful letters. Each page held a recipe, written out in precise detail, or what someone long ago had considered precise detail. "Oh my," grandmother breathed. She took the book gently, reverently. "This was my grandmother's, your great-great-grandmother's. I haven't seen this in, oh, it must be 30 years. Her fingers traced the handwriting. She made everything by hand, you know, everything, and she wrote it all down in this book. I remember watching her use it when I was very small. They carried the book downstairs like the treasure it was, settling back by the wood stove where the light was better. Grandmother turned the pages slowly, reading aloud snippets of recipes, pausing occasionally to smile or shake her head at a memory. "Look at this," she said. "Pickled watermelon rind. We used to make that every summer, and here, her bread recipe. She made bread every week, without fail." She turned another page. "Tomato preserves, black walnut cake. Oh, and her chicken and dumplings. Those were legendary." Leo looked over her shoulder, enchanted by the handwriting, the careful notes, the occasional splatter that suggested this book had been well used in its time. Some recipes had small notations in the margins. Robert's favorite in one place, Christmas 1938 in another. Then grandmother stopped, her finger resting on a page near the back of the book. "The midnight star cake," she read aloud. Her voice had changed, gone soft and wondering. "Oh, I remember this. Not the cake itself. I don't think I ever tasted it. But I remember my mother talking about it. Her mother, this grandmother who wrote this book, would make it on special occasions, when someone in the family needed comfort, or when there was something worth celebrating, or sometimes just because." She looked up at Leo. "My mother used to tell me stories about it. She said it was magic." "What kind of cake is it?" Leo asked, leaning closer to read the faded handwriting. That's when they both started to laugh. The recipe, if you could call it that, was beautifully written and completely vague. It began promisingly enough: flour, sugar, eggs, butter. But then the measurements became interpretive. "Flour enough to make a proper batter," Leo read aloud. "How much is enough?" "Add sugar to your heart's content," grandmother read, her voice shaking with mirth. "Well, that could be anything from a pinch to a pound, depending on whose heart we're consulting." "How will we know when it's done?" Grandmother grinned. "When it feels right, of course." The absurdity of it all, the vague recipe, the improvised baking method, the can beat the eggs until they're happy. Leo continued. "How do you know when an egg is happy?" "And look here," grandmother said, pointing. "A whisper of cinnamon, not a teaspoon or a tablespoon. A whisper." She was fully laughing now. "And then it says to bake it until it feels right." "Until it feels right?" "That's what it says. Until it feels right." Grandmother wiped her eyes. "Oh, this is exactly how she cooked. My mother used to complain about it. She'd ask for recipes and get these suggestions, these feelings. Gran would say things like, 'You'll know when it's done,' or 'Add enough salt that it tastes how you remember summer.' It drove my mother absolutely mad when she was first learning to cook." They sat there for a moment, the book open between them, both grinning at the impossible, impractical, somehow perfect vagueness of it all. "Did your mother ever make this cake?" Leo asked finally. Grandmother's smile shifted, became something softer. "She tried once or twice. I remember one time in particular. I must have been about 10. She pulled out this book, this very book, and declared she was going to make the midnight star cake just the way her mother had. She wanted to surprise Gran for her birthday." "Did it work?" "Well," grandmother said, drawing out the word, "the cake she produced was, let's say, unique. It was lopsided because our oven ran hot on one side, and I think she added too much of something. Maybe the happy eggs weren't quite happy enough. But Gran cried when she saw it. Happy tears. She said it was perfect. Even though it was lopsided. Maybe because it was lopsided. Gran said that my mother had captured the spirit of the thing, even if she hadn't matched the recipe exactly. She said the cake wasn't about perfection. It was about the love and the trying and the moment when you pull it out of the oven and share it with people who matter. They were quiet for a moment, the weight of the story settling around them like the snow settling outside. "We should make it," Leo said suddenly. Grandmother looked up, surprised. "Now?" "Why not? We're snowed in. We've got the wood stove for heat. We've got the ingredients, probably. When else are we going to have this perfect opportunity?" A slow smile spread across Grandmother's face. "You know what? You're absolutely right. Though I should warn you, I've never made this cake either. And those instructions are about as clear as mud. That's what makes it an adventure," Leo said. "Besides, you must remember something about how your great-grandmother cooked." "Oh, I remember lots of things," Grandmother said, her eyes twinkling. "Though I'm not entirely sure how much of it is real memory, and how much is stories I've heard and retold so many times they've become memory. But yes, let's try. Let's make the Midnight Star cake. Even if it turns out terrible, it'll be a good story." They moved into the kitchen with renewed purpose. Grandmother pulled down her flour tin and sugar canister while Leo retrieved eggs from the refrigerator, still cold, thankfully, even without power. Butter, milk, and what Grandmother thought might be the right spices joined the collection on the counter. "Now," Grandmother said, studying the recipe by candlelight. "Let's see. We need flour enough to make a proper batter. I think that means we start with the eggs and add flour until it looks right." "How many eggs does a happy egg equal?" Leo asked, holding up one. "I think we'll just use 4 and hope they're having a good day," Grandmother decided. She found a large bowl, one of the old ceramic ones with a crack running down one side but still perfectly functional. "These bowls were here when I moved into this house. Maybe they knew your great-great-grandmother too." The kitchen took on a different quality as they worked. The candlelight made everything softer, more intimate. Long shadows stretched across the walls, and the warm glow from the wood stove in the next room reached just far enough to add its own golden light. Outside, the snow continued to fall and the wind whistled and moaned, but inside there was only the quiet sounds of their work, the crack of eggs, the soft thump of flour being scooped, Grandmother's occasional hum of thought. "So the recipe says to beat the eggs until they're happy," Leo said, whisking vigorously. "How's this?" Grandmother peered into the bowl. "They look content, I'd say. Maybe give them a few more whisks to get them to happy." As they worked, Grandmother's stories began to flow more freely, sparked by the smell of the ingredients, the feel of the wooden spoon in her hand, the very act of standing in this kitchen, doing what generations of women in her family had done before her. "Gran used to say that you could tell everything about a person by how they cooked," Grandmother said, adding what she hoped was the right amount of flour. She said confident people used a light hand with flour, and nervous people always added too much. She said people who loved deeply made the sweetest desserts, and people who were practical made the best soups. What did she say about herself? She said she was a bread baker through and through, steady, reliable, needed every day. She'd laugh about it, but I think she was proud of it too. Grandmother paused, her hand stilled in the bowl. She'd make bread on Saturday mornings, every week without fail. The whole house would smell like yeast and warmth. I used to wake up to that smell and know that everything was right in the world. You miss her. Every day, but especially at moments like this. Grandmother resumed mixing. She would have loved this, you know. You and me snowed in, trying to recreate her cake without the faintest idea if we're doing it right. She'd be laughing at us and with us and probably giving us contradictory advice the whole time. What kind of contradictory advice? Oh, she was famous for that. My mother used to tell this story about learning to make pie crust. She'd ask Gran how to do it, and Gran would say, "Don't overwork the dough." But then 5 minutes later, she'd come by and say, "You have to really work it to bring it together." When my mother would point out the contradiction, Gran would just smile and say, "Well, you have to develop a feel for these things." Leo laughed. So basically, all baking advice cancels itself out. Apparently. But somehow she always made perfect pie crust, and perfect bread, and perfect everything else. Grandmother added a pinch of salt. Add sugar to your heart's content. Well, Leo, how content is your heart tonight? Leo thought about it. Pretty content, actually. This is nice, being here with you, making something together. Then we'll make it sweet, Grandmother decided, adding several generous spoonfuls of sugar, because tonight deserves to be sweet. They moved through the recipe slowly, stopping frequently to debate what a particular instruction might mean or to share another story. The wood stove in the living room needed tending, so they took turns adding wood and adjusting the damper, keeping the fire strong and steady. It was this stove, Grandmother decided, where they'd bake the cake, using the flat warming shelf as their oven. It's not ideal, she admitted, positioning a heavy cast iron pot on the shelf. But people used to bake this way all the time. We'll put the cake batter in this pot, cover it, and let the heat do its work. We'll just have to check it more often than we would in a regular oven. Candlelit kitchen only made it more perfect. They were creating something together, yes, but more than that, they were creating a memory. Years from now, Leo would remember this night, this storm, this kitchen, this moment of standing beside Grandmother and laughing about happy eggs and whispered cinnamon. A whisper of cinnamon. Leo read from the recipe. I think that's the most poetic measurement I've ever heard. It's beautiful, isn't it? Grandmother opened the tin of cinnamon, releasing its warm, spicy scent into the air. I think a whisper means just enough that you can smell it, but not so much that it overpowers everything else. She tilted the tin over the batter, tapping it gently. A fine dusting of cinnamon fell like rust-colored snow. Like that. Just a whisper. The batter, when they finally had it mixed to their satisfaction, looked promising. It wasn't perfect, maybe a bit lumpier than it should have been, maybe a shade too thick. But it had that quality of potential that all cake batter has. It looked like it wanted to become something wonderful. They poured it carefully into the cast iron pot, smoothed the top with a spatula, and covered it with a lid. Grandmother positioned it carefully on the warming shelf of the wood stove. Now we wait, she said, and tend the fire, and check it every so often, and probably worry that we're doing it all wrong. It'll be perfect, Leo said with more confidence than felt entirely justified. Or it'll be a disaster, Grandmother countered cheerfully. Either way, it'll be ours. They settled into chairs near the stove, close enough to feel its warmth and keep an eye on the cake. The house had grown very quiet around them. The storm still raged outside, but in here, in this warm bubble of candlelight and firelight, time seemed to have slowed to something gentler, something more forgiving. Do you think it's really midnight star cake? Leo asked after a while. Or did she just call it that because it sounded magical? I think, Grandmother said slowly, that she called it that because it was meant to be made at times like this. Quiet times, storm times, times when you're awake late into the night, and the world outside doesn't matter, and you're just present with the people you love. She gestured to the window, where snow was piling thick against the glass. Times when you can see the stars maybe between the clouds, or times when you just need a little magic to get through. They sat in comfortable silence for a while, watching the fire through the stove's glass door. Leo added another log, and Grandmother adjusted the damper to control the heat. They checked the cake, still liquid, and settled back down to wait. You know, Grandmother said quietly, my mother always said that the hardest thing about this recipe wasn't the vague instructions. It was accepting that it would never turn out exactly the same way twice. She said Gran's cakes were always a little different, sometimes lighter, sometimes darker, sometimes with more cinnamon or less sugar. And when my mother tried to replicate them exactly, she always failed. It was only when she stopped trying for perfection and just made the cake with her own hands, her own judgment, her own heart. That's when it started to turn out right. So the secret is giving yourself permission to be imperfect. Maybe. Or maybe the secret is understanding that perfection isn't really the point. The point is the moment, the memory you're making, the love you're putting into it. Grandmother smiled. Gran used to say that a cake made with love might be lopsided, but it would always taste like home. They checked the cake again. This time the batter had begun to set around the edges, pulling away from the sides of the pot. The smell of vanilla and cinnamon was starting to fill the room, mixing with the woody smoke from the fire. It's happening, Leo said, pleased. It is, though I have no idea if it's happening correctly or not. Grandmother laughed. I suppose we'll find out. More time passed. They talked about small things and big things, about memories and hopes, about family and the future. The conversation meandered like a slow river, finding its own path, unhurried and natural. Outside, the storm built to a crescendo, then gradually began to quiet. The snow kept falling, but the wind eased, and the world took on that particular hush that comes with deep snowfall. "Check it again?" Leo suggested. This time, when they lifted the lid, the cake had risen, not quite evenly, but risen nonetheless. The top had turned golden brown, and when grandmother pressed it gently with her finger, it sprang back. "I think it's done," she said, sounding surprised. "Me, or close enough to done that we should probably take it out before we accidentally turn it into charcoal." Using towels to protect their hands from the hot pot, they carefully removed it from the stove and set it on a trivet on the counter. When grandmother lifted the lid completely, releasing a billow of aromatic steam, they both leaned in to look. The midnight star cake was imperfect. It was lopsided, leaning slightly to one side, as if the pot had been tilted on the warming shelf. One edge had gotten darker than the rest, not quite burned, but definitely well done. It had cracked a bit on top, and the surface wasn't smooth and level like a bakery cake would be, but it smelled absolutely wonderful. "Well," grandmother said, trying not to laugh, "I don't think this would win any beauty contests." "It's charmingly rustic," Leo offered. "It's lopsided and burnt on the bottom." "It's perfect," Leo said firmly. "Look at it. We made that. With a vague recipe and a wood stove and a storm raging outside, it's the most perfect imperfect cake I've ever seen." Grandmother's eyes grew bright, and she blinked rapidly. "You're right. You're absolutely right. This cake is exactly what it should be." She found a knife and cut into it, revealing a golden interior that was, despite everything, surprisingly even textured. "Shall we try it?" They didn't bother with plates. They each took a fork and dug directly into the pot, still warm, still releasing little wisps of steam. Leo took a bite and paused. "Well?" grandmother asked anxiously. "It tastes like cinnamon and vanilla and butter and love," Leo said. "It tastes exactly like a midnight star cake should taste, like magic made real." Grandmother tried her own bite and closed her eyes. "Oh," she said softly. "Oh, we actually did it. It's not what I expected, but it's right. Somehow it's right." They ate in contented silence for a few moments, standing in the candlelit kitchen, sharing forks and smiles and the warm satisfaction of having created something together. The cake was slightly sweet, warmly spiced, tender enough despite their improvised baking method. The burnt bottom added a pleasant complexity, and the uneven baking meant every bite was slightly different. "You know what I just realized?" Leo said. "We didn't follow that recipe exactly. We couldn't have. It was too vague. We had to figure it out ourselves." "And that's exactly what Gran wanted," grandmother said, understanding dawning in her eyes. "That's why she wrote it that way. She didn't want people to just follow instructions. She wanted them to think and feel and use their judgment. She wanted them to make the cake their own. So everyone who makes this cake makes something different. But everyone who makes it makes something that's right for them, in that moment, with the people they're with." Grandmother set down her fork. "That's what traditions are really about, aren't they? Not about perfectly replicating the past. They're about taking something meaningful from before and making it meaningful again now, in your own way. They're about connection and continuity, but also about growth and change." Leo looked at the lopsided cake, at the warm kitchen, at grandmother's face in the candlelight, and felt something shift inside. A year from now, what would be remembered about this night? Not that the cake was imperfect, not that the power went out, or that the storm was particularly fierce. What would be remembered was this moment, standing in this kitchen, sharing this cake, feeling this connection. "We should write this down," Leo said suddenly. "Our version, I mean, what we did tonight, for the next person who wants to try." Grandmother found a piece of paper and a pen. "What should we say?" They thought about it together, and finally Leo began to dictate while grandmother wrote. "The midnight star cake, as made during the great blizzard, by Leo and grandmother. 4 happy eggs, beaten well. Flour until the batter looks right. We used about 3 cups, but trust your instincts. Sugar to make it sweet enough for a special occasion. We used half a cup, but your heart might say different. Butter, maybe 1/3 of a cup, melted. A splash of vanilla, a whisper of cinnamon, a pinch of salt because everything needs salt. Mix it all together with love and patience. Bake it however you can. We used a cast iron pot on a wood stove, but a regular oven works too. Bake until it feels right. Don't worry if it's lopsided. Don't worry if the bottom burns a little. The point isn't perfection. The point is the memory you're making. Grandmother finished writing and looked up, her eyes shining. That's perfect. That's exactly right. They tucked the paper into the recipe book, right next to the original recipe. A new page in an old story. A moment preserved not in perfect detail, but in perfect feeling. Outside, the storm had exhausted itself. The wind had died down, and the snow was falling more gently now, building a clean white world in the darkness. But inside, the house still glowed with candlelight and the lingering warmth from the wood stove. The cake sat on the counter, cooling slowly, imperfect and wonderful. "Thank you," Leo said quietly, "for letting me be part of this, for sharing this with me." "Thank you," grandmother replied, "for reminding me that traditions don't have to stay exactly the same to stay meaningful, for helping me make a new memory out of an old recipe." She paused. "You know, when your great-great-grandmother made this cake, I bet it turned out lopsided sometimes too. I bet sometimes the bottom burned. But what mattered was who she made it for and who she made it with, and the love that went into every imperfect bite." They cleaned up the kitchen slowly, washing the bowl and spoons, putting away the remaining ingredients, leaving the cake on the counter for tomorrow's breakfast. The candles had burned low, and grandmother found fresh ones, lighting them from the old ones before they guttered out. "Time for sleep," she said. "Tomorrow we'll have cake for breakfast and see what the storm has left us. But tonight was magic." Leo carried a candle upstairs, and grandmother followed with another. They paused at the landing, where the round window looked out over the snow-covered yard. The world was silver and white and utterly silent, beautiful in its blanket of cold. "Do you think the power will come back on tomorrow?" Leo asked. "Probably. They're usually pretty quick about these things," grandmother smiled. "But I'm not in a hurry. This has been nice, this quiet, this simplicity, this presence." They said goodnight with warm hugs, and Leo went to bed in the small guest room where grandmother had already laid out extra blankets. The sheets were cold at first, but quickly warmed, and as Leo drifted towards sleep, the last conscious thought was of the kitchen, the candlelight, the smell of cinnamon, and grandmother's laughter echoing softly through the old house. Downstairs, in the dark kitchen, the midnight star cake cooled on the counter. Lopsided and imperfect, made with guesswork and hope, it sat like a small monument to connection and continuity. Tomorrow they would eat it for breakfast, and it would taste even better than it had tonight, the way things often do when you've slept on them, when the memory has had time to settle into your bones. But tonight, it was enough just to know it was there. A cake made during a storm, a tradition reborn in candlelight, a perfect imperfect moment shared between two people who loved each other and who understood now that the best memories are rarely about everything going exactly right. The best memories are about the trying, the laughing, the being present together in whatever moment life gives you. They're about taking something old and making it new again. They're about honoring the past while creating a future worth remembering. Outside, the last snowflakes fell. Inside, the embers in the wood stove glowed softly red. And in the space between, in that warm and quiet house, a new chapter had been written in an old family story. Not an ending, and not quite a beginning. Just a beautiful middle, where all the best parts of life happen when you're paying attention. The midnight star cake, made with happy eggs and whispered cinnamon and hearts full of content. Imperfect in execution, but perfect in every way that mattered. A cake to remember, a moment to treasure, a tradition transformed and renewed, ready to be passed on again when the time and the storm and the person were right. Tomorrow would bring the work of digging out, of waiting for power to return, of returning to normal life. But tonight had given them something more valuable than convenience or perfection. Tonight had given them each other and a shared story, and the understanding that sometimes the best recipes can't be measured in cups and teaspoons. Sometimes they can only be measured in moments, in laughter, in the warmth of a kitchen on a cold night, in the love that turns flour and eggs into something magical. That was Gran's secret all along. The recipe wasn't really about the cake. It was about the making of it. It was about the time spent together, the stories shared, the memories created. The cake was just the excuse, the vehicle for something much more important. Connection, presence, love made tangible and delicious and shared. And in that, the Midnight Star Cake was perfect every single time. If this story resonated with you, if it reminded you of your own grandmothers and shared moments and the sweet imperfection of memory, please consider showing your support with a like and subscribe to Deep Sleep Stories Hub for more quiet nights and restful journeys. Because we all need stories that remind us what matters, stories that wrap around us like a warm blanket on a snowy night, stories that help us drift into dreams of love and connection and the beautiful messiness of being human. Sleep well, dear listener. Sleep well. The Bookstore Cat and the Mail Slot Mouse, a funny and cozy Christmas sleep story. Jasper was a marmalade cat of considerable girth and even more considerable self-importance. His fur was the color of autumn leaves and marmalade preserves, striped with bands of cream and burnt orange that rippled when he walked, which was not often, and not quickly when he did. He possessed the kind of face that suggested he had opinions about everything and found most things beneath his notice. His amber eyes held a perpetual expression of mild disappointment, as though the world had failed to meet his admittedly high standards. He was, by his own estimation, which was the only estimation that mattered, the true proprietor of Bramble Books, a cozy independent bookstore nestled on a corner street in a town that knew how to appreciate both good literature and lazy cats. The human who believed herself to be the owner was a woman named Margaret, a kindly soul in her late 50s with reading glasses perpetually perched on her nose and ink stains perpetually decorating her fingers. She had purchased the bookstore 15 years ago, but Jasper had arrived as a kitten shortly thereafter, and he had quickly established that while Margaret might handle the tiresome business of ordering books and managing the till, he was the one who set the true tone of the establishment. He decided who received the honor of his presence on their lap while they browsed. He determined which sunbeams were suitable for napping, and at what times. He graciously accepted pets and chin scratches from customers, though he made it clear through the languid pace of his purring that he was doing them a favor by allowing such intimacies. The bookstore itself was exactly the sort of place that would employ a cat of Jasper's caliber. It occupied a narrow building with bow windows that bulged gently into the street, their glass old and slightly wavy, giving everything viewed through them a dreamy quality. Inside, the shop was a glorious chaos of floor-to-ceiling shelves crammed with books of every description. The scent was intoxicating, a perfume composed of aging paper, leather bindings, the vanilla-sweet smell of old book glue, and the sharper, crisper scent of new paperbacks fresh from their boxes. Margaret kept a small coffee maker on her desk in the back corner, and the aroma of fresh brew mingled with the book smell in a way that made customers linger far longer than they had planned, which was of course excellent for business. Jasper had claimed several prime territories within this kingdom. There was the front window seat, where a faded velvet cushion had been molded by his body into a perfect cat-shaped depression. From this vantage point he could observe the street while soaking in whatever sunlight managed to pierce the gray winter sky. There was the history section's top shelf, accessible only by a precarious leap that Jasper had mastered in his younger, more athletic days, and now reached via a more dignified route involving strategic use of lower shelves as stepping stones. And there was his favorite spot of all, the wingback chair near the fireplace, where Margaret had long ago given up trying to keep him off, eventually accepting that the chair was his, and she would simply have to sit elsewhere. His days followed a predictable and deeply satisfying routine. He would begin each morning by inspecting the shop, padding slowly through each aisle as though conducting a royal survey of his lands. He would then install himself in whichever sunny spot called to him, where he would nap until customers arrived and required his supervision. Customer service, in Jasper's view, consisted primarily of allowing himself to be admired. If someone was sitting in the reading nook and seemed sufficiently calm and worthy, he might bestow upon them the honor of his company, leaping into their lap with a heavy thud and settling with much kneading and rearranging before deigning to purr. He never chased dust motes or played with toys. Such undignified behavior was beneath him. He was a cat of leisure and contemplation, a philosopher in fur. This peaceful existence had continued undisturbed for many years, through countless seasons and countless customers, each day bleeding gently into the next in exactly the way Jasper preferred. And then, one particularly bitter November evening, as the first real snow of the season began to fall, something small and brown and desperate discovered the mail slot. The mail slot was an original feature of the old building, a horizontal brass opening in the heavy oak door, positioned about 2 feet from the ground. It had a hinged flap on the outside that could swing inward to allow letters and small packages to tumble onto the welcome mat within. The flap was stiff with age and cold, and there was a gap, just the smallest space between the flap's edge and the door's frame. To a human, it would have been nothing, invisible. To a field mouse fleeing the sudden cruel turn of weather, it was everything. The mouse was a tiny creature, barely the size of a human thumb, with soft gray-brown fur and ears like delicate pink petals. She had been living in the garden behind the row of shops, making her home in a pile of old flower pots, surviving on scattered seeds and the occasional dropped crumb from the cafe 2 doors down. But when the temperature plummeted and the snow began in earnest, the garden became a deadly place. She had ventured out seeking shelter, running along the building's foundation, squeezing through impossibly small spaces, until she found the gap at the mail slot. It was perfect. The brass flap, heated ever so slightly by the warmth leaking from inside the shop, created a tiny pocket that was sheltered from the wind and snow. The opening gave her a clear view of the street outside, allowing her to watch for danger. And inside, just beyond the flap, was warmth, though she dared not venture further. She could smell the complex, papery scent of the bookstore, could hear the muffled sounds of human activity. She tucked herself into the small space between the flap and the doorframe, her tiny body barely visible, and there she stayed. Jasper noticed the mouse on her second day of residence. He had been conducting his morning inspection when he caught an unfamiliar scent near the front door. He approached the welcome mat with his whiskers twitching, his body lowering into what might have been a hunting crouch if he had been a different sort of cat. He could see her, just barely, a minute smudge of brown in the shadow of the mail slot. His tail gave a single reflexive lash, and then Jasper made a decision that would have shocked his wild ancestors. He sat down, wrapped his substantial tail around his paws, and thought about the situation. To catch the mouse, he would need to move quickly. He would need to pounce, to squeeze himself against the door, to scrabble at the mail slot with his paws. It would be undignified. It would be tiring. And more importantly, the mouse was technically outside. The mail slot was a threshold, a boundary. On this side was his territory, his comfortable, climate-controlled domain. On that side was the outside world, a place of weather and effort and general unpleasantness. The mouse was not in his bookstore. The mouse was merely looking into his bookstore, like any other creature peering through a window. Jasper had no quarrel with window shoppers, even very small, brown, whiskered ones. He yawned elaborately, gave the mail slot one last dismissive glance, and padded away to find his sunny spot. The mouse could stay. It was of no consequence to him. This was not mercy, he told himself. This was simply a matter of territorial boundaries and the conservation of energy. The mouse, for her part, remained absolutely still until the enormous orange cat had departed. Her heart, no bigger than a split pea, hammered in her chest. She had been certain her brief life was about to end, but the cat had looked at her with those huge amber eyes and then simply walked away. She did not understand this. She understood hunger and cold, predators and safety, but this lazy dismissal was outside her experience. Still, she was alive, and the spot was warm, and so she stayed. Days passed, and then weeks, and a strange equilibrium established itself. Jasper grew accustomed to the tiny presence at the mail slot. Occasionally, when passing the door, he would glance over and see the small brown shape tucked into its space, and he would feel a peculiar satisfaction. It was rather like having a very boring piece of art installed in one's home. You stopped noticing it actively, but you would notice if it were suddenly gone. The mouse, too, grew less fearful. She learned the rhythm of the bookstore, the opening and closing times, the particular heavy tread of Margaret's footsteps versus the lighter steps of customers. And she learned the sound of Jasper, the surprising softness of his walk, the jingle of the small bell on his collar that Margaret had insisted he wear over his strenuous objections. The mouse watched the bookstore from her slot the way others might watch television. She saw customers come and go, saw them running their fingers along spines, saw them settling into chairs with their selections. She saw Margaret making her endless cups of coffee, sorting through mail, wrapping purchases in brown paper tied with string. And she saw Jasper, always Jasper, napping in pools of light, accepting tributes of affection, moving with regal slowness from one comfortable spot to another. From her tiny vantage point, the bookstore seemed like a different world, warm and golden and impossibly vast. She could not have known that she and Jasper were, in their own ways, watching exactly the same thing. The last day before the holiday arrived with a bitter wind and a sky heavy with the promise of more snow. It was the 23rd of December, and Bramble Books would be closing for 3 days to allow Margaret a rare rest. This meant that today would be chaotic, filled with desperate last-minute shoppers seeking perfect gifts and remembering forgotten relatives. Margaret had arrived early to prepare, brewing extra coffee and making sure the gift-wrapping station was well stocked with paper and ribbon. Jasper had sensed the coming storm of activity and had strategically positioned himself in the front window seat before the shop even opened. From here, he could observe without being in the way, could enjoy his sunbeam while watching the approaching chaos with detached amusement. He had arranged himself in his most photogenic position, one paw tucked elegantly beneath his chest, his tail curled around his considerable haunches, his face angled toward the street in a pose of noble contemplation. Several passers-by had already stopped to take photographs through the glass, and he had graciously allowed this, not even twitching an ear to acknowledge their cooing admiration. The mouse, too, had settled into her spot early. The mail slot had been briefly disturbed when Margaret had collected the morning post. But the mouse had simply pressed herself flat against the doorframe until the danger passed, and then resumed her position. From her view, she could see the street where early morning shoppers were already hurrying past, their breath forming white clouds, their arms wrapped tightly around themselves against the cold. The cafe 2 doors down was doing brisk business, and she could smell coffee and cinnamon rolls, scents that made her tiny stomach clench with longing. But she was safe and relatively warm, and that was more than she had hoped for when the snows had first come. At 9 o'clock precisely, Margaret unlocked the front door and flipped the sign from closed to open. The bell above the door, a cheery brass thing that Jasper found unnecessarily loud, gave its bright jingle. The first customer entered almost immediately, bringing with her a swirl of cold air that made Jasper's fur ripple and caused the mouse to huddle deeper into her space. The woman was middle-aged, wearing a red wool coat and an expression of determined panic. She made a beeline for Margaret. "I need something for my nephew," she announced, peeling off her gloves. "He's 15. He likes fantasy books, I think. Or maybe science fiction. Do teenagers still read? Please tell me they still read." Margaret, who had managed similar crises for 2 decades, smiled reassuringly and began steering the woman toward the young adult section. "Let me show you some options. We have some wonderful new releases." Jasper watched this interaction with the bored air of someone who had seen it all before. The gift-buying panic of humans amused him. They seemed incapable of planning ahead, always rushing in at the last moment with wild eyes and clutching fistfuls of crumpled lists. He found their stress unnecessary and slightly distasteful. If humans were more like cats, they would nap more and worry less. The world would be much improved. The mouse watched the same woman enter and saw something entirely different. She saw a giant creature bringing danger and cold, saw the door swinging wide to reveal the deadly winter world beyond. She saw the woman's boots, impossibly huge, stomping across the welcome mat just inches from her hiding spot. Each footfall sent vibrations through the floor that the mouse could feel in her small bones. When the door finally closed again, sealing away the cold, the mouse's tiny chest heaved with relief. The morning progressed and the shop grew steadily busier. A young man came in seeking poetry, was directed to the appropriate section, and spent 40 minutes reading snippets aloud in a soft voice to himself before settling on a slim volume of Mary Oliver. An elderly gentleman arrived seeking a history of naval warfare and ended up in a lengthy discussion with Margaret about the Battle of Trafalgar, much to the impatience of the three people waiting behind him. A woman with an enormous handbag knocked over an entire display of bookmarks, spent 5 mortified minutes picking them up, bought nothing, and fled. Through it all, Jasper maintained his position in the window, moving only to shift into a fresh patch of sunlight when his current spot grew too cool. His eyes were half closed, giving him the appearance of sleep, but he was in fact watching everything with keen attention. He liked to think of himself as the shop's security system vigilantly monitoring for suspicious behavior, though in truth he had never once alerted Margaret to anything, and his definition of suspicious behavior was anything that might require him to move. Around 11 o'clock, the chaos intensified. The door began opening and closing with increasing frequency, each time bringing a blast of cold air and a new, desperate customer. The shop grew crowded, bodies pressing between the narrow shelves, voices rising in volume as people asked Margaret for recommendations, directions, gift-wrapping services. The bell above the door jingled so continuously that it became a steady background chime, as much a part of the atmosphere as the scent of coffee and old paper. And then came the child. She was perhaps 5 years old, wearing a puffy pink coat that made her look like a small ambulatory marshmallow, and she possessed the kind of piercing energy that suggested an excess of sugar and insufficient supervision. Her mother was distracted, deep in conversation with Margaret about a book order, and the child had been set loose to look at the picture books quietly. "We're only here for a minute." The child did not look quietly. The child had apparently never done anything quietly in her short, loud life. She galloped through the shop with arms outstretched like airplane wings, making zooming sounds. She crashed into a display of staff recommendations, sending several paperbacks tumbling to the floor. She discovered the step stool Margaret used for reaching high shelves and decided it was a throne, climbing atop it and announcing to no one in particular that she was the Queen of Books. Jasper, disturbed from his window seat by the commotion, opened his eyes fully for the first time all morning and fixed the child with a look of profound disapproval. His ears, which had been relaxed, now swiveled backward into what cat behaviorists call airplane ears, a sure sign of irritation. His tail began to lash, a slow, deliberate movement that spoke volumes about his displeasure. The child, spotting him, let out a shriek of delight that could have shattered glass. "Kitty!" she screamed, abandoning her throne and thundering toward the window seat with all the grace of a small rhinoceros. Jasper made a decision. With more speed than he had displayed in months, he evacuated the window seat, leaping down and fleeing toward the back of the shop. He was not afraid, he told himself as he trotted with undignified haste toward the safety of the history section. He was simply strategically relocating to a more suitable observation post, one that did not contain small, loud humans with grabby hands. He found refuge on his high shelf in the history section, accessible via his series of stepping stone shelves. Once installed, he settled himself and began grooming his ruffled fur with determined licks, trying to reclaim some dignity. Below, he could hear the child being corralled by her mother, the usual apologies being issued to Margaret. The bell jingled as they departed. Peace, blessed peace, returned. The mouse, tucked in her mail slot, had witnessed the entire incident from a very different perspective. When the child had burst through the door, the mouse had frozen in terror. The small human had been moving with the chaotic energy of a predator, loud and unpredictable and dangerous. The mouse had pressed herself as flat as possible against the metal of the slot, making herself invisible, becoming nothing more than a shadow. She had watched those small pink boots stomp past her hiding spot, had heard the shrieking, had felt the vibrations of running feet. And then, mercifully, the small human had left, the door had closed, and the world had grown calmer. In this moment, if either the cat or the mouse had been capable of discussing their experience, they might have discovered they had felt remarkably similar things: fear and irritation and relief. But they were not capable of such discussions, and so they remained in their separate spaces, unaware that they had in fact just shared an experience. The afternoon brought a different sort of customer, less frantic but more focused. These were the serious book lovers, the ones who had waited until the crowds thinned to do their browsing. They moved slowly through the shop, tilting their heads to read spines, pulling books out to examine covers and flip through pages. They sat in the reading chairs and lost themselves in first chapters. They asked Margaret thoughtful questions about themes and writing styles. These were Jasper's favorite sort of humans, and he descended from his high perch to move among them, allowing them to admire him properly. One woman, settling into the wingback chair with a novel, was honored with Jasper's presence. He leaped into her lap without invitation, circled 3 times, kneaded her thighs with his substantial paws until she winced, and finally settled with a grunt of satisfaction. His purr, when it started, was like a small motor, rumbling and deep. The woman, recognizing the privilege that had been bestowed upon her, abandoned any thought of reading and simply sat, one hand resting on Jasper's warm back, staring into the fireplace and smiling. Outside, snow had begun to fall again, fat flakes drifting past the windows and settling on the street. The afternoon light, already dim, grew dimmer. Margaret turned on more lamps, and the shop glowed with warm, golden light that made the windows look like paintings, inviting rectangles of comfort in the gray world outside. People hurrying past on the sidewalk would pause to look in, drawn by that light and the glimpse of shelves and books, and the orange cat presiding over it all from the lap of a content customer. The mouse watched the snow falling and felt something almost like contentment. Her spot was warm. Outside was cold. She was small and safe, tucked into her impossible little shelter. Below her, she could see snowflakes accumulating on the doorstep, each one a tiny, perfect crystal that melted almost as soon as it landed. She watched humans pass by on the street, hurrying through the snow, and she saw them the way one might watch clouds, as enormous, incomprehensible forces that moved according to their own mysterious purposes. As the afternoon faded toward evening, the pace of customers slowed to a trickle. Margaret began the process of tidying up, reshelving books that had been examined and rejected, straightening displays, collecting abandoned coffee cups. The fire in the fireplace had burned down to embers, and she added another log, sending up a shower of sparks and releasing a fresh wave of woody warmth into the shop. Jasper, disturbed from the lap that had grown cold when its owner finally, reluctantly, purchased her book, and departed, moved to his final position of the day, his beloved cushion in the front window. The snow was falling more heavily now, and the streetlights had come on, casting cones of yellow light through the swirling white. It was beautiful in the way that winter could be when you were inside looking out, when you were warm and fed and had no need to venture into the cold. Jasper arranged himself and began his evening bath, pulling each paw toward his face to lick between the toes, smoothing his whiskers, cleaning behind his ears. The last few customers of the day arrived in a rush, all clearly in the final throes of panic. A man burst in asking if Margaret had anything at all, appropriate for his mother-in-law, someone he clearly did not know well and was not particularly fond of. Margaret, with the patience of a saint, directed him toward a tasteful cookbook. A pair of teenagers came in seeking a graphic novel for a friend, spent 15 minutes whispering and giggling in the appropriate section, and left with their purchase wrapped in brown paper, looking pleased with themselves. An old woman, a regular customer whom Margaret greeted by name, came in simply to buy a book for herself because she liked having a new story to begin on a holiday, and refused any gift wrapping because, why would I wrap a gift I'm giving myself? Finally, at 6 o'clock, Margaret locked the door and flipped the sign to closed. The shop fell into a profound silence, the kind that only comes when a space that has been full of activity suddenly empties. It was not an uncomfortable silence. It was the satisfied quiet of a day's work completed, of a purpose fulfilled. Margaret moved through the shop, turning off lights, banking the fire, tidying the last few displaced books. Jasper followed her, winding between her legs, purring and occasionally offering small chirping meows that served as commentary on her activities. "Yes, yes, I know," Margaret said, reaching down to scratch behind his ears. "You've had a very difficult day, supervising all those customers. Very exhausting work. All that napping and being admired." Jasper purred louder, accepting the truth of this statement. Margaret disappeared into the back room and returned with 2 items. The first was a small dish containing several pieces of fresh salmon, a holiday treat that she had brought from home. She set this on the floor near Jasper's food station, and he approached it with interest, sniffing delicately before deigning to take a bite. Salmon. Acceptable. He settled in to eat, purring between bites. The second item Margaret carried was a small saucer containing crumbs from a cookie she had been eating earlier. Sugar cookie with bits of icing still clinging to the fragments. She had noticed the small presents at the mail slot weeks ago, had seen the tiny brown mouse tucked into its impossible shelter. She was a practical woman and knew that mice in bookstores were generally undesirable, that they could damage books and create unsanitary conditions. But this mouse was not in her shop. This mouse was technically outside, living in the door's threshold, and she had seen Jasper look at it and walk away. She had seen the unspoken truce, and she had decided to honor it. She approached the front door quietly, not wanting to startle the small creature. She knelt, her knees protesting at the movement, and gently placed the saucer on the welcome mat, just a few inches from the mail slot. She could see the mouse, just barely, a small brown smudge in the shadow of the brass flap. She watched as the mouse's tiny nose twitched, catching the scent of sugar and butter. "Happy holiday, little one," Margaret whispered. "Stay warm." She stood, collected her coat and bag, took one last look around the shop that was her life's work and pride, and let herself out the back door, locking it behind her. The shop settled into darkness, lit only by the glow of streetlights through the windows and the dying embers of the fire. Jasper, having finished his salmon, performed his after-dinner grooming ritual, and then made his way to the wingback chair. This was his nighttime spot, his sleeping throne. He circled 3 times, kneaded the cushion, and settled himself into a perfect loaf shape, paws tucked beneath his chest, tail wrapped around his body. His eyes closed to slits, then closed entirely. His breathing deepened. Within minutes he was asleep, and his purr, now softer, continued like the rumble of distant thunder, a sound of absolute contentment. At the front door, the mouse emerged from the mail slot's shadow. She could smell the crumbs, could see the small saucer just a short distance away. She hesitated, every instinct screaming that the open floor was dangerous, that she should stay in her shelter. But the scent was irresistible, and the shop was quiet and still. She crept forward, whiskers twitching, ears swiveling to catch any hint of danger. She reached the saucer and found the cookie crumbs, sweet and buttery and wonderful. She ate quickly, nibbling with rapid movements of her tiny jaw, her eyes constantly watching for threats that did not come. When she had eaten her fill, she returned to her spot at the mail slot, settling back into the warmth of her impossible little shelter. Her stomach was full. She was warm. Outside, the snow continued to fall, blanketing the street in white, muffling all sound. Inside, the bookstore was dark and peaceful, the kind of peaceful that comes from safety and satisfaction. She could hear faintly from somewhere deep within the shop, a soft rumbling sound. It took her a moment to identify it, the purr of the enormous orange cat that had, for reasons she could never understand, decided not to eat her. The sound was oddly comforting, a reminder that she was not alone in the darkness, that another creature shared this space and this quiet night. The mouse tucked herself more tightly into her spot, her tiny body curled into the smallest possible ball to conserve warmth. Her breathing slowed, her eyes closed, and there, in the threshold between inside and outside, between the warmth of the bookstore and the cold of the winter night, the small brown mouse fell asleep. In his wingback chair, Jasper slept the sleep of the righteous and well-fed, dreaming whatever dreams came to lazy, self-important cats. Perhaps he dreamed of endless sunny spots and salmon every day, and a world full of humans who existed solely to pet him. Perhaps he did not dream at all, simply floated in the warm darkness of deep sleep. Neither the cat nor the mouse knew, or would ever know, that they had shared something profound over these winter weeks. They had shared a space, however divided. They had shared a view of the same small world, the bookshop and its customers and the snowy street beyond. They had shared an understanding, unspoken and perhaps not even conscious, that peace was more valuable than conflict, that a small warmth shared was better than a large warmth fought over. They had discovered in their own ways that the most unexpected companionships can bloom in the most unlikely places, and that kindness, whether deliberate or accidental, creates its own kind of magic. Outside, the snow fell steadily, transforming the familiar street into something clean and new and beautiful. The bookstore windows glowed faintly in the darkness, those warm rectangles promising shelter and stories and the quiet comfort of well-loved spaces. Inside, a cat slept in luxury, his purr a soft rumble of contentment. At the threshold, in the smallest of shelters, a mouse slept in safety, her tiny heart beating its rapid, delicate rhythm. And somewhere beyond the walls and the snow, in homes scattered throughout the town, people were settling in with the books they had purchased that day, opening covers, beginning first sentences, losing themselves in stories. Some would read until late into the night, turning pages by lamplight, reluctant to let the narrative go. Others would manage only a chapter or two before sleep claimed them, the books falling open on their chests, bookmarks forgotten. And still others would wrap their purchases and place them under trees, small rectangular promises of worlds to be discovered, adventures to be had, emotions to be felt. This was what the bookstore gave to the world, these doorways to elsewhere, these paper and ink portals to other lives and other times. And Jasper and his small, unlikely neighbor were part of that gift, though they would never know it. They were part of the magic of Bramble Books, the sense that it was a special place, a warm place, a place where even a lazy cat and a tiny mouse could find their own peculiar peace. The night deepened. The snow continued its quiet work, erasing footprints, softening edges, creating a hushed and holy silence. Inside the bookstore, two creatures slept, safe and warm and fed, separated by yards of space and an unbridgeable gulf of species, but connected nonetheless by the invisible threads of shared experience, of mutual forbearance, of accidental grace. Tomorrow, Margaret would return and open the shop again. Tomorrow, new customers would arrive seeking gifts and stories, and the particular comfort that only a bookstore can provide. Tomorrow, Jasper would resume his duties as the shop's self-appointed overlord, napping and accepting tribute and maintaining his dignified watch. Tomorrow, the mouse would remain in her spot, observing the world through her small, safe window. But tonight, on this last night before the holiday, in this small corner of the world, all was well. The cat purred, the mouse dreamed, the snow fell, and the bookstore held them all in its patient, loving embrace, as it had for years and would for years to come, a sanctuary of words and warmth and the quiet companionship of small, everyday miracles. If this story resonated with you, if it brought you some measure of peace or a smile in the darkness, please consider showing your support with a like and subscribe to Deep Sleep Stories Hub for more quiet nights and restful journeys. May you sleep as deeply as Jasper, as safely as the small mouse in the mail slot, and wake to a world made fresh and new, ready for whatever stories tomorrow brings.
The Hot Chocolate Rivals, a cozy winter bedtime story. The Pinewood Holiday Market, opened every year on the first Saturday of December, transforming the town square into something that belonged on a greeting card. White lights wound through bare tree branches. Wooden stalls lined the pathways in neat rows, their awnings dusted with frost that sparkled in the early morning light. The air carried the mingled scents of cinnamon, wood smoke, and pine, and beneath it all, the sharp, clean smell of winter itself. Clara Hoffman arrived at 5:30 in the morning, as she always did, her breath forming clouds in the frozen air. She was 53, with silver threads running through her dark hair and laugh lines etched deep around her eyes. She wore a red wool coat that had seen 15 winters of markets, and boots with good traction for icy mornings like this one. Her van was packed with everything she needed for Grandma's classic cocoa: industrial-sized containers of whole milk, bags of premium cocoa powder, vanilla extract, sugar, and 14 bags of marshmallows in various sizes. The marshmallows were important. Clara had opinions about marshmallows. She began setting up her stall with practiced efficiency. The propane burner went in the back left corner, tested and lit with a satisfying whoosh of blue flame. The serving table got draped with a red and white checkered cloth that her actual grandmother had used at church potlucks. Stacked ceramic mugs, the thick kind that held heat, went on one side. The hand-lettered menu board went on an easel in front. Classic hot chocolate, peppermint dream, salted caramel cocoa. Every drink came with whipped cream and marshmallows unless specifically refused, which rarely happened. Clara was arranging her napkin dispensers when she heard the familiar sound of Theo Morrison's restored Volkswagen van pulling into the vendor lot. She didn't need to look up. He always parked in the same spot, always arrived at exactly 5:45, and always spent the first 10 minutes arranging his equipment with the precision of a surgeon preparing an operating room. Theo was 32, tall and lean, with dark-rimmed glasses and a carefully maintained beard. He wore a canvas apron over flannel and jeans, and he moved with the focused intensity of someone who took his work very seriously. His stall, Artisanal Cacao, sat directly next to Clara's, arrangement that had seemed convenient 3 years ago and now felt like a cosmic joke neither of them found particularly funny. "Morning, Clara," Theo called out as he unloaded wooden crates from his van. "Morning, Theo," she replied, her tone pleasant but reserved. This was their ritual: polite greetings, careful distance, an unspoken agreement not to comment on each other's methods, even though both of them had plenty of comments stored up and ready. Theo's setup was methodical. He arranged small ceramic pour-over vessels in a perfect line. Each one would steep a different single-origin cacao from Ecuador, Madagascar, or Peru. His menu was written in careful calligraphy on a slate board: spiced Mayan cacao, lavender dark drinking chocolate, cardamom rose elixir. Everything was dairy-free unless requested otherwise. Everything was precise, measured, intentional. No marshmallows in sight. By 7 o'clock, the market officially opened, and early shoppers began trickling through. Clara greeted them with warm smiles and steaming cups of sweetness. Her hot chocolate was rich and comforting, the kind that tasted like childhood and snow days, and your mother telling you everything would be okay. People wrapped both hands around the mugs and closed their eyes when they took the first sip. Theo served his creations with a brief explanation of terroir and roasting techniques. His drinking chocolate was complex, sophisticated, often surprising. The cayenne in his Mayan blend crept up slowly, a gentle heat that bloomed in the chest. The cardamom in his rose elixir was subtle, elegant, whispering rather than shouting. People nodded thoughtfully and said things like interesting and complex, and many came back for seconds. The rivalry had started small. A customer once asked Clara if she used real chocolate or just cocoa powder, implying that one was superior. She'd smiled tightly, and explained that her grandmother's recipe used high-quality Dutch processed cocoa. "Thank you very much," and had been perfecting smiles for 60 years. Another time, someone asked Theo if he had anything normal, and Clara had definitely smirked behind her serving counter. He'd noticed. Little comments accumulated over 3 market seasons. Clara once mentioned, loudly enough to be overheard, that some people made hot chocolate so complicated you forget it is supposed to make you happy. Theo had responded, to no one in particular, that some people mistake sugar for actual flavor. They were never directly rude. They were professionals. But the barbs were there, wrapped in politeness like pins hidden in fabric. By 9 o'clock, the market was bustling. Children dragged their parents from stall to stall. Couples walked arm in arm sharing cups of hot cider. The musicians in the gazebo started playing folk carols. Clara poured and stirred, the rhythm soothing and familiar. The sound of liquid-filling ceramic mugs was steady, punctuated by the soft plop of marshmallows landing on whipped cream. Next door, Theo was carefully monitoring temperatures with a digital thermometer, whisking his dark chocolate until it formed a glossy, velvety consistency. The sound of his whisk against metal was quick and light, a soft metallic whisper. Neither of them noticed the sky changing. At 10:15, the market manager's voice crackled over the PA system. "Attention vendors and visitors. We've just received an updated weather alert. The winter storm system has accelerated and will reach Pinewood within the hour. We're implementing early closure procedures. All vendors should begin packing up immediately." Clara looked up at the sky. What had been pale gray was now a darker slate, and the wind had picked up, no longer the gentle cold breeze of morning, but something with an edge. The first snowflakes were already falling, thick and heavy. Around the market, vendors sprang into action. Candle makers boxed up their goods. The woman who sold hand-knit scarves began folding her inventory. The musicians packed their instruments and hurried toward their cars. The friendly bustle of the market transformed into organized urgency. Clara started breaking down her station, moving quickly but carefully. The propane burner needed to cool before she could pack it. The leftover hot chocolate would have to be dumped. There was no safe way to transport it. She was wrapping her grandmother's tablecloth when a strong gust of wind nearly tore it from her hands. Beside her, Theo was securing his slate menu board, which had started to slide. Another gust hit, stronger this time, and his carefully arranged pour-over vessels rattled dangerously. He lunged to steady them. The snow was falling faster now, the flakes smaller and more aggressive. Within minutes, a thin white layer coated everything. Clara's hands were already numb as she tried to collapse her folding table. The wind kept catching the edge, turning it into a sail. "Here," Theo said, appearing at her elbow. He grabbed one end of the table while she managed the other, and together they got it folded and secured. Clara nodded her thanks. "Your awning's coming loose," she said, pointing. He turned and swore under his breath. One corner of his canopy had torn free and was whipping in the wind. They both moved to grab it, fighting the fabric as it tried to fly away. By the time they got it tied down, they were both breathing hard, and the snow was falling so thick that Clara could barely see the gazebo 50 feet away. The market manager appeared through the white curtain, bundled in a parka. "Everyone out?" he shouted over the wind. "Just us," Theo called back. The manager shook his head. "You can't drive in this. Visibility's gone." We've got the warming tent set up, the big one, center of the square. Get your essentials and get in there now. This is going to get worse before it gets better." Clara looked toward the parking lot. She couldn't even see her van anymore, just a wall of white. Her heart rate picked up. She'd lived through bad winters, but this had come on so fast. "Move," the manager urged. "I'll help." Between the three of them, they grabbed what they could. Both propane burners still barely warm enough to carry. The emergency supplies each vendor was required to have. And because neither Clara nor Theo could quite help themselves, their remaining ingredients and a few serving supplies. If they were going to be trapped, they might as well have something to do. The warming tent was only 100 yards away, but the walk felt endless. The wind drove snow into their faces, making it hard to see or breathe. Clara's boots slipped twice on the rapidly accumulating snow. Theo caught her elbow the second time, steadying her without comment. The manager led the way, a dark shape in the white chaos. Then they were inside, and the difference was startling. The tent was large, maybe 20 feet by 30, with thick canvas walls and a heavy-duty frame. The sudden absence of wind felt like a physical relief. Battery-powered lanterns hung from the support poles, casting warm yellow light. There were folding chairs, emergency blankets, and a stack of supplies in one corner. "Stay put," the manager said, breathing hard. "Storm's supposed to blow through in a few hours. We'll come get you when it's safe." He was already heading back toward the entrance. "There's a radio in the supply pack. You've got food, water, heat. You'll be fine." And then he was gone, the tent flap closing behind him, and Clara and Theo were alone. They stood there for a moment, dripping melted snow onto the canvas floor, both slightly stunned by how quickly everything had changed. Outside, the wind howled against the tent walls, making them flutter and snap. The sound was steady, rhythmic, almost like breathing. Clara set down her box of supplies and pushed wet hair out of her face. Theo did the same, removing his glasses to wipe away moisture and snow. "Well," Clara said finally, "this is unexpected." "Yeah," Theo agreed. They looked at each other, then at the tent, then at the pile of equipment they'd managed to salvage. Without discussing it, they each moved to opposite ends of the space. Clara took the left side, Theo the right. They set up their burners, created small workstations, and carefully avoided eye contact. The tent gradually warmed as both burners came to life. Outside, the storm continued its assault, but inside, the temperature became almost comfortable. The canvas walls muffled the worst of the wind, turning the howl into something more distant, almost soothing. Clara organized her supplies and tried not to think about how long they might be stuck here. She had marshmallows, cocoa powder, some sugar, a bit of milk in an insulated container that would stay cold for a while. Not enough for a full market day, but enough. Her grandmother's voice echoed in her memory. "When you're cold and scared, sugar helps. Warmth helps. Sweetness reminds you that good things still exist." Across the tent, Theo was arranging his cacao blocks in careful rows. He had his spices in small glass jars, some dark chocolate with 75% cacao content, and a thermos of oat milk. Not traditional supplies, but they were his tools, his craft, and working with them gave him something to focus on besides the storm. 30 minutes passed in near silence, broken only by the wind and the occasional creak of the tent frame. Clara made herself a cup of hot chocolate, more for something to do than because she wanted it. The familiar ritual was calming, heating the milk, whisking in the cocoa, adding sugar and vanilla, topping with marshmallows. The pour from pot to mug was smooth and practiced, a sound she'd heard thousands of times. Theo did the same, melting his dark chocolate slowly, adding his oat milk gradually, whisking until the texture was perfect. The soft scrape of his whisk against the metal pot was quick and precise. They sat on opposite sides of the tent, sipping their respective drinks, waiting. "So," Clara said eventually, because the silence was becoming awkward, "come here often?" Theo gave a surprised laugh despite himself. First time being trapped in a warming tent during a blizzard, actually. "Same," Clara admitted. She cradled her mug in both hands, appreciating the warmth. "How long do you think we're stuck here?" Manager said a few hours. "Storms like this can blow through quickly," he paused, "or they can stall out and last all day." Optimistic. Realistic. Another silence fell, this one slightly less tense. The tent was actually quite cozy now, warm and lit by the golden glow of the lanterns. Outside, the world was white chaos, but inside felt almost safe, like a small bubble of shelter in the storm. Clara studied Theo over the rim of her mug. In 3 years of working next to each other, they'd never really talked beyond pleasantries and passive-aggressive comments about chocolate philosophy. She knew he was precise, serious, probably a bit pretentious, but she didn't actually know much else. "Can I ask you something?" She said, "Sure. Why do you take it so seriously?" "The hot chocolate, I mean. It's not like you're curing diseases. It's just a drink." Theo's expression shifted, something complicated passing across his face. He was quiet for a moment, considering his answer. "It's not just a drink," he said finally. "I mean, I know it seems that way, but everything we consume, everything we create for other people to consume, it matters. The care we put into it, the attention to ingredients, the respect for where things come from. That all communicates something." Clara raised an eyebrow. "That's a lot of philosophy for hot chocolate." "Maybe," he conceded, "but you re the one who drives a van with her grandmother's recipe painted on the side. Don't tell me that doesn't mean something to you." She couldn't argue with that. "Touché. So why do you do it?" Theo asked. "The same recipe over and over for years. Don't you ever want to experiment?" Clara smiled, a genuine one this time. "The recipe works. People love it. It makes them happy. Why would I mess with that?" "Because there's always room for improvement. Better techniques, better ingredients, new flavor combinations." "Or," Clara countered, "you can perfect one thing instead of constantly chasing novelty. There's value in consistency, in knowing exactly what you're going to get." And there it was, the fundamental divide between them, laid out plainly. Tradition versus innovation, comfort versus exploration. Neither was wrong exactly, but they were different enough to create friction. Theo leaned back in his chair. "Want to know something funny?" "What?" "I respect your consistency. I do. It takes discipline to make the same thing perfectly every single time. I'm just double quotes." He searched for the words. "I'm wired differently. I get bored easily. I need to keep pushing, keep trying new things." Clara considered this. "And I respect your creativity. I'm just terrified of messing up something that works. If it ain't broke, you know." They looked at each other across the tent, and something shifted slightly. Not agreement, exactly, but maybe understanding. They were both trying to create something meaningful, just from opposite directions. Outside, the wind gusted particularly hard, and the tent walls billowed inward before snapping back. Both of them startled, then laughed at their own reactions. "We're fine," Theo said, though he didn't sound entirely convinced. "These tents are built for this." "Right," Clara agreed. "Totally fine." Another hour passed. They talked sporadically, sharing stories about difficult customers and market mishaps. Clara told him about the time someone had tried to pay entirely in loose change, counting out $7.45 in nickels and pennies. Theo shared the story of explaining the difference between cacao and cocoa for the 19th time in one day, only to have the customer insist they were the same thing, and he was being pretentious. "You kind of are being pretentious," Clara pointed out, but she was smiling. "Fair," Theo admitted. The storm showed no signs of stopping. If anything, the wind seemed to be getting stronger, and the temperature in the tent was dropping, despite the burners. They were burning through fuel faster than expected just to maintain comfort. Theo checked his propane tank and frowned. "I'm at about a quarter left." Clara checked hers. "Same. If we want to stay warm, we need to conserve." They looked at each other, the same thought occurring to both of them. "We could combine efforts," Theo said carefully. "One burner instead of two. Pool resources." Clara hesitated. The idea of mixing their completely different approaches felt wrong somehow, like admitting defeat in their long-standing disagreement. But she was also practical, and staying warm mattered more than pride. "Okay," she said. "One burner. But whose recipe do we use?" Theo grinned, and there was something mischievous in it. "What if we settled this properly? A real test." "What kind of test?" "Blind taste test. We each make our best cup, and we judge each other's fairly and honestly. Winner gets bragging rights." Clara felt a competitive spark kindle in her chest. "You're on. But it has to be really blind, no peeking, no guessing based on smell. Deal." They set about preparing their respective masterpieces with renewed focus. Clara used the last of her fresh milk, heating it to exactly the right temperature, hot enough to steam gently, but not so hot it would scald. She whisked in her cocoa powder with practiced ease, the mixture turning glossy and smooth. A careful measure of sugar, a splash of real vanilla extract, and then the final touch. 3 large marshmallows that would melt into the drink, and a dollop of whipped cream on top. It was her grandmother's recipe exactly, perfected over 6 decades. Theo worked with equal concentration. He chose his Madagascar cacao slightly fruity, with hints of red berry, and melted it slowly in his oat milk. He added a tiny pinch of cayenne, just enough to create warmth without burn, and a whisper of cinnamon. The texture had to be perfect, smooth, velvety, coating the spoon when he lifted it. No sweetener beyond what existed naturally in the chocolate. This was pure, complex, sophisticated drinking chocolate. They poured their creations into identical ceramic mugs and switched sides of the tent, turning their backs to each other to prevent any unconscious bias. "Ready?" Clara called. "Ready," Theo confirmed. They turned around, each holding a mug they hadn't prepared. Clara could see immediately which was hers. The marshmallows were a dead giveaway, but she committed to the experiment. Theo knew his by the darker color and thinner consistency, but he played along. "On 3, Clara said. 1, 2, 3. They both raised the mugs to their lips and drank. The pain was immediate and shocking. Both of them had forgotten, in their competitive zeal, to let the chocolate cool to a safe drinking temperature. The liquid was still steaming hot, and it hit their tongues like liquid fire. Ah! Clara yelped, pulling the mug away and pressing her hand to her mouth. Ow! 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 Theo hissed, setting his mug down hastily and fanning his open mouth. They stared at each other for a frozen moment, both in pain, both realizing what had just happened. Then, despite the burning sensation, despite the absolute stupidity of what they'd done, they both started laughing. It started as chuckles, small sounds of embarrassed amusement, but it built quickly into real laughter, the kind that came from the belly and made your sides hurt. Clara laughed so hard she had to sit down. Theo leaned against the tent pole, wiping his eyes behind his glasses. "We're idiots," Clara managed between laughs. "Complete idiots," Theo agreed, still grinning despite the pain in his mouth. "I was so focused on making it perfect I forgot about basic safety." "Same," Clara said. She stuck her tongue out slightly, testing the damage. It was definitely burned, tender, and uncomfortable. "Got any cold water?" They found the emergency water bottles in the supply pack and pressed the cold plastic against their burned tongues, which helped marginally. Then Clara remembered something and stood up. "Wait here." She went to the tent entrance, unzipped it slightly, and reached out into the storm. When she pulled her hand back, it was full of fresh, clean snow. She brought it to Theo. "Here, press this against your tongue. It'll help." He did, and the relief was immediate. "Oh, that's so much better." Clara got her own handful of snow and did the same. They sat there, two professional hot chocolate makers, holding snow in their mouths like children who'd burned themselves on soup. The absurdity wasn't lost on either of them. "Well," Theo said, his words slightly muffled by the snow, "that was inconclusive?" Clara laughed again, shorter this time. "Extremely inconclusive. Do-over?" "In about 20 minutes after we let them cool." "Agreed." They sat together this time in the middle of the tent rather than on opposite sides. The competitive energy had evaporated, replaced by something more companionable. The shared pain and shared laughter had cracked something open between them. "Can I ask you something personal?" Clara said after a while. Theo shrugged. "Sure. Why hot chocolate specifically? You're clearly skilled. You could be doing this with coffee or tea or anything. Why chocolate?" Theo was quiet for a moment, and when he spoke, his voice was softer, more genuine than she'd heard before. "About 10 years ago, I was backpacking through Mexico. I ended up in this tiny village in Oaxaca, and I met this woman who made drinking chocolate the way her grandmother had taught her, and her grandmother before that. She used a molinillo, this wooden whisk thing, and she ground the cacao by hand, and she added these spices that I'd never tasted together before. And when she served it to me, it was in this play cup, and it was so hot I could barely hold it." He smiled at the memory. "I took one sip, and it was like everything I'd been missing clicked into place. It wasn't sweet like American hot chocolate. It was complex, layered, a little bitter, a little spicy. It told a story about the land where the cacao grew, about the hands that prepared it, about generations of knowledge passed down. And I thought, this is what I want to do. I want to create experiences like this." Clara listened, genuinely moved. "That's beautiful," she said quietly. "What about you?" Theo asked. "Where does your passion come from?" Clara wrapped her hands around her knees, thinking. "My grandmother raised me, mostly. Single mother situation. My mom worked 3 jobs. Grandma was my constant. And whenever things got hard, bad grades, friendship drama, just sad days, she'd make me hot chocolate. Always the same way. She said consistency was a kind of love. She said when everything else is changing and scary, knowing you can come home to the same warmth, the same sweetness, the same love in a mug that matters. Her voice got a little thick. She died when I was 25. Left me her recipe, written in her handwriting, with notes in the margins. Extra marshmallows for sad days, stuff like that. So when I make it now exactly her way, every time, it's like she's still here. Like I'm taking care of people the way she took care of me. Theo nodded slowly. That's beautiful too. They sat with that for a while, the weight of their respective histories settling between them. Outside, the storm continued, but it seemed less threatening now. The tent was warm, the lantern light was golden, and the two of them were no longer rivals, so much as two people trapped in a blizzard, sharing their stories. Want to try the taste test again? Clara asked eventually. Carefully this time? Theo smiled. Definitely carefully this time. They went back to their respective mugs, which had now cooled to a reasonable temperature. This time they blew on the liquid first, tested it with careful sips, and made sure it wasn't going to inflict further injury. Clara tasted Theo's creation first, and she had to admit it was remarkable. The chocolate was rich and deep, with an intensity that built slowly. The cayenne crept up after a few seconds, creating a gentle warmth that spread through her chest. It was sophisticated, complex, interesting. It made you pay attention. Theo tasted Clara's, and he understood immediately why people loved it. It was sweet, yes, but not cloyingly so. The marshmallows added a wonderful texture, melting into the chocolate and creating pockets of sugary softness. The vanilla gave it depth, and the whole thing was just comforting. It was a hug in a mug, exactly as intended. They looked at each other over their mugs. Okay, Clara said. I'll admit it, that's really good. The spice thing actually works. Yours is excellent, Theo said. I can see why people keep coming back. It's genuine comfort food, but you still think mine is too simple? I think ... double quotes. Theo paused, choosing his words carefully. I think yours does exactly what it's supposed to do, perfectly. It's not simple. It's refined in a different way, Clara smiled. And I think yours is pretentious, but in the best way. Like it makes you think about what you're drinking instead of just gulping it down. I'll take pretentious in the best way, Theo said, grinning. They'd both finished their drinks, and the tent was noticeably cooler now. The burners had been going for hours, and the fuel was running genuinely low. Clara checked the propane gauge and felt a flutter of concern. We're almost out, she said. Theo checked his tank too. Yeah, maybe another hour at most, and that's pushing it. The temperature outside had to be well below freezing, and the storm showed no signs of stopping. The wind was constant now, a steady roar against the canvas. They had emergency blankets, but those would only do so much. Clara looked at their remaining supplies, then at Theo, then back at the supplies. Crazy idea, she said. I'm listening. What if we combine everything we have left? Your chocolate, my cocoa, your spices, my sugar and milk? One last batch using both burners to make it, then shut everything down and bundle up to conserve the heat. Theo tilted his head, considering. You want to mix our recipes? I want to not freeze, Clara said bluntly. But also, yeah, maybe. I'm curious. What would we even call it? Let's figure out if it's drinkable first. They gathered their remaining ingredients in the center of the tent. It was a strange collection. Clara's milk and cocoa powder and marshmallows and vanilla, Theo's dark chocolate blocks and oat milk and spice jars. They had one large pot between them, salvaged from Clara's setup. "Okay," Theo said, taking charge of the technical aspects. "We need to melt the chocolate first, slowly in the milk. Your cocoa powder can go in with it. Add the vanilla early so it cooks in," Clara instructed. "And we'll need sugar to balance your super dark chocolate." They worked together, side by side at one burner, combining their expertise. Theo's precision and temperature control, Clara's practiced hand at whisking. She added ingredients in pinches and splashes, working by feel and instinct. He monitored the texture, watching for the moment when everything came together into something cohesive. The tent filled with an aroma unlike either of their usual creations. The deep, earthy richness of dark chocolate mingled with the sweeter notes of cocoa powder. Cinnamon and vanilla danced together. There was a hint of heat from cayenne, softened by the sweetness of sugar and the creaminess of milk. "Smells good," Clara admitted. "Really good," Theo agreed. He whisked while she added the final touches, just a bit more cinnamon, a tiny pinch of salt to enhance the sweetness, and at the very end, because she couldn't help herself, a handful of small marshmallows that would partially melt into the drink. They poured the result into 2 mugs and shut down the burners, conserving the last of their fuel. The tent was immediately darker and would start cooling soon, but they had their drinks and the emergency blankets. They'd be okay. Clara raised her mug. Theo did the same. "To storm enforced collaboration," she said. "To not freezing to death," Theo added. They clinked mugs gently and drank. The effect was immediate and stunning. The drink was complex but not overwhelming, rich but not heavy. Clara's comfort food sweetness provided a foundation that supported Theo's more adventurous flavor profile. The marshmallows added texture and an extra layer of sweetness, while the cayenne and cinnamon created warmth that built slowly and lasted. The dark chocolate gave it depth and sophistication, while the cocoa powder made it approachable and familiar. It was tradition and innovation in perfect balance, neither one overshadowing the other, both essential to the whole. "Oh," Clara breathed. "Oh, wow. This is ... double quotes Theo trailed off, taking another careful sip. "This is the best hot chocolate I've ever had." "Same," Clara said. She meant it. The drink was warming her from the inside out, better than any blanket could. It was complex enough to be interesting, but comforting enough to ease anxiety. It was everything she loved about her grandmother's recipe, plus everything Theo was trying to achieve with his carefully sourced ingredients. They drank slowly, savoring every sip, letting the warmth spread through their chests and limbs. Outside, the storm howled on, but inside the tent, wrapped in emergency blankets with their perfect cups of chocolate, Clara and Theo felt something close to contentment. "You know what this means, right?" Clara said after a while. "What?" "We were both wrong and both right." Theo considered this. "I can live with that." "Me too." They sat in comfortable silence for a long time, finishing their drinks as the tent grew gradually colder. But the chocolate had done its work, warming them thoroughly, and by the time they wrapped themselves in the emergency blankets, they were drowsy and content rather than anxious about the temperature. "Theo?" Clara said, her voice drowsy. "Yeah?" "Thank you for getting stuck in a blizzard with me," he smiled in the dim light. "Thank you for not being as insufferable as I thought you'd be." "Gee," Thanks. I mean it as a compliment. I know. The storm began to quiet sometime in the late afternoon, though neither of them was fully aware of when it happened. They dozed on and off, warm enough in their blankets, the taste of chocolate still lingering on their tongues. At some point, the wind stopped being a roar and became a whisper. At another point, light began filtering through the canvas in a different way, less gray and more golden. Clara woke to the sound of voices outside and the unzipping of the tent entrance. The market manager appeared, covered in snow but grinning. "You two made it," he said, relief evident in his voice. "Storm's past. Roads are being cleared. You can head out in about an hour." Clara sat up, stiff from sleeping in a chair, but otherwise fine. Beside her, Theo was stirring, pushing his glasses up his nose and blinking in confusion. "We're okay," Clara said, more to reassure herself than anyone else. "More than okay," the manager said, eyeing their setup. "Looks like you had the right idea, combining resources." After he left, Clara and Theo packed up slowly. They didn't talk much, both tired and a bit dazed by the whole experience. But as they loaded the last of their equipment, Theo paused. "Hey," he said, "what if we did that again? Not the getting trapped in a storm part, but the combining recipes part." Clara looked at him. "You mean work together?" "Next market season, we could combine stalls, offer both styles, and that blend we made. I bet people would love it." Clara thought about her grandmother, about tradition and consistency. Then she thought about the drink they'd created together, better than either of them could have made alone. She thought about Theo's story of the woman in Oaxaca, about how the best food and drink told stories. "Yeah," she said, "I think I'd like that." They exchanged phone numbers before leaving, making tentative plans to meet in January to discuss the details. As Clara drove home through streets lined with snow, her van sliding slightly on the icy roads, she felt something she hadn't expected: excitement. After 3 years of the same routine, the same recipe, the same approach, the idea of something new didn't feel threatening. It felt like possibility. Winter passed. Clara and Theo met 3 times to work out the logistics. They tested recipes, argued about presentation, compromised on branding. Clara learned about proper cacao tempering. Theo learned why marshmallow structural integrity actually mattered. They created a menu that honored both their traditions and pushed them both to grow. When December came around again, the Pinewood Holiday Market opened on its traditional first Saturday. The weather was clear and cold, perfect market weather. White lights wound through the trees, wood smoke scented the air, and in the center of the vendor area, where 2 stalls used to sit separately, there was now one larger stall with a sign that read, "Grandma's Artisan Chocolate." The menu was diverse: Clara's classic hot chocolate, unchanged and perfect; Theo's single origin drinking chocolates, as sophisticated as ever. And there, in the middle of the menu, as special item, the Blizzard blend, born from a storm, balanced by respect. They worked side by side, Clara and Theo, no longer rivals, but partners. When someone ordered the Blizzard blend, they made it together, combining their techniques in a dance they'd perfected over months of practice. The pour from pot to mug was smooth and practiced. The whisk against the metal pot was quick and precise. The final touch of marshmallows landing on dark chocolate was a little flourish they'd both come to appreciate. Customers loved it. "This is incredible," one woman said. wrapping both hands around her mug. It's like ... traditional but exciting. That's exactly right, Clara said, smiling. A teenager took a sip and nodded thoughtfully. It's like comfort food and adventure at the same time. Nailed it, Theo said, grinning. As the sun set on that first day back, Clara looked over at Theo, who was carefully pouring a lavender dark drinking chocolate, his face set in concentration. She thought about how much had changed in 1 year, how a blizzard and some burned tongues had led to this. A partnership, a friendship, something better than either of them had been creating alone. "Hey," she said during a lull in customers. He looked up. "Yeah? I'm glad we got stuck in that storm." Theo smiled, genuine and warm. "Me too." They worked through the evening as the market buzzed with holiday energy. Parents and children, couples and friends, all drawn to the warmth and the light and the promise of something delicious. The Blizzard blend was the best seller, but they sold plenty of everything. Clara's classics for the traditionalists, Theo's innovations for the adventurous, and the collaboration for everyone in between. As the market closed and they began packing up, the first snowflakes of the season started to fall. Just a gentle dusting, nothing like last year's storm. The flakes caught the market lights and sparkled as they fell. "Think we'll get snowed in again?" Theo asked, watching the sky. "I hope not," Clara said. "Once was plenty," she paused, then added, "but I'm glad it happened. Because we wouldn't be here otherwise? Because sometimes you need to get stuck in a storm to realize you don't have to weather it alone." Theo nodded. "That's pretty wise. My grandmother would have liked that," Clara said softly. "She would have liked you too, I think. You would have driven her crazy with all your temperature monitoring, but she would have liked you." "I wish I could have met her," Theo said, and he meant it. They finished packing as the snow continued to fall gently around them. The market was emptying out, vendors heading to their warm homes, visitors carrying bags of purchases, and hearts full of holiday spirit. Clara and Theo loaded their van together. They decided to share transport costs, and before getting in, they both looked back at their stall. It looked right, somehow, complete, better than the sum of its parts. As Clara drove them both back to town, Theo scrolled through his phone, checking their social media. "We've already got reviews," he said. 4 5-star ratings for the Blizzard blend." "Read them to me," Clara said, eyes on the snowy road. "This drink changed my life," Theo read. "I didn't know hot chocolate could be this good. It's like your grandmother giving you a hug while teaching you to salsa dance." Clara laughed. "That's oddly specific but accurate. Here's another. Classic comfort meets modern craft. This is what collaboration looks like." "I like that one." They drove through the quiet streets, the heater humming, the snow creating a white blanket over everything. It was peaceful, this moment. The satisfaction of a good day's work, the warmth of new friendship, the promise of more good days to come. "Same time next Saturday?" Theo asked as Clara pulled up to his apartment. "Same time," Clara confirmed. "But maybe check the weather first." "Always," he promised, grinning. As he walked to his door, Clara sat in her van for a moment, engine idling, watching the snow fall. She thought about tradition and innovation, about holding on and letting go, about how the best things in life often came from the places you least expected. Then she drove home already looking forward to next Saturday, to the familiar rhythm of pouring and stirring, and to the new adventure of creating something beautiful with a partner who understood that there was more than one right way to make magic. The snow continued to fall through the night, gentle and steady, covering the town in fresh white possibility. And somewhere in the quiet dark, the recipe for Blizzard Blend sat ready, a testament to the truth that tradition and innovation weren't enemies, they were partners, each one making the other stronger, each one essential to creating something truly special. Sometimes you needed a storm to teach you that lesson. And sometimes, if you were very lucky, you got trapped in a warming tent with exactly the right person to learn it with. If this story resonated with you, please consider showing your support with a like and subscribe to Deep Sleep Stories Hub for more quiet nights and restful journeys. May your dreams be warm, your rest be deep, and may you always remember that the best things come from unexpected collaborations. Good night and sleep well. The Imperfect Scarf, a cozy story about letting go. The basket sat on the top shelf of the hallway closet, half hidden behind a stack of folded blankets and a cardboard box labeled Holiday Decorations in faded marker. It had been there since last January, collecting a fine layer of dust that caught the pale afternoon light streaming through the window at the end of the hall. The light in mid-January has a particular quality, thin and cool, slanting through glass at an angle that suggests the sun is already tired even though it is only 3 in the afternoon. It is the kind of light that makes you want to curl up somewhere warm with a cup of tea and do absolutely nothing. But today was different. Today was the day for organizing, for clearing out spaces and making room. The closet door stood open and there was the basket, woven from natural fibers that had aged to a honey-brown color. When lifted down, it had weight to it, a satisfying heft that came from something more than just wicker and weaving. Inside, nestled like a hibernating creature, was the scarf, or rather the beginning of a scarf, the half-finished project that had been started with such enthusiasm last December, when the first snow was falling and the world felt cozy and full of possibility. The yarn was a deep forest green, the color of pine trees in shadow, and it spilled out of the basket in loose coils, still attached to a ball that had been wound by hand at some point in the distant past. The needles, smooth bamboo worn soft from use, were still stuck through the stitches, exactly where they had been abandoned nearly 12 months ago. The memory surfaced slowly, like something rising from deep water. December last year, the impulse purchase of beautiful yarn at a craft store, the excited plan to make something warm and useful, the satisfaction of casting on those first stitches. And then life had happened. The holidays had arrived with their chaos of cooking and visiting and wrapping and unwrapping. The scarf had been tucked into the basket, just for a moment, just until there was time. And then the basket had been put away, and the months had turned over like pages in a book, and here it was January again. The scarf itself was peculiar. Holding it up to the light revealed the problem immediately. It started wide at the cast-on edge, maybe 30 stitches across, forming a respectable width for a scarf. But then, somehow mysteriously, it had narrowed. About 6 inches up, there were maybe only 15 stitches on the needle. The edges wavered like a shoreline, bulging out in some places and pulling in at others. If you squinted, it looked less like the beginning of a winter accessory and more like a woolly lasagna noodle, all irregular and undulating. There was no pattern tucked into the basket, no instructions, no notes, no helpful guide. The stitch pattern itself was a mystery. Running fingers over the fabric revealed bumps and ridges that suggested some combination of knit and purl stitches, but the exact sequence was lost to time. It might have been a simple rib stitch, or perhaps seed stitch, or maybe something more complicated. There was no way to know. The hands that had made these stitches remembered nothing about them now. But the strangest thing was that looking at this imperfect, forgotten scarf didn't bring frustration. Instead, there was a gentle tug of something else. The Zeigarnik effect, psychologists call it, that persistent mental pull toward unfinished tasks. It's the reason we can't stop thinking about a puzzle left incomplete on the table, or a book set down mid-chapter. The scarf wanted to be finished, and maybe after a year of waiting, it deserved that chance. The decision formed quietly, like snow accumulating on a windowsill. This year the scarf would be finished. Never mind that the stitch pattern was forgotten. Never mind that the width was wrong and the edges were wobbly. It would be completed whatever it took. Done would be better than perfect. Done would be better than another year gathering dust in a closet. The afternoon stretched ahead, empty and full of possibility. Outside, the winter world was still and cold, the sky that particular shade of white that suggests snow might come later. Inside, the house was warm, heated, and quiet. It was perfect knitting weather. The basket was carried to the living room, to the armchair by the window where the light was best. The chair was old and comfortable, upholstered in faded blue fabric that had molded itself to human shape over years of use. A small table stood nearby, just the right height for setting down a cup of tea. The ritual began with the kettle. In the kitchen, water was measured and poured, the kettle set on the stove with a soft metallic sound. While waiting for it to boil, the armchair was prepared. Cushions were arranged just so, providing support for the lower back and a comfortable height for the arms. A blanket was draped over the side, within easy reach for later, when the evening grew cooler. The lamp beside the chair was switched on, adding its warm yellow glow to the thin winter sunlight. It was the kind of preparation that felt almost ceremonial, setting the stage for something that mattered. The kettle began its quiet rumble, building toward a whistle. Tea was chosen, something mild and soothing, chamomile with a hint of honey. The familiar motion of pouring hot water over a tea bag, watching the water darken and the steam rise, was its own kind of meditation. The mug was carried carefully back to the living room, set on the small table where tendrils of steam curled upward into the air. Then, finally, it was time. Settling into the armchair with the basket and lap, the scarf was extracted from its nest of yarn. The needles were bamboo, smooth and warm to the touch, lighter than metal needles would have been. They had been a gift purchased years ago when this knitting hobby had first begun. The needles themselves bore the small marks of use, tiny scratches and dings that gave them character. The stitches on the needles looked abandoned, stretched, and loose from their long weight. Each one was a small loop of green yarn, hanging on the bamboo like uncertain promises. There were fewer than expected. Counting them slowly, using the tip of one needle to point, revealed only 15 stitches. How had 30 become 15? Where had the missing stitches gone? It was impossible to say. They had wandered off somehow, lost in the confusion of whatever had been attempted last year. The first challenge was figuring out how to continue. Without knowing the original stitch pattern, there was no way to match it perfectly. But perhaps that didn't matter. Perhaps the scarf could simply continue in its own way, making up new patterns as it went. The choice was made to stick with something simple, something that required no counting or complex instructions. Knit 1, purl 1, a basic rib stitch that would create texture without demanding too much concentration. The right hand picked up the second needle. The left hand held the needle with the stitches. The ball of yarn sat in the basket, ready to unwind. And then, after nearly a year of waiting, the first new stitch was made. The motions came back, slowly, tentatively, like a language half forgotten. Insert the right needle through the first loop. Wrap the yarn around the tip, catching it with the needle point. Pull it through, creating a new loop. Slide the old loop off the left needle. One stitch completed. The needles made a soft click as they touched, bamboo against bamboo, a sound that was somehow both wooden and gentle. Knit 1. The second stitch followed the first, the movements becoming slightly more confident. Then purl 1. This required bringing the yarn to the front of the work, inserting the needle from a different angle, wrapping the yarn the opposite way. The purl stitch looked different from the knit stitch, creating a small bump on the fabric's surface. Another soft click of needles. Deep forest green yarn spilling in loose coils from a wicker basket. Smooth bamboo knitting needles worn soft from use, still threaded through the stitches of an unfinished green scarf. The rhythm began to establish itself. Knit 1, purl 1, knit 1, purl 1. Each stitch was independent, and yet part of a sequence, like notes in a simple song. The hands remembered more than expected. Muscle memory is a curious thing, stored somewhere deep in the body where conscious thought cannot reach it. The fingers knew how to hold the needles, how tight to pull the yarn, where to position each stitch. They just needed permission to remember. After the first row was completed, 15 stitches made, and the end of the needle reached, there was a pause. The work had to be turned around, the empty needle becoming the full one, and the full needle becoming empty. The scarf flipped in hands, showing its reverse side, all those bumps and loops from a different angle. Then the process began again. Knit 1, purl 1, knit 1, purl 1. The needles clicked their quiet bamboo percussion. The yarn whispered as it pulled from the ball, a soft friction of fiber against fiber. Time began to do something strange. What felt like only a few minutes of knitting turned out to be half an hour when eyes finally glanced at the clock. The tea had cooled enough to drink, and small sips were taken between rows, the mug lifted and lowered with hands that had to temporarily release the needles. The warmth of the tea matched the warmth growing in the lap, where the scarf was slowly accumulating, adding weight and substance. The afternoon light shifted as the sun moved across the sky. It poured through the window at a lower angle now, less white and more golden, painting the wall behind the armchair in shades of amber. Outside, a few birds visited the feeder that hung from the porch, their small bodies puffed against the cold. They came and went in fluttering bursts of movement, but inside everything was still except for the steady motion of needles and hands. This was when Barnaby arrived. Barnaby was the cat, a tabby with gray and black stripes, and one ear that kinked at the tip from some long-ago kitten mishap. He was a creature of routine and strong opinions, convinced that everything in the house existed for his benefit and interest. He padded into the living room with his tail held high, took one look at the knitting situation, and immediately zeroed in on the ball of yarn sitting in the basket. Cats and yarn have a relationship that goes back millennia. To a cat, yarn is not craft supply. It is prey. It moves, it dangles, it rolls. It triggers every hunting instinct hardwired into feline DNA. Barnaby's pupils dilated as he focused on the green ball, his body automatically lowering into a crouch. His hindquarters wiggled slightly, calculating distance and trajectory. His tail twitched once, twice, 3 times. Then he pounced. The attack was swift and enthusiastic. Barnaby's paws hit the ball of yarn, sending it rolling across the basket. He batted at it with one paw, then the other, his claws hooking briefly into the fibers. The yarn unwound in a sudden rush, loops spilling out like green spaghetti. Barnaby grabbed the loose end in his teeth and shook his head back and forth, victory assured. Barnaby, no. The words were gentle but firm. Knitting needles were set aside carefully on the arm of the chair. Hands reached down to rescue the yarn ball from the tabby's assault. Barnaby looked up with wide, innocent eyes that suggested he had no idea what the problem was. He was simply doing his job, protecting the house from dangerous yarn. Surely this deserved praise, not correction. Negotiations began. The yarn ball was moved from the basket to the lap, where it could be monitored more closely. Barnaby was lifted and placed on the floor with a soft thump. He sat and stared at the yarn with intense focus, tail still twitching. It was clear this was not over. The yarn was still his enemy, and he was still on duty. A compromise was reached. From the hallway closet, now still standing open from earlier organizing, an old sock was retrieved. It was a single sock, mate long lost, made from wool that had felted slightly from too many trips through the dryer. This sock was presented to Barnaby as a peace offering, tossed gently across the floor where it skidded and rolled. Barnaby's attention immediately shifted. Here was new prey, equally interesting. He pounced on the sock, wrestled it briefly, then carried it in his mouth to his favorite spot under the coffee table, where he could murder it in private. The knitting resumed. Knit 1, purl 1, knit 1, purl 1. The rhythm re-established itself, needles clicking, yarn whispering. Barnaby remained under the coffee table, occasionally rustling and growling at the sock and small victorious sounds. This became the new routine. The human knitting in the armchair, the cat battling fabric beneath furniture, both engaged in their own forms of productive work. As the rows accumulated, the scarf began to grow, but it grew strangely. Sometimes, without meaning to, an extra stitch appeared on the needle. The yarn would wrap in an accidental loop, creating what knitters call a yarn over, and suddenly there would be 16 stitches instead of 15. Other times, 2 stitches would somehow merge into 1, and the count would drop to 14. Occasionally, a stitch would be twisted, the loops facing the wrong direction, creating a small imperfection in the fabric. These mistakes became visible as the knitting progressed. The width of the scarf continued to fluctuate. It would narrow for a few inches, then suddenly widen again. The edges refused to stay straight, bulging out in some places and pulling in at others. After about an hour of work, when the piece was held up to examine progress, it truly did look like a woolly lasagna noodle. Wide, narrow, wide again, all undulating edges and inconsistent tension. The first instinct was frustration. This was not what a scarf should look like. Scarves were supposed to be neat and even, with straight edges and consistent width. They were supposed to look professional, or at least intentional. This looked like it had been made by someone who barely knew what they were doing, which was not entirely inaccurate. But then, looking at it in the warm lamplight, with the afternoon fading to early evening outside the window, something shifted. Yes, the scarf was wonky. Yes, it was imperfect. But it was also growing. It was also becoming something. There was more scarf now than there had been an hour ago, and that felt like an achievement worth noting. The choice was made, there in the quiet living room with Barnaby purring under the coffee table, and the tea now cold in its mug. The mistakes would stay. The fluctuating width would remain. This would not be a perfect scarf, but it would be a finished scarf. That was the goal. Not perfection, but completion. There is a philosophy in this, though it had no name in that moment. Done is better than perfect. It is a way of thinking that pushes back against the paralysis of perfectionism, against the fear that if something cannot be done perfectly, then it should not be done at all. How many projects sit unfinished because they are not turning out exactly as imagined? How many ideas are abandoned because the first attempt revealed flaws? The scarf was teaching a lesson, though it had no voice to speak it with. The lesson was this: keep going. Even when the width is wrong and the stitches are twisted. Even when progress is slower than hoped and the result is far from ideal. Keep going, because motion is better than stillness, and progress is better than perfection. The knitting continued as evening arrived. The sun set early, as it does in January, painting the sky in shades of pink and purple before surrendering to darkness. The lamp beside the chair became the primary light source, casting a warm glow over hands and needles and growing scarf. More tea was made, this time something black and brisk with a splash of milk. Barnaby emerged from under the coffee table, having thoroughly defeated the sock, and jumped up onto the chair arm where he settled into a loaf shape, paws tucked underneath his body. This became the evening's shape. Knitting in the lamplight, cat nearby, the house quiet around them both. The needles found their rhythm again after each pause, click, click, steady as a heartbeat. The yarn continued to pull from the ball, which was noticeably smaller now, losing its roundness as the green wool transferred from ball to scarf. There is something meditative about repetitive motion. Knit one, purl one, knit one, purl one. The mind, busy with these simple tasks, has no room left for worrying about tomorrow's work or yesterday's regrets. The hands are occupied. The eyes are focused. The breath slows naturally, falling into pace with the rhythm of the stitches. This is what research has found about crafts like knitting, that they can produce a state similar to meditation, lowering heart rate and reducing anxiety. The repetition is key, the same motions performed over and over until they become almost automatic, allowing the conscious mind to rest. In that resting space, thoughts drift by like clouds. Memories surface gently, nothing dramatic, just small moments recalled. The day this yarn was purchased, the feeling of running fingers over different skeins to test their softness. The hope that had accompanied the start of this project, the image of wearing the finished scarf on a cold day. The many evenings spent in the same chair, reading or watching television, or simply sitting in quiet. This chair had held a lot of life. Outside the window, the world was now fully dark. The street lamp at the corner cast a pool of yellow light on the sidewalk. Occasionally, headlights would sweep past as a car drove by, their beams cutting briefly through the darkness before disappearing. Snow had begun to fall. small flakes drifting down through the lamplight, visible for moments before melting on contact with the ground. It was the kind of evening that made indoor warmth feel like a gift. The scarf was now noticeably longer. Measuring it against an arm showed maybe 8 inches of new growth, added to the 6 inches that had already existed. 14 inches total. Still far short of a functional scarf length, but progress nonetheless. The stitches showed their imperfections clearly in the lamplight. Some were tight, others loose. The width was still fluctuating, though the current section seemed to be holding steady at around 17 or 18 stitches, having gained a few somewhere along the way. Barnaby stretched and yawned, showing his small white teeth and pink tongue. He stepped carefully down from the chair arm and wandered off toward the kitchen, likely in search of dinner. His departure was the signal that the evening was wearing on, that the normal routines of life needed attention. The knitting was set aside, needles stuck securely through the work so stitches would not slide off. The scarf was folded gently and placed back in its basket, the ball of yarn nestled beside it. Standing up from the chair revealed how long had been spent sitting. Muscles protested slightly, back and shoulders stiff from being held in position. Stretching helped, arms raised overhead, back arched. The house needed tending. Barnaby needed feeding. Dinner needed making. But tomorrow evening the knitting would resume. The scarf would grow a little more. Progress would continue, however imperfect. This pattern repeated itself over the following days and weeks. Each evening after the day's obligations were handled, there was time to return to the armchair, to the basket, to the needles and yarn. Some evenings allowed for an hour of knitting. Other evenings, busier or more tiring, permitted only 20 minutes. But even 20 minutes added rows. Even a short session moved the scarf forward. Barnaby maintained his interest in the project, though he gradually accepted that the yarn itself was off limits. He developed a habit of sitting nearby during knitting sessions, sometimes on the chair arm, sometimes on the floor, at feet, sometimes on the back of the couch where he could supervise from above. His presence became part of the ritual, another constant in the pattern of needles and stitches and growing fabric. The scarf's appearance continued to be wonderfully eccentric. By the time it reached 2 feet in length, it had widened and narrowed so many times that laying it flat on the floor created a shape like a meandering river. Some sections were nearly 20 stitches wide. Others had somehow shrunk back down to 12. The edges refused any kind of uniformity, bulging and receding according to their own mysterious logic. There were moments of considering unraveling it, of pulling out all the stitches back to the beginning and starting fresh with proper counting and better attention. But each time that thought arose, it was gently set aside. Unraveling meant going backwards. It meant destroying progress, and there was something valuable in the wonkiness, something honest and real. This scarf was exactly what it was, the work of imperfect hands made in stolen moments between life's other demands. Why should it look any different? The concept has a name in Japanese aesthetics, wabi-sabi. It is the appreciation of beauty and imperfection in things that are humble and unconventional. A tea bowl with a crack in it repaired with gold becomes more valuable because it carries its history visibly. A weathered wooden fence, worn gray by years of rain and sun, has more character than a freshly painted one. The scarf, with all its fluctuations and mistakes, had character. It told the story of its own making. February arrived, and with it deeper cold. The kind of cold that makes fingers ache when stepping outside, that turns breath to visible clouds, that requires layers of clothing before facing the world. The scarf grew longer during February, adding inches as the evenings passed. It became heavy in the lap, this accumulation of wool, substantial and warm. Sometimes during particularly cold evenings it was draped over knees like a blanket while knitting continued at one end. This was practical warmth, immediate and real. The act of knitting itself became something to look forward to. At work, during the busy middle of the day, there would be small moments of thinking about the evening ahead, about settling into the armchair, about the quiet click of needles, about watching the scarf grow by small increments. It was a kind of meditation practice, a daily return to something calm and centered. The ball of yarn shrank steadily, growing smaller as its fibers transformed into fabric. By early March it was half its original size, and by mid-March it had diminished to something barely larger than a tennis ball. The end was approaching, visible and certain. Soon there would be no more yarn to knit with. Soon the scarf would be finished, whether it was the right length or not. This approaching completion brought its own feelings. Relief, certainly. Satisfaction in finishing something that had been started so long ago, but also a small thread of sadness. The evening knitting sessions had become such a pleasant routine. What would replace them when the scarf was done? Would the basket go back into the closet, empty and waiting? Would the needles be put away, their soft clicking silenced? But these thoughts were for later. For now there was still yarn in the ball, and still work to be done. The stitches continued their patient accumulation. Knit 1, purl 1, knit 1, purl 1. Row after row, evening after evening, the scarf lengthened. 3 feet, 3.5 feet, 4 feet, long enough now to wrap around a neck with some draping, though still shorter than ideal. The pattern of width fluctuations continued right to the end, the scarf never quite achieving consistency. By late March, with the first hints of spring beginning to show outside despite lingering cold, the yarn ball had shrunk to something the size of a plum. Maybe 2 more evenings of knitting remained. The scarf, when measured, was about 4.5 feet long. Not perfect, but functional. Long enough to wrap twice around a neck. Long enough to keep someone warm. The second to last evening of knitting was gentle and unhurried. Each stitch was made with attention, knowing the end was near. The needles clicked their familiar rhythm. Barnaby dozed on the chair arm, occasionally twitching in cat dreams. The lamp glowed warm. Outside, rain fell softly, tapping against the window, the sound mixing with the click of needles and the whisper of yarn. By the end of that evening's session, the yarn ball was no bigger than a walnut, and perhaps 3 more rows remained. The final evening arrived on a Thursday. It was not marked in any special way. There were no ceremonies planned. But settling into the armchair with the basket felt different, charged with a kind of gentle significance. This was it. Tonight the scarf would be completed. After all these months, after all these stitches, the end would finally arrive. The last rows were knitted slowly, almost reluctantly. Each stitch made was 1 fewer stitch remaining. The ball of yarn dwindled, became tiny, became barely a scrap, and then, with perhaps 6 inches of tail remaining, the last stitch was completed. The needle held 1 final row of stitches, 15 loops of green wool, and there was no more yarn to continue. Binding off is the process of closing these final stitches, of creating an edge that will not unravel. It is done by knitting 2 stitches, then using the left needle to lift the first stitch up and over the second stitch, off the needle and into finality. Then knitting 1 more stitch and repeating the process. It creates a chain-like edge, secure and permanent. The binding off proceeded stitch by stitch. Knit 2, lift 1 over. Knit 1, lift 1 over. The row of stitches on the left needle grew shorter as the bound-off edge on the right grew longer. This was the closing, the final act, the transformation from work in progress to finished object. When the last stitch was reached, the yarn was cut from the tiny remaining scrap of ball, threaded through the final loop, and pulled tight. Done, complete, finished. The scarf was held up in both hands, arms stretched wide to see the full length. It was absolutely, undeniably, wonderfully wonky. The width fluctuated along its entire length like a relief map of hills and valleys. The edges wavered and wandered. The stitches showed every imperfection, every moment of distraction or tiredness or simple human error. It looked exactly like what it was, a scarf made by someone learning as they went, making mistakes and continuing anyway. And it was perfect. Not perfect in the traditional sense. Perfect in the sense of being exactly, completely itself. This scarf could not have been any other way. Its very imperfections told its story. The wide part at the beginning, from starting with enthusiasm and no real sense of tension. The narrow section after that, from pulling too tight while trying to do better. The fluctuations throughout, from evenings when concentration wandered or when Barnaby was being particularly distracting. Every stitch was a moment captured in fiber. The scarf was wrapped around the neck, right there in the living room with Barnaby, watching from his chair arm perch. It was soft from all the handling during knitting. It was warm, genuinely warm, all that wool trapping heat against the skin. The irregular width actually worked in its favor, creating extra folds and layers that provided more insulation than a perfectly flat scarf would have. The wobbly lasagna noodle shape meant more fabric, more warmth, more protection against cold. Standing up and walking to the mirror in the hallway showed the scarf's full effect. It draped nicely despite its irregularities, the green wool bright against winter-pale skin. The wide parts and narrow parts created visual interest, a kind of accidental style that looked intentional, or if not intentional, at least charming, endearing, real. Barnaby appeared in the hallway, twining around ankles, looking up with his green eyes. He reached up one paw and batted gently at the end of the scarf where it hung down. Old habits. But this time the batting was gentle, more affectionate than aggressive. Perhaps he had grown fond of this green thing during its months of creation. Perhaps he would miss their evening battles. The scarf was worn for the rest of the evening, even though the house was warm and it was not strictly necessary. It felt too important to take off immediately. This thing that had been months in the making deserved to be appreciated. Dinner was cooked while wearing it. Dishes were washed while wearing it. The television was watched while wearing it. Barnaby was fed while wearing it. The whole evening was conducted with the weight of wool around the neck, a constant reminder of completion. That night, before bed, the scarf was carefully folded and placed on the dresser where it could be seen. Tomorrow it would be worn outside, put to its proper use. Tomorrow it would face the real test of wind and cold. But tonight it simply existed, finished and real, a testament to persistence and imperfection. Sleep came easily that night, with a sense of something accomplished. Not something grand or life-changing, just something started and finished, something imperfect and complete. In the darkness of the bedroom, the green scarf was barely visible on the dresser, but knowing it was there brought a quiet satisfaction. Done was better than perfect. Finished was better than abandoned. The scarf existed, and that was enough. The next morning was Saturday, cold and bright. The kind of day that requires a scarf. Getting dressed included the deliberate choice of the green scarf, wrapped twice around the neck and tucked into the collar of a coat. The mirror showed someone ready for winter, protected and warm. The errand was simple, a walk to the small coffee shop 3 blocks away for a Saturday morning latte. The kind of outing that could be skipped but felt necessary, a reason to step outside and face the day. The door opened onto cold air that immediately found every gap in clothing, but the scarf held firm around the neck, keeping that vulnerable stretch of skin warm. Walking down the sidewalk, the scarf did its job perfectly. The wind tried to sneak under coat collars and through buttonholes, but the wool held it back. Cars passed by with their windows frosted. Other people walked past, bundled in their own winter layers, offering small nods of acknowledgement. Everyone was in this cold together, all doing their best to stay warm. At the coffee shop, the woman behind the counter looked up with a smile. She was someone familiar, someone who worked most Saturday mornings, someone whose name was known from months of these same errands. "Nice scarf," she said, while preparing the latte. "Is it new?" "I made it myself," came the answer. "It's not perfect, but it's done." The woman leaned forward to look more closely. "The color's beautiful, and I like how it's not all uniform. Makes it more interesting." There was pride in that moment, unexpected and warm. Pride in making something. Pride in finishing what was started. Pride in choosing completion over perfection. The scarf was not going to win any awards. It was not going to be featured in knitting magazines or held up as an example of proper technique. But it was real and finished and warm, and that was more than enough. The walk home was the same 3 blocks in reverse, but somehow felt different. The scarf was not just a scarf anymore. It was proof that things could be started and finished. Proof that mistakes were not failures. Proof that imperfect work was still valuable work. Every wobbly stitch was a small victory against the voice that says if something cannot be done perfectly, it should not be done at all. Back home, Barnaby waited by the door, ready to supervise the unwrapping of outer layers. The scarf was removed and hung on a hook by the door, ready for its next outing. It would be worn many times that winter, on cold days and windy days and snowy days. It would be wrapped tight and loose, doubled and tripled, tucked inside coats, and worn over collars. It would get slightly fuzzy from use, and a few stitches would eventually catch and pull, but it would hold together. The scarf had character because it had history. Every imperfection was a record of the journey from unwound yarn to finished fabric. The wide parts remembered enthusiasm. The narrow parts remembered doubt. The twisted stitches remembered distraction. The even sections remembered flow and rhythm and finding the groove. It was not just a scarf, it was a story made visible. In the weeks that followed, the basket stayed out instead of returning to the closet. Another ball of yarn appeared in it, this time blue like deep water. Another project was cast on, started with the same mixture of hope and uncertainty. The lessons of the green scarf came along, that mistakes are inevitable, that progress matters more than perfection, that finishing something imperfect is better than never finishing something perfect. The needles clicked their familiar rhythm on new evenings. Barnaby maintained his supervision duties. The lamp glowed beside the chair, and slowly, stitch by stitch, something new began to grow. But that is another story for another time. For now there is the green scarf, wobbly and warm and wonderful, hanging by the door, ready for winter, ready for use, ready to keep someone safe from the cold. Done is better than perfect. Finished is better than abandoned. The scarf exists, complete and real, and that is exactly enough. If this story resonated with you, please consider showing your support with a like, and subscribe to Deep Sleep Stories Hub for more quiet nights and restful journeys. May your dreams be peaceful, and may you rest well. The Midnight Laundromat, a cozy, rainy night bedtime story. The realization arrives the way these things always do, sudden and unwelcome, right at the edge of sleep. One moment you're drifting, your mind already halfway into dreams, and the next you're bolt upright in bed, eyes wide open in the darkness, thinking, I have nothing to wear tomorrow. Not nothing in the dramatic sense. The closet isn't empty, but tomorrow is the presentation, the one you've been preparing for weeks, the one where you'll stand in front of the regional directors and walk them through 6 months of data analysis. Tomorrow requires your good shirt, the navy one that makes you look competent and calm. Tomorrow requires your best work pants, the ones that actually fit properly. And both of those items are currently crumpled at the bottom of the hamper, along with everything else you've been meaning to wash for the past week and a half. You lie back down. Maybe you could wear something else. That gray shirt? No, there's a stain on the cuff. The black pants? They've been sitting in the maybe these still fit pile for 3 months. You could wake up early and hand wash the navy shirt in the sink, hang it to dry, hope for the best. Except you know how that goes. You end up ironing a damp shirt at 7:30 in the morning, burning your fingers, showing up to work looking exactly like someone who tried to hand wash a shirt at dawn. The clock on your knit stand reads 1:03 a.m. You sigh into the darkness. There's really only one solution. The laundromat on Ashby Street is open 24 hours. You've passed it 1,000 times, always meaning to stop in during reasonable hours, never quite getting around to it. Now, at 1 in the morning on a Wednesday in the middle of February, it's calling to you like a fluorescent beacon of possibility. You swing your legs out of bed. The floor is cold beneath your feet. In the darkness of your apartment, you move through the familiar geography of home 12 steps to the bathroom, flip the light switch, squint against the sudden brightness. In the mirror, your reflection looks tired but resigned. This is happening. You're doing laundry at 1 in the morning. There's something almost funny about it. You think as you pull on jeans and a sweater. Something absurd in a gentle way. Like the universe has arranged this small inconvenience just to see what you'll do. You gather your laundry basket from the corner of the bedroom, dump in the contents of the hamper. The pile is embarrassingly large, definitely more than a week and a half worth. Maybe 3 weeks, maybe a month. You add detergent pods to the basket, dryer sheets, quarters from the jar on your desk. Your winter coat from the hook by the door, keys, wallet, phone. At the door you pause. Through the window you can see rain falling in silvery sheets through the glow of the street light. Not a storm, just steady winter rain, the kind that settles in for hours, the kind that makes you want to stay inside, stay warm, stay in bed. But you have no choice, really. And somewhere in your tired mind, beneath the mild frustration, there's a tiny spark of something else. Curiosity, maybe, or adventure. When was the last time you were out in the city at 1 a.m? When was the last time you did anything that wasn't part of your regular routine? You heft the basket, open the door, and step out into the rain. The cold hits you first, that specific February cold that's damp and searching, the kind that finds its way through layers and settles into your bones. You pull your coat tighter with one hand, balance the laundry basket with the other, and start walking. The rain is steady, insistent. It drums on your hood, patters on the basket's rim, creates a shifting curtain of sound all around you. Within seconds, your jeans are damp at the ankles. Within a minute, your fingers are cold where they grip the plastic basket. But there's something clarifying about it, too. Something that wakes you up more than coffee ever could. The streets are nearly empty. A car passes, tires hissing on wet asphalt, headlights cutting through the dark. Somewhere a few blocks over, you hear the distant wail of a siren, but it fades quickly, swallowed by the night. The buildings on either side of you, the bodega, the dry cleaner, the Thai restaurant are all dark and shuttered. Even the bar on the corner, usually open until 2, has its lights off tonight. Wednesday night, midwinter, everyone sensible is asleep. You pass someone walking a small terrier. The dog is wearing a yellow raincoat, its tail wagging despite the weather. The owner nods at you, that brief acknowledgement shared by the only people out in the rain at 1 a.m. You're both members of some informal club, both out here for your own strange reasons. The moment passes. They turn left, you continue straight. The rain creates halos around the streetlights, soft and diffused. Everything looks different at this hour, softer somehow, like the city has taken off its daytime face and revealed something more honest underneath. During the day, this stretch of Ashby is busy students rushing to class, workers grabbing lunch, delivery trucks double-parked and hazard lights flashing. Now it's just you, the rain, and the occasional car drifting past like a ship in fog. Your breath forms small clouds in the cold air. The basket is getting heavy, but you shift your grip and keep walking. 1 block. 2 blocks. A delivery driver passes you going the other way, carrying insulated bags, probably bringing someone's late-night noodles or pizza. They look as tired as you feel. You wonder what their story is, what series of choices brought them out into the rain tonight. 3 blocks. And then, ahead, you see it. The laundromat glows like a ship at sea, every fluorescent light inside blazing against the darkness. It's startling, really, how bright it is. The large windows across the front reveal rows of white machines, yellow walls, red plastic chairs, all bathed in that particular commercial brightness that seems to exist nowhere else in the world. The kind of light that makes everything look both hyper-real and slightly dreamlike at the same time. Above the door, the neon sign buzzes softly. Open 24 hours. The letters are blue and pink, casting colored reflections on the wet sidewalk below. The O in open flickers slightly, a tiny electrical hesitation, but doesn't go out. You stand there for a moment, rain falling on your shoulders, looking through the windows into that bright, warm space. It feels like looking at another world. Out here, cold, dark, wet. In there, warm, bright, dry, a threshold, a boundary between states of being. You can see people inside. Not many, maybe 2 or 3 sitting on the red chairs, waiting. You can see the machines lined up in rows, some of them running, their doors dark with motion inside. You can see the bulletin board on the wall covered with faded flyers, the folding tables, the change machine in the corner, the vending machine offering detergent and snacks. And you can hear it too, even from outside, a low, thrumming hum that seems to vibrate through the air itself. The sound of machines at work, the sound of things getting clean. You shift the basket again and reach for the door handle. It's warm to the touch, heated from inside. You pull, and the door swings open, and you step across the threshold. The warmth hits you like a wave. It's not just warmth, it's heat, real heat, radiating from a dozen dryers, all running at once. It washes over your cold face, your damp hair, your frozen fingers. You stand there in the doorway for a few seconds, just letting yourself thaw. The smell is the next thing. Clean detergent, yes, but also fabric softener, dryer sheets, and something else, the hot metal smell of the machines themselves, the faint dampness of a room where wet things are constantly becoming dry. It's not unpleasant. Actually, it's deeply comforting in a way you can't quite explain. It smells like someone is taking care of things, like things are being made right. The door closes behind you with a soft pneumatic hiss. You set your basket down and just breathe for a moment, taking it all in. The sound is extraordinary. You hadn't really prepared yourself for it. It's layered, complex, almost musical. There's the low, rumbling bass of the dryers, a deep, constant hum that you feel as much as hear. Over that, the higher-pitched sloshing of the washers, that rhythmic thump-swish as clothes tumble through water and soap. From somewhere, a machine beeps softly, announcing its cycle is complete. The fluorescent lights overhead emit their own quiet buzz, barely audible but present. And beneath it all, like percussion, the rain continues to tap against the windows and the glass door. It's not silence. It's the opposite of silence. But somehow it's deeply quiet anyway, deeply calm. You look around, getting your bearings. The laundromat is long and narrow, maybe 30 feet deep and 20 wide. Washers line the left wall front loaders with their round glass doors like portholes. Dryers line the right wall, stacked too high in places. Down the middle of the room are folding tables, 4 of them in a row, their surfaces worn smooth by years of use. The red plastic chairs are scattered here and there, most of them empty. At the far end, near the back wall, sits an older man, maybe 65, maybe 70, with steel gray hair and reading glasses perched on his nose. He's sitting cross-legged on one of the benches, a position that seems far too flexible for someone his age, and he's reading aloud from a thick paperback book. His voice is soft, steady, rhythmic. Beside him on the bench is a small dog carrier. Through the mesh front you can see a tiny dog looks like a papillon, with its distinctive butterfly ears, sound asleep on a blanket. The man doesn't look up as you enter. He just keeps reading, his voice a gentle counterpoint to the machine sounds. Thus the task must be to find an authentic way of existence which one can accept with the understanding that this is one's own choice, one's own responsibility, ... You realize he's reading philosophy, something existentialist, maybe Kierkegaard or Sartre, to his sleeping dog. A small smile tugs at your lips. Near the middle folding table, a young woman college-aged, Maybe 20 or 21 sits with the laptop open, headphones in her ears, occasionally typing something. She has the look of someone working on a paper that's due tomorrow, that particular combination of focus and exhaustion that you remember well from your own university days. Her laundry basket sits beside her, empty. Presumably, her clothes are in one of the machines. And that's it. 3 people total, including you in this bright fluorescent box at 1:15 in the morning. You pick up your basket and move toward the washers, scanning for empty machines. Most of them are available. You choose 2 side-by-side numbers 5 and 6 about halfway down the row. They look clean, well-maintained. You set your basket down between them. And then you just stand there for a moment, letting yourself settle into the space, into the warmth, into the strange peace of being here. Outside, the rain continues. The neon sign buzzes. The philosopher reads to his dog. The student types. And you think, this is actually kind of perfect. There's a ritual to doing laundry, you realize as you begin. Small steps that follow one another in a specific order, each one its own tiny task. Not thinking about the whole mountain of dirty clothes, just the next thing, and then the next. First, sorting. You pull items from the basket, shake them out, divide them into 2 piles, lights and darks, the eternal laundry binary. The navy shirt goes into the darks pile. The work pants, too. T-shirts, socks, underwear. The lights pile grows smaller than the darks. It usually does. The fabric feels slightly stiff in your hands, that particular texture of clothes that have been worn and then sat in a hamper for too long. You find yourself paying attention to it. The rough cotton of your jeans, the soft blend of your T-shirts, the slick polyester of your work shirt. When do you ever really notice the texture of your clothes? When do you ever really pay attention to any of this? Next, loading. You open the door of machine number 5. It swings wide with a satisfying weight and begin pushing in the dark clothes. The drum inside is stainless steel, perforated with hundreds of small holes. You arrange the clothes loosely, not packing them too tight, giving them room to tumble. Your mother taught you that years ago. Give them room to move, she'd said. That's how they get clean. The thought of your mother makes you smile. If she could see you now doing laundry at 1 in the morning, she'd probably laugh and then ask if you'd eaten dinner. Mothers are like that. Machine number 6 receives the lights. Fewer items, but you still spread them out. Make sure they have space. Detergent next. You have pods, the convenient kind, little packets of concentrated soap wrapped in dissolving film. You toss one into each machine, listening to the soft plop as they land among the clothes. The smell of detergent intensifies for a moment artificial lavender, or maybe mountain fresh, whatever that means, and then fades back into the general clean scent of the laundromat. Now, payment. These particular machines take quarters, old school, $4 per load. You fish in your pocket for the change, pull out a handful of coins. The metal is cold from being outside, warming slowly in your palm. You feed them into the slot, one by one, clink, 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 until the machine accepts enough. The quarters disappear inside with a satisfying ka-chunk. You press start. For a moment, nothing happens. Then a click, a hum, and water begins to flow. You can hear it rushing through pipes behind the wall, then spilling into the drum. The machine door has a round window, and you watch as the clothes begin to darken with water, first in patches, then completely. The drum starts to turn, slowly at first, then faster, until the clothes begin their tumbling journey. Thump swish, thump swish, thump swish. You repeat the process with machine number 6. Feed the quarters, press start, hear the water begin. And then you're done. All your active tasks are complete. Now there's nothing to do but wait. It's a strange feeling if you let yourself notice it. How often in your life are you forced to just wait? To have literally nothing you can do to speed up a process? The machines will take 35 minutes. Not 34, not 36, 35. No amount of checking your phone or pacing or willing them to go faster will change that. The clothes will take as long as they take. You look around for a place to sit. The red plastic chairs are scattered throughout the space. You choose one directly across from your 2 machines, maybe 6 feet away. Close enough to keep an eye on your laundry, far enough to see both washers at once. You sit down. The chair is surprisingly comfortable, molded to fit the human form. You lean back, stretch your legs out in front of you, and exhale slowly. The warmth from the dryers is wonderful. You unzip your coat, but don't take it off, letting the heat seep in gradually. Your jeans are still damp at the ankles, but they're starting to dry. Your fingers are no longer cold. The tip of your nose, which had gone numb outside, begins to tingle as sensation returns. You have nowhere else to be, nothing else to do. You could look at your phone, scroll through social media, check your email, but you don't. Instead, you just sit and watch the machines and listen. Thump swish, thump swish, thump swish. The sound is hypnotic, steady, reliable, like a heartbeat, but slower, like breathing, but deeper. You feel something in your chest begin to loosen, some tension you didn't even know you were carrying. The presentation tomorrow, it's still there in your mind, still important, but it doesn't feel quite so heavy anymore. It's just a thing that will happen. You're prepared. You've done the work. And after it's over, life will continue. This perspective feels suddenly very clear, here in the bright warmth of the laundromat at 1:30 in the morning. You let your head fall back against the wall and close your eyes, just for a moment, just to rest. The sound of someone clearing their throat pulls you back to awareness. You open your eyes. You weren't asleep, not really, just drifting, and turn your head. The philosopher has stood up from his bench. He's stretching, arms over his head, and even from across the room you can hear his joints pop. He bends down to check on his dog, still asleep, and then walks toward the front of the laundromat, toward the vending machines. As he passes, he catches your eye and nods. Just a small acknowledgement. You nod back. He feeds $1 into the snack machine, presses a button, and a package of cookies drops into the slot. He retrieves them, returns to his bench, and settles back into his cross-legged position. Then he opens the cookies, takes one out, and continues reading aloud. The crowd is untruth, Kierkegaard writes, for the crowd gives one courage and makes one's responsibility less clear. ... double quotes. His voice is soothing, even though you can only catch occasional words over the machine sounds. There's something wonderful about it, you think. This man in the middle of the night, reading dense philosophy to his sleeping dog. Maybe the dog likes the sound of his voice. Maybe the man likes having an audience that won't argue back. Maybe it's just something they do together, a shared ritual that doesn't need to make sense to anyone else. The world is full of small, strange kindnesses, you think. Small, strange moments of grace. Your attention shifts to the young woman at the folding table. She's taken her headphones out, you notice, and is massaging her temples with both hands. The universal gesture of someone who's been staring at a screen too long. After a moment, she closes her laptop and stands, stretching her back. She walks to the dryer number 11, near the back, and opens it, checking her clothes. Not done yet, apparently. She closes it again and returns to the table, but doesn't put her headphones back in. Instead, she pulls out her phone and starts scrolling, her face illuminated by the blue-white glow. You turn your attention back to your own machines. Machine number 5, the darks, is in full swing now. Through the circular window, you can see clothes tumbling in a chaos of fabric and water. It's hard to distinguish individual items. Everything is moving too fast, mixing together, dark blue and black and navy, all blending into a swirling mass. The motion is constant, relentless, hypnotic. Machine number 6, the lights, is easier to see. Your white T-shirts flash past the window, appearing and disappearing in the tumble. A gray sock surfaces and vanishes. A pale blue towel wraps around something else and then unwraps. You watch and keep watching and don't look away. There's something about the movement, something about the endless turning, the way things appear and disappear and appear again. It's like watching waves or watching fire. Humans have been watching things move in circles for thousands of years. Water wheels, pottery wheels, the stars wheeling overhead. There's something in our brains that finds this movement soothing, meaningful, almost sacred. The machine makes its sounds. Thump swish, thump swish. The rhythm is perfect, unvarying. You find your breathing starting to sync with it. Breathe in on the thump. Breathe out on the swish. Thump swish, thump swish. In and out, in and out. Your thoughts begin to drift. You think about tomorrow's presentation, but in a distant way, like you're thinking about something happening to someone else. The data will speak for itself. You know the material inside and out. Whatever happens, happens. You think about the work you've been putting in, the late nights at the office, the spreadsheets and emails and meetings. It's all important, of course. It matters. But sitting here, watching your clothes spin in circles at 1:30 in the morning, you can see it differently. It's not your whole life. It's just a part. You think about the last time you felt this calm. It's been a while. The machines continue their tumbling. The clothes continue their dance. Round and round and round. Somewhere behind you, washing machine number 7 kicks into its spin cycle. It starts with a low whine as the drum accelerates, and then squeak, a high-pitched, rhythmic squeak. Not a terrible sound, not the screech of metal on metal, but a definite squeak. Squeak, 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 squeak. A syncopated rhythm, like it's keeping time to music only it can hear. You turn your head to look at it. Machine number 7 is 3 down from yours, running unattended. Someone must have started it earlier and left. The squeak continues. Squeak, 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 squeak. And then you hear it. It's in rhythm with the rain. The rain outside has picked up slightly, pattering against the windows in a steady percussion. And machine number 7 is squeaking along with it, like they're playing together, like they're jamming. The rain goes patter, 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 and the machine goes squeak, 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 and together they create something that sounds almost intentional, almost like jazz. You can't help but smile. It's perfect. It's ridiculous and perfect. The philosopher has noticed it, too. He pauses in his reading and tilts his head, listening. Then he smiles, a wide, genuine smile that transforms his face, and chuckles softly. He looks over at you, and you catch his eye. "Quite a musician, number 7, he says. His voice is warm, slightly raspy, like aged whiskey. "A natural talent," you reply. He laughs, a soft huffing sound, and returns to his book. But you notice he's still smiling. Machine number 7 continues its performance. Squeak, 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 squeak. You listen for a while, appreciating the accidental music, and then turn back to your own machines. But now you're more aware of all the sounds, the full symphony of the laundromat. There are layers upon layers. The deep bass rumble of the dryers, constant and solid. The higher splashing of the washers. Machine 7's jazz solo. The occasional beep. The hum of the fluorescent lights. The rain, your own breathing. The rustle of the philosopher turning a page. The soft tap of the student's fingers on her phone. It's not white noise, you think. It's brown noise. You read about this once in an article about sound and sleep and concentration. White noise is all frequencies at equal intensity, harsh, hissy, like television static. Pink noise is softer, like rainfall. Brown noise is even deeper, richer, like distant thunder or a waterfall. It's the sound of the earth itself, the sound of large things moving slowly. The dryers create brown noise, that deep, rumbling hum that you feel in your chest as much as hear with your ears. It's the sound of heat and motion and air moving in large volumes. It's primal somehow, ancient, the sound of being safe in a cave while the storm rages outside. You close your eyes again and just listen. Let the brown noise wash over you, through you. It's like being underwater, except you can breathe. It's like being wrapped in something soft and heavy and warm, a weighted blanket made of sound. Your mind, which has been chattering anxiously for weeks about the presentation, about work, about everything, finally goes quiet. There's just the sound, just the warmth, just this moment. You sit there, eyes closed, breathing in rhythm with the machines, and feel yourself settling into a state of deep, deep calm. Not sleep, exactly. Something else, something better. A kind of active rest where you're aware but not thinking. Present but not striving. Time does something strange. It stretches and compresses. A minute might be 5 minutes. 5 minutes might be 1. You have no idea, and you don't care. The machines will run for 35 minutes total. You've been here maybe 15 or maybe 25. It doesn't matter. The machines will tell you when they're done. Someone walks past the student, heading toward one of the dryers. You hear her footsteps, hear the dryer door open, hear the rustle of clothes being checked. Then the door closes, and the footsteps retreat. You don't open your eyes. Machine 7's spin cycle ends. The squeaking stops. The jazz performance is over, but the bass rumble of the dryers continues, and the thump swish of the remaining washers, and the rain. Always the rain. You breathe in, you breathe out. You let yourself be held by the sound, by the warmth, by this strange and perfect little bubble of peace in the middle of the night. Your phone vibrates in your pocket, pulling you gently back to awareness. You open your eyes. The fluorescent lights seem slightly brighter than before, and check the screen. It's not a message or a call, just your timer. The one you set without really thinking about it, a habit from doing laundry at home. 35 minutes. You stand, stretch, feel your spine realign with a series of soft pops. How long were you sitting like that, almost motionless? Long enough that your body needs to reorient itself to being upright. You walk to your machines. Both have stopped, gone still and quiet. Through the windows, you can see the clothes lying in damp, tangled heaps. You open machine number 5 first. The smell hits you immediately. Clean. Properly, perfectly clean. There's something about the scent of freshly washed laundry that can't be replicated, can't be bottled. It's soap and water and fabric, yes, but it's also something more fundamental. It's the smell of care, of attention, of things being made right. You pull out the damp clothes, feeling their weight. Wet fabric is always surprisingly heavy. You pile it into your basket. Jeans, work pants, the navy shirt, dark t-shirts. The clothes are cool to the touch, slick with water. You'll need to shake them out before they go into the dryer. Machine number 6 yields the lights. White shirts, pale socks, that gray sweater you forgot you owned. Into the basket they go. You carry the basket to the row of dryers along the right wall, scanning for 2 that are empty and side by side. You find them near the middle, numbers 18 and 19. These are front loaders, which you prefer easier to reach in and pull things out. But first you need to shake out the clothes. You return to the folding table, set down the basket, and begin the process. Pick up each item, give it a firm shake to unfold it, drape it over the side of the basket. The jeans, the shirts, the socks. It's tedious work, but you find yourself not minding. There's something satisfying about it, bringing order from chaos, preparing things for the next step. Shake, drape, shake, drape. The student is at the other end of the folding table now, pulling her own clothes from a dryer. You can see her sorting through her laundry, mostly athletic wear, leggings and sports, brass and t-shirts. She catches you looking and gives a small smile, that universal expression of laundry solidarity. You smile back. When everything is shaken out, you carry the basket back to the dryers and begin loading them. This is easier than loading. The washer's gravity helps instead of fighting you. You just open the door and drop things in, making sure nothing is too tangled, making sure everything has room to tumble freely. Darks into 18, lights into 19. You add dryer sheets, 1 to each machine. They're lavender scented, the kind that's supposed to be calming. You wonder if whoever manufactures them knows that most people do laundry in a state of mild stress, rushing to get it done, and chose lavender deliberately. Or maybe they just thought it smelled nice. Payment again. The dryers also take quarters, also cost $4 per cycle. You feed the coins and clink, 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 and press start. The dryers rumble to life. Their sound is different from the washers, lower and steadier. That brown noise you were noticing before. The drums begin to turn, and you can hear the wet clothes tumbling inside. Thud, dash, thud, dash, thud. Heavy and rhythmic. You close both doors and step back. Dryers take 45 minutes. 45 more minutes in this warm, bright space. 45 more minutes of having nothing to do but exist. You return to your red plastic chair and sit down, but this time you angle it slightly so you can see the dryers instead of the washers. Through the round glass windows, you watch your clothes begin their tumbling journey. There's something mesmerizing about watching a dryer, you discover. Maybe even more mesmerizing than watching a washer. In the washer, everything is liquid and chaotic. Clothes churn through water in unpredictable ways, appearing and disappearing through the soap and bubbles. But in the dryer, there's no water to obscure the view. You can see everything clearly. Your clothes tumble in a steady, lazy circle. They lift up the back wall of the drum, reach the top, and then fall down the front, over and over and over. Gravity and rotation, the two fundamental forces of the dryer universe, combining to create this endless cascade of fabric. The colors are what catch your eye first. Against the white metal of the drum, your navy shirt appears vivid, almost glowing. It rises up the back wall, dark blue against white, tumbles over the top, falls with a soft hump. Then it's caught up again, rises again, falls again. Each time its shape changes. Sometimes it's spread out like a flag. Sometimes it's twisted into a rope. Sometimes it's wadded into a ball. Your jeans follow a similar path, but they're heavier, so they fall with more force. They land at the bottom of the drum with a solid thud, lie there for half a rotation, while lighter items cascade over them, and then they're caught up again, lifted, tumbled. A sock appears at the glass, pressed flat against it for a moment. You can see every detail, every thread, and then it's pulled away, sucked back into the tumbling mass. Round and round, up and down, falling and rising. It's hypnotic. You lean forward, elbows on your knees, and just watch. Let your eyes go slightly unfocused. The tumbling becomes a blur of color and motion, like looking at a kaleidoscope. Dark blue and black and gray, mixing and separating, mixing and separating. Patterns that almost form and then break apart. Shapes that suggest meaning and then dissolve. Your breathing slows, deepens. You're not thinking about the presentation anymore. You're not thinking about anything. There's just the watching, the steady rhythm of tumbling clothes, the warm air, the background hum of machines. In meditation, they talk about finding a focal point, a candle flame, or your breath, or a mantra, something to anchor your attention, to keep your mind from wandering into anxiety and planning and regret. The dryer becomes your focal point. The tumbling becomes your mantra. Tumble and fall. Tumble and fall. Tumble and fall. Time continues its strange behavior. You have no idea how long you've been sitting here. 5 minutes? 20? The clothes keep tumbling, so the cycle isn't done yet. But beyond that, you've lost all sense of duration. You're in that strange state between waking and sleeping, that liminal space where consciousness becomes fluid. The navy shirt rises again, and you track it with your eyes. Up the back wall, over the top, down the front. It lands in a different configuration than before, one sleeve extended, the other tucked beneath. Then it's caught up again, and the whole thing repeats. You could watch this forever, you think. You could sit here in this warm, bright room and watch your clothes tumble and listen to the machines hum and never worry about presentations or deadlines or anything at all. You could just exist like a stone in a stream, letting everything flow around you. The other dryer, number 19 with your light clothes, is creating a different visual. The white shirts and gray sweater create a softer palette, less contrast. It's like watching clouds tumble or snow, gentle and soft and calming. You switch your focus between the two dryers back and forth. Dark colors, light colors, dark, light, dark, light. Your eyes move in rhythm and your breathing follows. Behind you, you hear the philosopher reading again, Anxiety is the dizziness of freedom, ... The words float past without sticking. You're beyond words now, beyond language. There's just sensation, just experience. The warmth on your skin, the sound in your ears, the motion before your eyes. This is meditation, you realize. Not the kind where you sit cross-legged and chant, but meditation nonetheless. You found your way into that still, quiet place at the center of yourself, the place where worry can't reach. The clothes keep tumbling, the machines keep humming, the rain keeps falling, and you keep watching, breathing, being. Gradually, you become aware that the quality of the tumbling has changed. The clothes in dryer 18 are moving differently, lighter, faster. They're drying out, losing the water weight that made them heavy and sluggish. Now they lift more easily up the back wall, float for a moment at the top, and drift down like leaves falling. You straighten up in your chair, blink a few times, reorient yourself to the world. How long were you in that meditative state? Long enough. The timer on the dryer reads 8 minutes remaining. 8 minutes until your clothes are fully dry. 8 minutes until you have to return to the world outside, to the rain and the cold and the responsibilities waiting for you tomorrow. But not yet. For 8 more minutes you can stay here. You look around the laundromat with fresh eyes, as if you're seeing it for the first time. The philosopher is still on his bench, though he's closed his book. He's stroking his dog now. The little Papillon has woken up and is sitting in his lap, tail wagging slowly. The man's face is peaceful, content. His laundry, you notice, is folded neatly in a basket beside him. He's done, could leave any time, but he's staying. Maybe he likes it here too. Maybe this is his meditation spot. The student has finished her laundry as well. She's packing her clothes into a large duffel bag, rolling each item tightly to save space. A practiced motion. She's done this many times before. Probably does laundry every week in this very spot. Probably has her own routines and observations about this place. The space is quieter now than when you arrived. Fewer machines running. The brown noise has diminished, though the background hum of a few remaining dryers continues. Even Machine 7, your jazz musician, has gone silent. It's 2:47 a.m., according to your phone. You've been here an hour and a half. Almost 2 hours. A significant chunk of the night spent doing nothing but laundry and breathing and watching clothes spin. And yet it doesn't feel wasted. It feels ... valuable, somehow. Like you've given yourself something important. A reset, a pause, a small gift of stillness in the middle of your busy, anxious life. The dryers buzz softly, almost apologetically. Your clothes are done. You stand and walk to them, feeling the pull of gravity in your legs. You've been sitting a long time. You open dryer 18 first, and heat billows out. Wonderful, enveloping heat that smells like clean cotton and lavender. You reach in and pull out the navy shirt. It's warm, almost hot and dry and soft. You hold it against your chest for a moment, just feeling the warmth seep into you. This, you think, is one of life's underrated pleasures. Warm laundry on a cold night. Simple. Perfect. You pull out the rest of the clothes from both dryers, piling them into your basket. Everything is warm. Everything is dry. Everything is clean. The work pants that you'll wear tomorrow, crisp and ready. The dark jeans, the t-shirts, the socks matched into pairs. All of it clean and warm and somehow comforting. You carry the basket, to the folding table. The student has left you didn't notice when. It's just you and the philosopher now, sharing this space in the deepest part of the night. You begin to fold. There's a meditative quality to this too, you discover. The repetition, the precision, the care required. Each item gets your full attention. The navy shirt first. Shake it out, lay it flat on the table, smooth away any wrinkles, fold the sleeves in, fold in half again. A perfect rectangle. Set it aside. The work pants, shake, smooth, fold lengthwise, fold in thirds. Another rectangle. The t-shirts, the jeans, the sweater. Each one receives the same careful attention. Your hands move steadily, confidently. You're good at this, you realize. When's the last time you actually thought about being good at folding laundry? When's the last time you gave it this much attention instead of rushing through it? As you work, you become aware of small details. The texture of different fabrics beneath your fingers, the smooth cotton of the t-shirts, the sturdy denim of the jeans, the slight roughness of the towel, the sound of fabric moving across the table's surface, a soft whisper, the warmth still radiating from each piece, though it's slowly fading as the clothes cool to room temperature. You're creating order, you think, taking chaos, a tumbled mass of fabric, and transforming it into neat stacks, everything organized and put right. There's something deeply satisfying about that, something that speaks to a fundamental human need for order and cleanliness and care. Your mother was right all those years ago when she taught you how to fold properly. Do it right the first time, she'd say, and you won't have to do it again. Take care of your things, and they'll take care of you. You smile at the memory. Maybe you'll call her this weekend. Tell her you were thinking of her. She'd like that. The last sock is matched, the last shirt is folded, and you stand back to survey your work. The basket is full of neat stacks, everything organized by type. It looks good. It looks like you have your life together, at least in this one small way. You glance over at the philosopher. He's putting on his coat now, getting ready to leave. His dog is back in the carrier, which he lifts carefully. The small animal inside shifts, settling, content. As he passes you on his way to the door, he pauses. "Good night," he says. "Or good morning, I suppose." "Good night," you reply. "I enjoyed the philosophy," he smiles. "Scren is always good company at 2 in the morning. He and I have seen many midnights together. And your dog?" You ask, nodding at the carrier. "Mozart," the man says, and there's such tenderness in his voice. He prefers Kierkegaard to Sartre. Less pessimistic? You laugh softly. "I can't argue with that." "Well," he says, shifting the carrier slightly. "Safe travels home. The rain is supposed to stop soon. You too." He nods and turns toward the door. You watch him go, this stranger who reads existential philosophy to his tiny dog at 2 in the morning. The door opens, he steps out into the rain, and then the door closes behind him. Through the windows you can see him walking away, unhurried, despite the weather, until he disappears around a corner. You're alone now, the only person left in the laundromat. The machines that were running when you arrived have all finished. The only sound is the hum of the fluorescent lights and the continued patter of rain on the windows. It's quieter than before, emptier but no less peaceful. You gather your laundry basket, making sure you have everything. Coat, keys, wallet, phone, nothing forgotten. You take one last look around this space that has been your sanctuary for the past 2 hours. The red plastic chairs sit empty. The folding tables are clean. The machines are still and quiet, waiting for the next person who needs them. The neon sign still buzzes. Open 24 hours. This place will be here tomorrow night, you think. And the night after that, and the night after that. Waiting, ready. A bright, warm refuge for anyone who needs it. You walk to the door, pause with your hand on the handle, and take a breath. Then you push the door open and step out into the rain. The cold is shocking after the warmth of the laundromat, but in a good way, clarifying, awakening. The rain has lessened, the philosopher was, right down to a light drizzle that's more mist than rain. It hangs in the air, weights your face gently, cools the last lingering warmth from the dryers. You shift the basket against your hip and start walking. The city is even quieter now than it was when you arrived. 3 a.m. on a Thursday. The deepest part of the night, the hours when even the bars are closed and the delivery drivers have gone home. Just you and the street lights and the occasional car passing in the distance. But you don't feel lonely. You feel complete somehow, like something that was fragmented has been made whole again. The anxiety about tomorrow, as presentation hasn't vanished entirely. You're not naive. Enough to think laundry can solve everything, but it's manageable. Now, it's in proportion. You've done the work, you'll do your best. That's all anyone can do. The basket in your arms radiates a gentle warmth. Not the intense heat from when you first pulled the clothes from the dryer, but a softer warmth, the retained heat of fabric cooling slowly. It seeps through the plastic basket into your arms, your chest, like a small sun you're carrying home. You pass the closed bodega, the dark Thai restaurant, the shuttered bar. The rain-slicked sidewalk reflects the streetlights, creating pools of amber light. Your footsteps sound different than they did on the walk over, steadier, calmer, less hurried. You're not rushing now. You're just walking, moving through space, being present in this moment. A cat darts across the street ahead of you, probably heading home after a night of hunting. It pauses at the opposite curb, looks back at you with eyes that glow green in the streetlight, and then disappears into the darkness. You smile. The city's nocturnal creatures are out, going about their business while the day-dwellers sleep. 1 block, 2 blocks. You can see your building now, its shape darker against the dark sky. Almost home. You think about the laundromat, about the philosopher and his dog, about Machine 7 and its jazz rhythms, about the hypnotic tumble of clothes in the dryer. You think about brown noise and meditation, and the way forced pauses can become unexpected gifts. How often do you slow down enough to actually notice things? To pay attention to the texture of fabric, the sound of rain, the warmth of clean laundry? How often do you give yourself permission to just exist without purpose or productivity or goals? Not often enough, you think. But maybe more from now on. Maybe this midnight laundry trip has taught you something about the value of stillness, about the peace that can be found in the most mundane tasks when you approach them with attention and care. You reach your building, shift the basket to one arm, and fish out your keys. The lock turns smoothly. The door opens. You step inside, into the warmth, into the familiar smell of home. Up the stairs, you count them without thinking. 12 steps and down the hall to your apartment door. Another key, another lock, and you're inside. The apartment is dark and quiet. You set the basket down by the bedroom door and turn on a small lamp. Warm yellow light fills the space. gentler than the fluorescent glare of the laundromat. You take off your coat, hang it up, and then carry the basket into the bedroom. Putting away the clean clothes is the last task. You work slowly, carefully, giving it the same attention you gave to folding. The navy shirt goes on its hanger in the closet, the work pants on another hanger, the t-shirts in the drawer, the socks paired and rolled, the sweater on its shelf. Everything in its place, everything clean and ready for tomorrow. When you're done, you stand there for a moment, looking at your organized closet, your tidy drawers. It's such a small thing, really, just clean laundry. But it feels like an accomplishment. It feels like you've taken care of something important, taken care of yourself in a fundamental way. You change into sleep clothes, soft, worn, comfortable, and brush your teeth. The familiar routines of bedtime, actions you've done 10,000 times, but tonight you notice them. The coolness of the water, the mint taste of toothpaste, the softness of the towel against your face. Finally, you climb into bed. The sheets are cool against your skin, but you know they'll warm up quickly. Outside, you can hear the rain has stopped completely. Just occasional drips from the eaves, the last vestiges of the storm. You turn off the lamp. Darkness, soft and complete. You close your eyes and immediately feel the memory of the dryer's hum, that deep brown noise that held you so gently for 2 hours. Your breathing slows to match it, instinctive now, that rhythm of thump-swish you listened to for so long. Tomorrow you'll wake up, put on your clean navy shirt and work pants, and give the presentation you've prepared for. It will go well or it won't, but either way, you'll be fine. Life will continue. There will be more late nights and early mornings, more challenges and victories, more ordinary moments that might become extraordinary if you pay attention to them. But for now, for these remaining hours of darkness, there's only sleep. You feel yourself drifting, that gentle descent into unconsciousness. Your last thought before sleep takes you is simple: gratitude. Gratitude for laundromats that stay open all night, for philosophy reading strangers and their sleeping dogs, for the hypnotic tumble of clothes in a dryer, for warmth on cold nights, for small moments of unexpected peace. The rain has stopped. The city sleeps, and so do you, deeply and well, held by the memory of warmth and the gift of a midnight pause in your rushing life. Everything is clean. Everything is calm. Everything for this moment is exactly as it should be. If this story resonated with you, if it helped you find a moment of calm in your own busy life, please consider showing your support with a like and subscribe to Deep Sleep Stories Hub for more quiet nights and restful journeys. May your own sleep be deep and peaceful, and may you find your own moments of unexpected grace in the ordinary tasks of life. Good night. The Night Shift at the Aquarium, a deeply relaxing bedtime story. The elevator doors close behind me at 11 o'clock, and the world above begins to fade. I can still hear it, the distant wail of sirens on Fifth Avenue, the percussion of car horns, the strange electric hum of a city that never quite sleeps. But with each floor I descend, those sounds grow softer, muffled by concrete and steel, until they're nothing more than a memory of chaos I'm leaving behind. The staff stairwell is narrow and fluorescent bright, smelling faintly of industrial cleaner, and something else, something briny and alive. My footsteps echo in the empty space, a rhythmic tap-tap-tap that's somehow comforting in its predictability. At the bottom, I swipe my key card, and the heavy door swings open into another world entirely. The blue hits me first. It always does. That deep, aquatic glow that seems to come from everywhere and nowhere, soft and encompassing like being wrapped in twilight. The main corridor of the aquarium stretches before me, its walls lined with tanks that pulse with gentle light. The fluorescent harshness of the stairwell is gone, replaced by this underwater dreamscape where shadows move slowly and everything feels suspended. I can hear the building breathing. That's what I call it anyway, the low, steady hum of the massive filtration systems that run through the walls and floors, pumping thousands of gallons of water through their cycles. It's a sound you feel as much as hear, a subsonic rumble that vibrates in your chest like a second heartbeat. Beneath that, there's the softer sound of aerators, a constant gentle bubbling that's everywhere and nowhere, like standing near a stream. This is why I took this job. Up there, in the daylight world, my thoughts move too fast. They ricochet around my skull like those cars bouncing off each other in traffic, honking and urgent and going nowhere. My therapist calls it anxiety. I call it the weight. Some days it feels like I'm carrying stones in my pockets, in my chest, behind my eyes. Everything is heavy and sharp and too much. But down here, 3 floors below the street, in this blue quiet down here, I can breathe. I make my way to the equipment room, my sneakers squeaking slightly on the polished concrete floor. The sound echoes down the empty corridor, bouncing off the tanks where sleeping fish hover in the gentle current. A school of silver pompano drifts past in one of the wall tanks, moving in perfect synchronization, their scales catching the light like coins tumbling through water. The equipment room is exactly as I left it yesterday, cleaning cart in the corner, mop bucket hanging on its hook, rows of spray bottles organized by chemical type. There's something deeply satisfying about a space that doesn't change, where everything has its place and stays there. I change into my work uniform, the navy blue polo with aquarium staff embroidered on the pocket, and pull on the rubber-soled boots that are mandatory around all the wet areas. The supplies go into the cart with the same ritual I've performed 200 times. All-purpose cleaner, glass cleaner, microfiber cloths, the squeegee with the telescoping handle, a stack of clean towels. The cart has a squeaky left wheel that I've been meaning to oil for weeks but never do. It's become part of the nighttime soundtrack now, that rhythmic squeak-squeak as I roll from gallery to gallery. Before I start my rounds, I check the logbook, a massive 3-ring binder where the day shift leaves notes about anything unusual. Today's entries are blissfully mundane. Replaced filter cartridge in tank 7, fed sea otters at 2 p.m., normal appetite, jellyfish delivery scheduled for Thursday. I add my own entry, night shift, November 14th, Marina Rodriguez, 11 p.m. to 7 a.m., and close the book. The building settles around me with small sounds, the distant clunk of a pump cycling on, the whisper of water moving through pipes, the occasional splash from one of the open-top tanks. Somewhere in the penguin exhibit, I hear a single bark, probably Kevin, who's always been a bit of an insomniac. The aquarium at night is not silent exactly. It's more like it speaks a different language, one that doesn't require words. I wheel my cart toward the tropical reef gallery, the first stop on my nightly route. The corridor opens into a vast, dimly lit space dominated by a wall-sized tank that holds 30,000 gallons of meticulously maintained coral reef ecosystem. During the day, this gallery is packed with visitors pressing their faces against the glass, children shrieking with delight, tour guides delivering their memorized speeches about marine biodiversity. Now the only audience is me. The reef is sleeping. That's not quite accurate. Coral reefs never truly sleep. They just shift into a different mode when darkness falls. But the effect is the same. The parrotfish have tucked themselves into crevices in the coral, wrapping themselves in cocoons of their own mucus for protection. The clownfish have nestled deep into their anemone homes, only their orange faces visible among the waving tentacles. Even the normally hyperactive damselfish are still, hovering motionless in the water column like tiny suspended ornaments. I spray the viewing glass and begin the long process of cleaning it with the squeegee. This is the part of the job that people probably imagine as boring, dragging a rubber blade across glass in long, overlapping strokes, working methodically from top to bottom. But there's a meditation in it, a rhythm that empties my mind of everything except the simple task at hand. Spray, squeegee, wipe. Spray, squeegee, wipe. The sound of the blade against glass is a steady squeak that punctuates the bubbling of the aerators. As I work, a lionfish drifts into view, its elaborate fins spreading like a Victorian fan. It hovers there, absolutely motionless, except for the tiniest movements of its pectoral fins, maintaining its position in the current with an economy of effort that seems almost supernatural. I pause, squeegee in hand, and watch it. The lionfish doesn't acknowledge me. Why would it? To the fish, I'm just another shadow on the other side of their world. I think about weight again, about how much effort it takes me to stay afloat in my own life, thrashing and struggling, while these creatures make it look effortless. They don't fight the current. They use it, lean into it, let it carry them where they need to go. The lionfish tilts slightly, adjusts a fin, and glides away into the coral forest without a sound. My breathing has slowed. I notice it suddenly the way you notice you've stopped shivering after coming in from the cold. My chest feels looser, like someone has untied a knot I didn't know was there. The weight is still present. It's always present, but it's different down here. Lighter somehow, more diffuse, as if the water on the other side of the glass is teaching my body something about buoyancy. I finish the main viewing panel and move to the smaller side tanks, each one a carefully curated slice of reef habitat. There's the anemone tank with its garden of swaying tentacles, the seahorse tank where delicate creatures cling to artificial coral with their prehensile tails, the shrimp tank where tiny cleaners scuttle across rocks like hyperactive housekeepers. Each tank gets the same careful attention glass, cleaned until it's invisible, baseboards wiped, floors mopped. By the time I finish the tropical reef gallery, it's nearly midnight. The building's heartbeat continues its steady rhythm, and I feel myself sinking to it, my own pulse slowing to match the mechanical calm. I check my cart, reload supplies, and head to my next stop, Houdini's tank. The giant Pacific octopus exhibit is housed in its own semicircular alcove off the main corridor, a dramatic space with theatrical lighting designed to showcase the aquarium's most intelligent resident. During the day, Houdini is the star attraction, the creature that draws crowds and inspires children to dream of marine biology careers. At night, he's my nemesis. I round the corner and stop, hands on my hips, staring at the tank. You've got to be kidding me. Every single rock in Houdini's enclosure has been moved. The carefully arranged pile of boulders that provide his hiding spaces has been completely rearranged into what can only be described as a monument to chaos. The PVC pipes we put in for enrichment, supposed to be scattered across the sand, have been stacked in a pyramid in the far corner. The rubber toys are nowhere to be seen, probably stuffed into crevices I can't see from this angle. And there, watching me from behind his restructured fortress, is Houdini himself. Giant Pacific octopuses are big. Houdini is bigger than most, with an arm span of nearly 15 feet when he's fully extended. Right now, he's bunched up behind his rocks, but I can see one eye, a golden, cat-like eye with a rectangular pupil tracking my every movement. As I step closer to the glass, his skin ripples with color changes, dark red to mottled brown to pale cream, a display of emotion that scientists are still trying to fully understand. Every night, I say to him, my voice echoing in the empty alcove. Every single night, I put things back the way they're supposed to be, and every single night, you mess it all up again. The eye blinks. It's unsettling, the way octopus eyes are so expressive, so undeniably aware. There's an intelligence behind that gaze that feels almost human, but alien at the same time, a mind evolved in an entirely different direction from ours, solving problems we'll never face, thinking thoughts we can't imagine. I pull out my phone and take a photo for the logbook. The day shift marine biologist, Dr. Chun, finds these photos hilarious. She started a folder called Houdini's Nightly Renovations and has been documenting his interior design choices for months. Last week, he arranged all his rocks in a perfect circle. The week before, he'd hidden every single toy and refused to reveal where they were for 3 days. You know the day shift is going to put it all back tomorrow, right? I tell him, moving closer to the glass. This is pointless. You're pointless, but I'm smiling as I say it, and maybe Houdini can sense that, because he unfurls slightly, extending 2 arms out from behind his boulder fortress. The suckers on his tentacles are as big as silver dollars, each one capable of tasting and touching and exploring with a sensitivity that's hard to comprehend. He reaches toward the glass, and I find myself reaching too, placing my palm flat against the cool acrylic. Houdini mirrors the gesture, pressing the white suckers of his arm against the glass where my hand rests. We stay like that for a moment, human and cephalopod, connected by a transparent barrier and a strange interspecies understanding. His skin pulses with color red, white, browns, burgundy, a language I can't speak but somehow feel. You're contained, I whispered to him, but you're not trapped, are you? You own this space. Every rock, every inch of water, it's yours. The octopus holds my gaze for another long moment, then withdraws his arm in a fluid motion and retreats back into his rock pile. The show is over. I've been dismissed. I make a note in my logbook about the rearrangement. Clean the viewing glass carefully, avoiding the area where Houdini's arms might reach, and move on. But as I wheel my cart away, I feel something shift in my chest. Houdini is trapped, objectively speaking. He lives in a tank separated from the Pacific Ocean by 2,000 miles and a wall of acrylic. But he doesn't seem to experience it as a trap. He explores every inch of his territory with tireless curiosity. He plays, problem solves, rearranges his furniture. He doesn't rage against the boundaries of his world. He fills them completely with his presence. Maybe that's a lesson I need. Maybe the cage isn't always the problem. The Antarctic exhibit is loud before I even open the door. The penguin colony, 23 Magellanic penguins to be exact, is wide awake and extremely opinionated about my arrival. The room is kept at a crisp 45 degrees Fahrenheit, and the temperature drop hits me immediately as I push through the double doors with my cart. My breath fogs in the air. The space is designed to mimic the rocky coastline of South America, complete with artificial boulders, a deep pool for swimming, and a simulated sky that cycles through seasonal light patterns. Right now, that sky is set to austral night, a deep blue-black dotted with unfamiliar southern constellations. The penguins don't care. They're gathered on their favorite rocks in various states of alertness, some sleeping, standing up, some preening their feathers, and several, including my regular observer, whom I named the Inspector, watching me with what can only be described as judgmental interest. Penguins, I've learned, have no concept of personal space or subtlety. As I begin mopping the visitor viewing area outside the habitat, the inspector waddles right up to the glass and stares, just stares. His head tilts. His flippers remain primly at his sides. He looks like a tiny tax auditor who's found a discrepancy in my returns. Is there a problem? I ask him. He does not respond, but two more penguins join him at the glass, forming a small tribunal of tuxedoed judgment. They watch every swipe of my mop with intense focus, occasionally turning to look at each other, then back at me, as if conferring about my technique. I'm doing a good job, I inform them. This floor is going to be spotless. One of them, a smaller female named Pebble, makes a donkey-like braying sound that echoes off the artificial rocks. Several other penguins respond from deeper in the habitat, and suddenly the whole room is filled with honking, braying penguin conversation. It's absurd and hilarious, and somehow exactly what I need. Up in the world above, I'm constantly worried about being watched, being judged, being found lacking. My boss evaluating my work. My mother asking why I'm not using my degree. The strangers on the subway whose eyes feel like weights. Every gaze feels like an assessment I'm failing. But these penguins, they're definitely judging me. There's no question about that. The inspector is literally standing there with his flippers behind his back, like a disappointed school teacher. And yet I don't feel that familiar twist of anxiety in my stomach. Maybe it's because they're 2 feet tall and smell like fish. Maybe it's because their criticism comes with an adorable waddle. Or maybe it's because their judgment is so absurdly transparent, so uncomplicated, that it can't possibly hurt. I finish mopping, dry the floors, and clean the viewing glass, while my penguin audience slowly loses interest and disperses back to their evening activities. The inspector remains at his post the longest, giving me one final appraising look before waddling away with great dignity to rejoin his colony. As I close the door behind me, returning to the relative warmth of the main corridor, I realize I'm still smiling. The knot in my chest has loosened another notch. The weight hasn't disappeared. It never does, but it's distributed differently now, spread out across my shoulders instead of pressing down on my sternum like a stone. The jellyfish gallery is where I always linger longest. The room is nearly dark, lit only by the tanks themselves, which glow with an ethereal bioluminescence that seems to come from another dimension. Cylindrical tanks line the walls, each one a vertical column of dark water backlit by slowly cycling LEDs, blue, purple, green, deep ocean black. Inside the columns, jellyfish pulse. Moon jellies, translucent and delicate, bloom and contract like breathing parachutes. Pacific sea nettles trail their long, ribbon-like tentacles behind them as they drift upward and sink back down in an endless, mesmerizing cycle. And in the darkest tanks, the cone jellies shimmer with rainbow bioluminescence, their cilia catching the light and refracting it into moving spectrums of color. There are no fish here, no rocks or coral or substrate, just jellies and water and light. It's the purest form of the aquarium's magic, the most concentrated dose of weightlessness the building offers. I clean the glass on the first few tanks quickly, trying to stay focused on my job. But by the time I reach the moon jelly cylinder, I find myself slowing down, my movements becoming less efficient, more observational. The squeegee hangs forgotten in my hand as I watch a particularly large moon jelly pulse its way toward the surface of the tank. The motion is hypnotic, a slow, deliberate contraction of the bell, a graceful expansion, another contraction. Its breathing made visible, meditation made manifest. The jelly has no brain, no heart, no bones or blood or any of the equipment we associate with complex life. It's mostly water, 95% water held together by the simplest of tissues, moving through the ocean on nothing but instinct and the gentle rhythm of muscular contraction. And yet it survives, it thrives, it exists. I set down my cleaning supplies and sink onto the bench that faces the main jelly wall, a massive tank that displays the entire life cycle of moon jellies, from tiny polyps to ephora to mature medusae. The bench is positioned perfectly for long observation, and I suspect I'm not the first person to sit here, transfixed, while the building sleeps around them. The jellies pulse. I breathe. For a while, the two rhythms are separate there, slow bloom and collapse, my faster in and out. But gradually, without conscious effort, I feel my breathing slow to match theirs. In as the bell expands, out as it contracts, in, out, bloom, collapse, again. My thoughts begin to dissolve. That's the only way I can describe it. All day long, my mind is a traffic jam of worries. Did I say the wrong thing in that email? Why did that person look at me like that? What if I'm wasting my life? What if I'm broken? What if? The thoughts pile up and crash into each other and create gridlock in my skull, a constant noise that I can never quite escape. But here, watching the jellies pulse in their dark water, the thoughts start to drift apart. They lose their edges, their urgency. A worry floats up, what if I can't pay rent next month? And instead of grabbing onto it, I let it drift past like a jelly on a current. Another one surfaces, Mom's disappointed voice on the phone, and that one drifts past too, dissolving into the darkness. The jellies don't solve anything. They don't have advice or strategies or 5-step plans. They just are. They pulse and drift and exist, unburdened by the concept of purpose or productivity or becoming something other than what they are. No brain, no heart, no anxiety. Just water and instinct and the ancient, simple rhythm of survival. Maybe peace isn't about solving everything. Maybe it's not about finally getting my life together or becoming the person I thought I'd be by now. Maybe peace is just this allowing myself to float, to pulse, to exist without constantly trying to be more, better, different. I sit there for longer than I should, longer than the cleaning schedule allows. The cone jellies in the far tank cycle through their rainbow colors: pink, gold, green, blue. The sea nettles trail their tentacles like silk scarves in slow motion. And I breathe, matching my rhythm to theirs, feeling the weight in my chest loosen and spread and thin out until it's less like carrying stones and more like being held by water. Eventually, I stand up. My cart is waiting. There are still 4 galleries to clean, and I'm behind schedule. But I feel different, hollowed out in a good way, like a bell that's been rung and is still resonating with the note. I clean the remaining jelly tanks with care, taking my time with the glass to avoid disturbing the delicate creatures on the other side. As I work, I notice my reflection in the acrylic, ghostly and translucent, overlapping with the jellies. For a moment, I can't tell where I end and they begin. We're all just shapes in the blue darkness, pulsing and drifting, trying to stay afloat. The ocean tunnel is the aquarium's centerpiece, the feature that appears in all the promotional materials and postcards. It's a 100-foot-long transparent tunnel that runs directly through the main ocean tank, giving visitors the sensation of walking on the seafloor while marine life swims all around them, above, below, on every side. At night, with the visitor lights dimmed to their lowest setting, the tunnel is otherworldly. I wheel my cart to the entrance and pause, as I always do, just taking it in. The tunnel stretches ahead of me into blue dimness, its curved acrylic walls creating a capsule of air in the middle of 1,000,000 gallons of water. Shadows move across the floor, the silhouettes of fish passing overhead, their bodies backlit by the moon lights that simulate nighttime on the reef. I push my cart forward, and the sound changes. Inside the tunnel, everything echoes differently. My footsteps are amplified and strange, bouncing off the curved walls and the water beyond. The squeaky wheel on my cart becomes a rhythmic conversation with itself, each squeak answered by its own echo half a second later. And underneath it all, that constant low hum of the filtration system, the mechanical heartbeat that never stops. A sand tiger shark glides past, maybe 10 feet away, its mouth slightly open to show rows of needle-thin teeth. It moves without any visible effort, its tail making lazy sweeps from side to side, propelling its 500-pound body through the water as if it weighs nothing at all. The shark doesn't look at me. I don't register as interesting, not food, not threat, not anything worth investigating. I'm just part of the landscape, another feature of its world. I begin mopping the tunnel floor, working my way down its length in slow sections. Above me, a school of jacks swirls in a tight ball, flashing silver as they turn in perfect synchronization. A southern stingray rests on the acrylic ceiling my floor, its flat body spread out like a pancake, the spiracles behind its eyes opening and closing as it breathes. And then I see Old Timer. He's a green sea turtle, somewhere around 60 years old, according to the biologists, though nobody knows for sure. He came to the aquarium 8 years ago with a damaged flipper that made him non-releasable, and he's been swimming these same slow figure eights through the ocean tank ever since. I've worked here for 6 months, and in that time I've never seen him deviate from his pattern. Figure 8, glide, turn, figure 8, glide, turn. Hour after hour, day after day, tracing the same invisible path through the water. Some people find it sad, I think, the monotony of it. But I've come to see it differently. Old Timer swims into view from the far end of the tunnel, his body angled downward in a shallow dive. His front flippers move in slow, synchronized strokes down, back, glide, down, back, glide. His shell is covered in algae and small hitchhiking barnacles, a mobile ecosystem that he carries with him everywhere he goes. One of his eyes tracks toward me as he passes overhead, just a flicker of acknowledgement, and then he's past, continuing his eternal loop. I stop mopping and just watch him go. His back flippers trail behind him, steering without effort. His ancient, wrinkled head bobs gently with each stroke. He doesn't rush. He doesn't seem bored or frustrated or trapped. He just swims his pattern with a kind of patient grace that makes my chest ache. I think about my therapist asking me session after session, "What do you want, Marina? What would make you happy?" And I never have a good answer because the truth is I don't know. I just know that the weight is heavy and the world is loud, and I am tired of feeling like I am drowning on dry land. But old-timer, he's not asking those questions. He's not striving towards some imagined future version of himself. He's just here now, swimming his pattern in this water, in this moment, and somehow, impossibly, that seems like enough. The weight in my chest shifts again. It's still there. I think it will always be there, in some form. But watching old-timer complete his figure 8 and start another one, I feel something that might be acceptance. Not resignation, exactly. More like a recognition that some things can't be fixed, only carried. And maybe the secret is learning to carry them like water instead of stone. I finish mopping the tunnel slowly, stopping several times to watch the life moving around me. A school of pompano rushes past in a silver blur. A Goliath grouper hovers near the bottom, its massive mouth opening and closing with the slow rhythm of its breathing. Everywhere I look, there's motion, but it's not frantic or purposeful or driven by ambition. It's just the movement of living things doing what living things do, existing, swimming, breathing, being. By the time I reach the end of the tunnel, I feel hollowed out again, but in the best possible way. Like I've left some of the weight behind, dissolved into the blue water, carried away on a current I can't see but can feel all around me. The deep sea exhibit is the aquarium's newest addition, a darkened gallery designed to showcase creatures from the ocean's abyssal zones. The tanks here are small, the lighting minimal, the whole space kept deliberately cold and quiet to mimic the crushing, silent depths these animals call home. I push through the heavy curtain that separates the exhibit from the main corridor, and the darkness swallows me. My eyes take a moment to adjust. When they do, I see the tanks lining the walls, each one a small window into the deep anglerfish with their bioluminescent lures, vampire squid with their webbed arms, colonies of tube worms clustered around simulated hydrothermal vents. The soundscape here is different. The hum of the filtration system drops to a deeper register, almost subsonic, a vibration you feel in your bones more than hear with your ears. The bubbling of aerators is gone, replaced by something that sounds almost like wind, the subtle movement of water through carefully designed current generators. I turn on my flashlight, a small beam in the vast darkness, and begin my cleaning rounds. The floors here are black, designed to disappear in the low light, and I have to move carefully to avoid the various tanks and display panels. In the anglerfish tank, a female dangles her glowing lure in the darkness, the only point of light in the entire enclosure. The lure bobs gently, mimicking the movement of prey. Though there's nothing to hunt here, the fish is fed on a carefully controlled schedule, its needs anticipated and met without any effort on its part. But still it dangles the lure, following instincts hundreds of millions of years old, performing the ancient dance of predator and prey in miniature. I watch the lure bob for a moment, then move to the vampire squid display. The creature inside is no bigger than my hand, its body a deep maroon color that's almost black in the dim light. As my flashlight beam passes over it, the squid reacts, spreading its webbed arms to reveal the bioluminescent photophores on the inside surfaces, a dazzling display of blue-white lights that flash in sequence meant to confuse predators in the pitch-black abyss. These creatures live in a world of absolute darkness, crushing pressure, and near-freezing temperatures. The deep ocean is the least hospitable place on Earth, and yet life has found a way not just to survive there, but to thrive, to evolve into forms so strange and beautiful that they seem like aliens from another planet. I think about my own dark places, the 3 a.m. anxiety spirals, the days when getting out of bed feels impossible, the weight pressing down so hard I can barely breathe. I've always thought of those depths as places to escape from, problems to solve, darkness to banish with enough therapy and medication and positive thinking. But these creatures don't fear the darkness. They are the darkness. They've adapted to it, made it their home, turned the crushing pressure into their natural habitat. The anglerfish doesn't wish it lived in sunlit shallows. The vampire squid doesn't dream of the surface. They are exactly where they need to be, doing exactly what they evolved to do. Maybe my own darkness doesn't need to be eliminated. Maybe it just needs to be visited sometimes, acknowledged, explored with the same curiosity I bring to these tanks. Not a place to live forever, but not something to be terrified of either. Just another part of the ecosystem of being human. I clean the viewing glass on each tank with extra care, making sure not to let my flashlight beam linger too long on any one creature. They're sensitive to light, these deep-sea animals, and even my small flashlight could be blinding to eyes adapted for bioluminescence. As I work, I feel that strange peace settling deeper into my bones. The weight hasn't disappeared, it's still there, probably always will be. But it feels different now. Less like something crushing me, and more like something that's just part of my composition, like the pressure that shapes these deep-sea creatures into their strange and beautiful forms. I finish the deep-sea exhibit and check my watch. 3 in the morning. 4 more hours until the day shift arrives, until the lights come up and the visitors return, and the aquarium transforms back into its daylight self. But for now, it's still mine, still quiet, still blue. The touch tank is the aquarium's most interactive exhibit during the day, a shallow pool where children can gently touch starfish, sea urchins, and hermit crabs under the supervision of volunteer docents. At night, with the overhead lights dimmed to a soft glow, it becomes something gentler, a tidal pool at twilight, peaceful and patient. I set down my cleaning supplies and kneel beside the tank, dipping my fingers into the cool water. The current generators create a gentle flow that moves across my skin, carrying the salt smell of the ocean, the faint mineral taste of carefully balanced chemistry. A purple starfish clings to the side of the tank near my hand, its hundreds of tube feet creating a subtle suction pattern against the fiberglass. Hermit crabs skitter across the sandy bottom, their borrowed shells clicking against each other as they navigate their small world. A sea cucumber extends its feeding tentacles, waving them in the current like strange, sticky flowers. Everything moves slowly here, operating on geological time, unburdened by deadlines or ambitions or 5-year plans. I stay there for longer than I should, fingers trailing in the water, watching the small dramas of invertebrate life unfold. A hermit crab approaches another's shell, considering an upgrade. A sea urchin slowly migrates across the bottom, its spine swiveling like a compass seeking magnetic north. The starfish doesn't move at all, content to cling to its chosen spot and filter feed from the passing current. There's something profoundly calming about creatures that move this slowly, this deliberately. In the world above, everything is rush and hurry and constant motion. Down here, speed is irrelevant. The starfish will get where it's going when it gets there. The hermit crab will find a new shell eventually. Time exists differently when you're small and simple and unburdened by consciousness. I pull my hand from the water and dry it on a towel, then set about my final cleaning tasks. The touch tank gets wiped down, the surrounding floor mopped, the educational displays dusted. I make my way through the remaining galleries, checking thermometers, adjusting oxygen levels where needed, making notes in the logbook about anything unusual. Everything is as it should be. The aquarium breathes its mechanical breath around me, pumps cycling, filters humming, aerators bubbling their endless conversation. The fish sleep or swim in their eternal patterns. The invertebrates creep and crawl and filter feed. The whole building exists in its perfect engineered ecosystem, a slice of ocean carefully maintained 3 floors below the chaos of the city. My last stop, as always, is Houdini's tank. The giant Pacific octopus is awake, hovering in the middle of his enclosure with his arms spread slightly, looking for all the world like he's been waiting for me. When I approach the glass, he changes color deep red, rippling across his mantle, then fading to mottled brown, then warming to burgundy. It's a display, though I'm not sure what he's trying to communicate. Excitement? Curiosity? Octopus smugness about his architectural achievements? I see you've rearranged again, I tell him, noting that the rock pile has been restructured yet again, this time into something that looks vaguely like a throne. Very regal. Very you. One golden eye tracks my movement as I pull a small container from my pocket. A single raw shrimp saved from the feeding supply room. It's not technically allowed, this extra snack I bring him, but nobody's here to stop me, and I figure Houdini has earned it with his nightly entertainment. I drop the shrimp into the feeding tube at the top of the tank, and Houdini moves a sudden blur of arms and body that's startling after so much stillness. He snatches the shrimp mid-water, brings it to his beak with 3 coordinated arms, and returns to his rock throne to examine his prize. The 4th arm reaches toward the glass where I'm standing, as if in thanks or acknowledgement, or maybe just because he knows I like it when he does that. You're welcome, I say softly. See you tomorrow night? I leave him there, emperor of his rearranged domain, and make my way back through the quiet galleries toward the staff area. The building is settling into its deepest quiet now, the small hours of the morning when even the ambient noise seems to hush. My footsteps echo down the empty corridors. The tanks pulse with their gentle light. Everything breathes water, machines, fish, me, all of us part of the same slow rhythm. I clock out at 6:30, emerging from the staff stairwell into the lobby, just as the first gray light of dawn begins to filter through the massive cylindrical tank that dominates the entrance. The tank holds a carefully curated collection of schooling fish, sardines, anchovies, mackerel, that move in a constant, swirling vortex, a living tornado of silver bodies that never stops spinning. I stand there for a moment, watching them circle. During the day, I know this tank is crowded with visitors, all of them craning their necks to watch the mesmerizing motion. But right now, it's just me and the fish and the slowly brightening sky beyond the lobby windows. The city is waking up outside. I can hear it starting, the distant rumble of the subway beneath the street, the first delivery trucks making their rounds, someone's car alarm going off 3 blocks away. The chaos is ramping up, preparing for another day of noise and rush and endless motion. But I don't feel the familiar dread that usually comes with facing the daylight world. The weight is still there, it will always be there, but it feels different now, more like ballast than burden. Something that keeps me grounded instead of something that's pulling me under. I think about Old Timer swimming his eternal figure 8, about the jellies pulsing without purpose or plan, about Houdini making art out of his limitations, about the deep-sea creatures thriving in their darkness, all of them just existing, just being, without the constant need to become something else. Maybe that's what I've been learning night after night in this blue quiet, that peace isn't something you achieve or accomplish. It is not a destination you reach after enough therapy sessions or the right medication dosage, or finally getting your life together. Peace is a place you can visit, a space you can create inside yourself, a kind of internal ocean where you can float for a while and remember that you don't always have to fight the current. I push through the lobby doors and step out into the morning. The sidewalk is still mostly empty, just a few early commuters hurrying toward the subway station. The air is cold and sharp, carrying the smell of coffee and car exhaust and that indefinable city scent that's everywhere and nowhere. I should be exhausted after 8 hours of work, but I feel strangely energized, hollowed out and clean in a way that's hard to describe. I start walking toward my apartment, my footsteps joining the rhythm of the waking city. A truck rumbles past. A dog barks from a 3rd-floor window. Someone's radio plays merengue music from an opening bodega. The city is loud and chaotic and overwhelming, just like it always is. But today, I carry something else with it, the memory of the blue quiet, the jelly's pulse, the turtle's patient circuit, the deep hum that lives underneath everything. The world feels heavy. It probably always will. But I know now that there's a place I can return to, a quiet, deep place inside myself where I can float and breathe and remember how to be weightless. It's not about escaping the pressure, it's about learning to exist within it, the way Houdini exists in his tank, the way the anglerfish exists in the crushing dark of the abyss. I turn the corner toward home, and the morning light catches the windows of the surrounding buildings, turning them gold. Somewhere behind me, 3 floors below the street, the aquarium continues its quiet workfish, swimming their patterns, filters humming their song, jellyfish pulsing in the dark, all of it breathing together, a small contained ocean in the heart of the city. And in 7 hours I'll descend those stairs again, leave the noise behind, and return to that blue quiet where I'm learning, night by night, how to carry my weight like water instead of stone. If this story resonated with you, if you found some peace in these quiet depths, please consider showing your support with a like. Subscribe to Deep Sleep Stories Hub for more restful journeys into the gentle spaces where we remember how to breathe. Until tomorrow night, may your own waters be calm, and may you find your way to that weightless place inside yourself where everything finally can float. The Plant Rescuer, a cozy story for January blues. The first Monday of January arrived with all the enthusiasm of a Monday in January, which is to say, none at all. Alex stood in the narrow hallway of their apartment building, holding a bag of trash in one hand and their keys in the other, staring at the thing that had appeared overnight next to the trash chute. It was a poinsettia, or rather it had been a poinsettia. Now it was a collection of drooping stems in a cheap plastic pot, its once crimson bracts faded to a sad brownish pink, curling at the edges like ancient parchment. Several leaves had already given up entirely and lay scattered on the floor around it. The soil looked pale and cracked, pulling away from the sides of the pot in a way that suggested it hadn't seen water in weeks. Alex knew exactly what had happened. Someone had received it as a holiday gift, kept it around for the obligatory festive period, and then discarded it the moment the Christmas tree came down. The hallway itself told the same story, scuff marks on the walls where wreaths had hung, a lingering smell of pine, the general air of deflation that settles over a space once all the seasonal cheer has been boxed up and shoved into storage. The trash chute clanged as Alex dropped their bag down it, the sound echoing in the fluorescent-lit hallway. They should go back inside. They had work emails to answer, a video call at 9, a load of laundry that wasn't going to fold itself. The plant was none of their business. Someone had decided it wasn't worth keeping, and that someone was probably right. But Alex didn't move. Instead, they crouched down, setting their keys on the floor, and looked at the plant more closely. Up close, it wasn't completely dead. The stems still had some firmness to them. A few leaves, hidden beneath the worst of the damage, showed hints of green. And right at the base, if you looked carefully, there were tiny nodes where new growth could potentially emerge if the thing got water, light, and some basic care. "Well," Alex said quietly to the plant, to the empty hallway, to no one in particular, "you look like I feel." It was true. The holidays had been fine, nice, even, but now they were over, and the apartment felt too quiet, too empty, too gray. Alex had taken down their own modest decorations the night before, and the walls looked bare and sad, marked by nail holes and rectangles of slightly brighter paint where picture frames had hung. January stretched ahead like a long, colorless tunnel. Work would continue. Life would continue. Everything would be fine and functional, and somehow exhausting in its sameness. The plant sat there, drooping. "Okay," Alex said, making a decision they didn't entirely understand. "Okay, come on." They picked up the pot. It was lighter than expected, the soil so dry it barely weighed anything, and carried it back to their apartment. Their keys clinked against the doorknob as they juggled plant and door. Inside, the apartment was warm but sterile, the heating system humming its constant white noise. Alex's laptop sat open on the small dining table, screen glowing with unread emails. The kitchen counter was clean. Everything was in its place. Everything was fine. Alex set the plant on the windowsill above the radiator, then immediately second-guessed the choice. Was that too much heat? Not enough light? They had no idea. They'd never kept a plant alive for longer than a month, and those had been supposedly indestructible succulents that had, against all odds, died anyway. "All right," Alex said, turning to face the plant. "You need a name. Can't just call you the plant." The plant, unsurprisingly, didn't respond. "Ralph," Alex decided. "You look like a Ralph." Ralph, the poinsettia, sat on the windowsill, drooping slightly to the left, looking deeply unimpressed with his new circumstances. Alex looked back at him, equally uncertain about what they'd just committed to. "I should tell you up front," Alex said. "I have no idea what I'm doing. But you were dying out there, and I'm not great at this, but I can try. So, We'll figure it out." "Deal?" Ralph continued, drooping. "Great talk," Alex muttered and went to make coffee. By Tuesday morning, Alex had become a researcher. The laptop, previously dedicated to work emails and the occasional streaming show, now displayed 15 open tabs about poinsettia care. Alex sat at the dining table with their coffee, Ralph positioned on the windowsill to their right, and read with the focus of someone cramming for an exam. "Okay, Ralph, listen to this," Alex said, scrolling through an article. "Poinsettias are from Mexico. They're actually small trees in their natural habitat. The red parts aren't even flowers, they're modified leaves called bracts. The actual flowers are those tiny yellow things in the center." Ralph had no visible reaction to this information. Alex kept reading. The plant needed bright, indirect light. It needed water when the soil felt dry to the touch, but not too much water. Root rot was a real danger. The temperature should stay between 60 and 70 degrees. Drafts were bad. Fertilizer would help, but not right away. Pruning might be necessary. "This is more complicated than I thought," Alex admitted, looking over at Ralph. "But people keep these alive. Some people even get them to rebloom the next year, though apparently that involves some complicated thing with complete darkness for 12 hours a day starting in October, which seems," Alex trailed off. "We'll worry about that later. Let's just focus on not dying." The gray January light filtered through the window, weak and watery. Outside, the street was quiet except for the occasional car passing, tires hissing on the wet pavement. The building across the way looked tired, its brick facade dark with moisture, windows reflecting nothing but more gray sky. Alex made a list in their notebook, the physical kind, with paper and pen, because something about this felt like it deserved actual writing. Spray bottle for misting. Better pot with drainage holes. Potting soil. Plant food. Grow light, maybe, if the window wasn't enough. Pruning shears, though regular scissors would probably work. "Okay," Alex said, tapping the pen against the notebook. "I'm going to the store later. You just hang in there. But first, water." Alex filled a glass in the kitchen and brought it back to the windowsill. They poured it slowly into the pot, watching the dry soil resist at first, the water pooling on the surface before gradually, reluctantly, beginning to sink in. The soil darkened as it absorbed the moisture, changing from dusty beige to rich brown. It took 3 glasses before the water began to drain out the bottom, which was when Alex realized the pot had no drainage holes at all, just a solid plastic bottom. "Oh no," Alex said. "Ralph, that's not good. That's going to make your roots soggy." They quickly tipped the pot, carefully pouring off the excess water into the sink, then used a paper towel to blot what they could from the saucer they'd placed underneath. Crisis averted, probably. Definitely going to need a better pot. Alex stood there for a moment, hands damp, looking at Ralph. The plant looked slightly less miserable now, maybe, or maybe that was wishful thinking. The stems were still drooping, the leaves were still brown-edged, but the soil was no longer pulling away from the sides of the pot, and that felt like something. "Small steps," Alex said softly. The radiator under the window clanked and hissed, starting up another cycle. Outside, the gray day continued its gray existence. Alex checked their watch. 8:45. 15 minutes until their first call. They should shower, should change out of their pajamas, should do all the things that marked the boundary between sleep and productivity. Instead, they spent those 15 minutes looking up spray bottles, comparing prices, reading reviews. The smallest acts of care suddenly felt immense. By Wednesday, Alex had established what could generously be called a routine. They woke up alarm at 7:30 snooze once, actually getting up around 7:40, and the first thing they did, even before coffee, was check on Ralph. The plant sat on his windowsill in his cheap plastic pot, looking essentially the same as the day before, which Alex was choosing to interpret as a good sign. No additional leaves had fallen. Nothing had turned black overnight, which apparently was a thing that could happen. Ralph was holding steady. "Morning, Ralph," Alex said, their voice still rough with sleep. They reached out and touched the soil with their fingertips, a gesture they learned from one of the many articles they read. The soil should feel slightly damp, like a wrung-out sponge. Too wet was bad. Too dry was bad. There was apparently a very specific Goldilocks zone of moisture that plants required. The soil felt dry. Not bone dry like that first day, but definitely ready for water. Alex had purchased a spray bottle the day before, a simple plastic one from the hardware store, blue and translucent, with a misting setting on the nozzle. They filled it now from the kitchen tap, testing the temperature with their wrist the way you'd test a baby's bottle. Not too cold. Room temperature was supposedly better for plants, less shocking to their systems. Back at the windowsill, Alex adjusted the nozzle to fine mist and squeezed the trigger. The bottle made a soft shee sound as a delicate fog of water sprayed out, catching the morning light and creating tiny, momentary rainbows. Alex misted the leaves, watching the water bead on the waxy surface before being absorbed, darkening the red bracts to something closer to their original color. "There you go," Alex murmured, "just like the rainforest." Well, probably nothing like the rainforest, but it's the thought that counts. They misted for a while, the she becoming a kind of meditation, the simple repetitive action soothing in a way Alex couldn't quite articulate. The apartment was quiet except for that sound and the ever-present hum of the heating system. Outside, morning traffic was starting to build, the distant sound of engines. A car horn somewhere blocks away, the city slowly waking up. After misting, Alex poured water directly into the soil, watching it trickle in, dark rivulets disappearing into the earth. The ceramic saucer they placed under the pot made a soft clink when they set the plant back down. These small sounds, the misting, the trickling, the clink of ceramic, were becoming familiar, marking the rhythm of the morning. "Okay, Ralph," Alex said, stepping back to assess. "I also got you this." They held up a small container of plant food, water soluble, designed for houseplants, with cheerful graphics of thriving greenery on the label. The instructions said to use it once every 2 weeks, diluted in water. Not today, the internet said to wait until the plant showed signs of new growth before fertilizing, but soon, maybe. "And," Alex continued, feeling slightly ridiculous but continuing anyway, "I read that plants respond to music. Classical music, specifically. Something about the vibrations helping with growth. Though honestly, it sounded like it might be nonsense. But what the hell, right?" Alex pulled out their phone and opened a streaming app, searching for classical music playlists. They selected one called Peaceful Piano and set the phone on the windowsill next to Ralph. Soft piano notes filled the apartment, Debussy. According to the screen, Claire de Lune. "There," Alex said. Fancy. Ralph, bathed in mist and music, looked no different than he had 5 minutes ago. But Alex felt different. The apartment felt different. The gray morning outside felt, somehow, a little less gray. Alex made coffee, the machine gurgling and hissing in its own rhythm, and settled at the dining table with their laptop. Work emails appeared, meetings were scheduled, the day unfolded in its usual way. But every now and then Alex would glance over at the windowsill at Ralph and his soft piano accompaniment, and feel something that might have been hope or might have been simply the satisfaction of having something to care for. The morning passed. The music played. Ralph didn't grow, didn't improve, didn't dramatically spring back to life. He simply sat there, being a plant, which was all Alex really needed him to do. Days passed in this way. Each morning, the check, the mist, the water, the music. Alex began to notice rhythms they never paid attention to before. The way the light shifted across the windowsill as the morning progressed, starting pale and indirect, gradually warming, though never quite losing its winter weakness. The way the radiator cycled on and off, its clanking becoming a kind of clock. The way moisture from the misting would cling to the window glass, creating temporary patterns of condensation that faded as the day dried them away. Ralph looked the same, exactly the same. No new growth, no dramatic recovery, but also, critically, no new damage. He was holding steady. "I don't know if you're getting better," Alex told him one morning nearly a week into their arrangement, "or if you're just dying very slowly. But hey, at least we're spending time together." Alex had taken to talking to Ralph more freely now. At first it had felt absurd talking to a plant, like some lonely character in a movie. But the apartment was quiet, and Alex worked from home, and sometimes they went entire days without speaking out loud to another person. Ralph, silent and non-judgmental, became an easy audience. "So I have 3 meetings today," Alex said, misting the leaves. "2 of them are probably unnecessary, but that's corporate life for you. The 3rd one might actually matter, which means I'll probably say something stupid. You ever do that, Ralph? Say something dumb in a meeting? Oh wait, you're a plant. You just photosynthesize and look pretty. Must be nice." Sheesh, went the spray bottle. That morning, after the watering ritual, Alex decided to prune away some of the worst damage. They'd bought small pruning shears, the kind designed for delicate work, and they carefully examined Ralph, identifying the leaves that were completely gone, brown and crispy, beyond saving. "This might hurt," Alex said, positioning the shears, "but it's like a haircut. It'll be better in the long run." The leaves came away with a soft, papery rustle, dry and weightless. Alex collected them in their palm, 6 leaves total, all casualties of whatever neglect Ralph had suffered before his rescue. With them gone, the plant looked sparser, but somehow more honest, no longer trying to maintain the fiction of those dead leaves. "There," Alex said. "That's better, right? Sometimes you have to cut away the dead stuff to make room for new growth." They said it to Ralph, but heard it echo back to themselves. When had they last cut away their own dead stuff? The habits that no longer served them, the thoughts that no longer helped, the ways of being that were just hanging on, brown and crispy, taking up space. Alex shook their head, getting philosophical with the plant. "That's where we're at now." But they carefully swept up the fallen leaves and threw them away, and when they looked at Ralph again, sitting in his pool of morning light and piano music, they felt something shift, small, quiet, but real. 2 weeks into January, on a particularly gray Thursday morning, Alex noticed something. They were going through their usual routine, The touch test of the soil, the misting, the small adjustments of Ralph's position on the windowsill to make sure he was getting even light exposure when they saw it. There, on one of the main stems, right where the leaf met the stalk, a tiny green bud. Not a leaf yet, just a small protrusion, but unmistakably new growth. "Oh my God," Alex whispered, leaning in close. Ralph, you're growing." They pulled out their phone and took a picture, the way you'd photograph a baby's first steps. The image was slightly blurry, Alex's hand shaking with disproportionate excitement, but the little green bud was visible. Proof of life, proof of progress. Alex immediately texted the photo to their friend Morgan with the caption, "He's growing." Morgan's response came back within minutes. "Is that the plant you rescued from the trash?" "Oh my God, you're a plant parrot now." "I know," Alex typed back. "I can't believe it. I thought I was just watching him die slowly." "That's the spirit, LOL. What's his name? Ralph? Of course it is." "Okay, plant parent Alex. Keep me updated on Ralph's progress." Alex set the phone down and looked at Ralph again, really looked. Now that they were searching, they could see other small changes they'd missed. The leaves that had looked so wilted 2 weeks ago now had more firmness to them, standing up straighter. The color was better too, the green leaves looking less dull, more vital. Even the red bracts, though faded from their original holiday brightness, had a kind of alive quality to them now, no longer crispy at the edges. "I didn't notice," Alex said softly. "It's been happening this whole time, and I didn't notice." Growth apparently was like that, imperceptible day to day. You could stare at something every morning and see no change, no progress, no evidence that anything was different. But step back, compare today to 2 weeks ago, and suddenly the transformation was obvious. Alex thought about themselves 2 weeks ago, standing in that hallway, staring at a dying plant, feeling gray and deflated and stuck in January's particular brand of bleakness. And now, they weren't radically different. They hadn't solved all their problems, or suddenly become a new person. But they were waking up with purpose, with something to care for. They had a routine that felt good. They talked to a plant, yes, which was objectively silly, but it broke the silence, made the apartment feel less empty. Small changes, quiet growth, the kind you don't notice until you do. "Good job, Ralph," Alex said, and meant it. Of course, nothing ever goes smoothly. The universe has a way of testing commitment, of making sure you really mean it when you take on responsibility. For Alex and Ralph, that test came on a Tuesday morning near the end of January. Alex woke up, went through their now automatic routine, stumbling to the kitchen, filling the spray bottle, approaching the windowsill, and froze. Ralph's leaves had turned yellow. Not all of them, but several, and not a subtle yellowing either. These were bright yellow, alarming yellow, the kind of yellow that screamed something is very wrong. "No," Alex said. No. "Ralph, what happened?" They touched the soil. It was damp, maybe too damp, and examined the stems. The yellow leaves felt different than the healthy green ones, softer, almost slimy at the base. One came off with barely any pressure, dropping onto the windowsill with a sad little plop. "Okay," Alex said, trying not to panic. "Okay, it's fine. We can fix this. We can figure this out." They grabbed their laptop and started searching frantically. Poinsettia yellow leaves. The results flooded in: overwatering, underwatering, temperature shock, pests, disease, nutrient deficiency. It could be anything. It could be everything. Alex read through articles with increasing desperation. Too much water was the most common cause root rot, the soil staying too wet, suffocating the roots. But underwatering could cause yellowing too. How were you supposed to tell the difference? I've been watering you every other day, Alex said to Ralph, as if the plant might offer guidance. Is that too much? The soil felt dry. The article said to water when it felt dry, but then Alex remembered the pot, the cheap plastic pot with no drainage holes. They'd been meaning to repot Ralph for 2 weeks, had even bought a proper ceramic pot with drainage, but kept putting it off, and now the water had nowhere to go. It was just sitting there in the bottom of the pot, drowning the roots. I'm so sorry, Alex said, and they meant it. I should have repotted you right away. I'm an idiot. They carefully lifted Ralph from the plastic pot. The soil was indeed soggy at the bottom, waterlogged and dense. The roots, visible through the wet soil, looked slightly brown at the tips. Not catastrophically bad, but not good either. Alex worked quickly. The new ceramic pot, terracotta and porous with a proper drainage hole in the bottom, waited on the counter. Fresh potting soil, fluffy and dry. Alex filled the bottom of the new pot with a layer of soil, then carefully positioned Ralph, settling him in and filling around the edges. Their hands got dirty actual dirt under the fingernails, the smell of earth in the apartment, and it felt oddly grounding. There, Alex said, patting down the soil gently. Better drainage, and I'll back off on the water. Let you dry out a bit between drinks. Ralph, now in his new pot, still looked alarming with his yellow leaves. But the stems were firm. The roots, despite the slight browning, had white tips visible, a sign of active growth. He wasn't dead. He was just stressed. I know the feeling, Alex said quietly. They carried Ralph back to the windowsill, the new pot heavier and more stable than the cheap plastic one had been. The terracotta looked better too, more serious, like they were really committing to this now. Okay, Alex said, washing their hands in the kitchen sink, dirt swirling down the drain. We're going to fix this. I'm going to fix this. I was doing too much. I was drowning you with care, which is apparently a thing you can do. They sat down at the dining table, their laptops still open to articles about overwatering. One article caught their eye, talked about how new plant owners often killed their plants with kindness, watering too much because they wanted so badly to help, to fix, to make things grow faster. Growth takes time, the article said. It also takes space. Sometimes the best thing you can do is step back and let the plant simply be. Alex looked at Ralph, at his yellow leaves and his new pot, and his small green bud that was still there, still growing despite the stress. Okay, Alex said, I hear you. Less is more. I can do that. It wasn't easy. For the next few days, Alex had to resist the urge to constantly check, to water, to fuss. They limited themselves to the morning routine: check the soil, mist lightly if needed, adjust for light. No extra watering. No panicked interventions. Just patience. The yellow leaves didn't get better, those were lost causes, but they didn't get worse. And slowly, over the course of a week, Alex noticed the plant stabilizing. The remaining green leaves stayed green. The new bud continued its slow unfurling. Ralph, despite the setback, was holding on. You're tougher than you look, Alex told him one morning. And maybe Alex thought, so am I. By the 1st of February, Ralph and Alex had found their rhythm. The morning ritual had been refined, pared down to exactly what was needed and nothing more. Alex had learned to read Ralph's signals, the slight droop of the leaves that meant thirsty, the firm upright stance that meant content, the way the soil's color shifted from dark to light as it dried out. The misting still happened, that soft she sound, but less frequently now. The water trickled into the soil once, maybe twice a week, and Alex trusted the drainage hole to carry away the excess. The terracotta pot sat on its ceramic saucer with that satisfying clink whenever Alex moved it, rotating it a quarter turn, so all sides got equal light. The classical music still played. They'd expanded the playlist to include some Bach, some Satie, gentle piano, and string pieces that filled the apartment without demanding attention. Sometimes Alex would catch themselves humming along while they worked, fingers typing away at emails, Ralph and his music providing a calm backdrop to the day. And Ralph had changed. Looking at him now versus a month ago was like looking at before and after photos. The new growth had exploded, not quickly, not dramatically, but when Alex compared pictures from that first week to now, the difference was startling. 5 new leaves had fully unfurled. The stems stood straight and strong. The original leaves, once droopy and faded, had regained their glossy finish. Even the red bracts, though they'd never returned to their artificial holiday brightness, had a natural beauty to them, now deeper, more muted, the color of wine rather than fresh blood. "You look good, Ralph," Alex said one morning, wiping dust from his leaves with a soft cloth. This had become part of the routine, too, a weekly cleaning that removed the thin layer of dust that accumulated on the waxy surface. The cloth slid smoothly across each leaf, revealing the true color underneath, and Alex found the process meditative, the gentle care, the attention to detail, the simple act of helping something look its best. The apartment had changed, too. Not in any dramatic way, but in small touches that Alex had added over the weeks. Another plant had joined Ralph on the windowsill, a small pothos from the grocery store, its trailing vines beginning to cascade down. A philodendron sat on the bookshelf, its heart-shaped leaves catching the indirect light. And on the kitchen counter, a trio of succulents in mismatched pots. These ones would probably die, Alex acknowledged, given their track record with succulents, but it felt wrong to not at least try. The gray January light had shifted imperceptibly toward the brighter, clearer light of February. The sun rose earlier, set later, and the days had begun to stretch. Winter was far from over. The trees outside were still bare, the sky still frequently overcast, but there was a sense of movement now, of time progressing toward something better. Alex's friends had started commenting on it. Morgan, during a video call, had asked, "Did you rearrange your apartment? Something looks different. Got some plants," Alex had said, angling the camera to show the windowsill. "Oh my God, that's Ralph. He looks amazing." "You really did it." "Yeah," Alex had said, feeling a flush of pride. "I really did, but it wasn't just the plants." Alex had been sleeping better. The routine of caring for Ralph had imposed a structure on their days that had been missing. They woke up with purpose, knowing someone, something, needed them. The mornings felt less empty. The evenings felt less aimless. Work had even gotten better, or at least Alex's approach to it had. They found themselves applying Ralph's lessons to their job: patience, consistency, the understanding that progress happens slowly and isn't always visible day to day. That big project they'd been stressed about? They chipped away at it steadily, trusting the process, and suddenly it was nearly done. "You taught me that," Alex told Ralph one evening, the sun setting early outside, the apartment warm and humid from the radiator and the plants. Growth is slow. You can't force it. You just have to show up every day and do the work. Ralph, positioned in his spot on the windowsill, seemed to stand a little straighter. Or maybe that was Alex's imagination. Either way, it felt true. One Saturday morning in mid-February, Alex was coming back from the laundry room in the basement, arms full of clean clothes, when they noticed something in the lobby. Next to the mailboxes, sitting on the floor, was a spider plant, its long arching leaves brown at the tips, a few of the stems completely dead. Alex stopped. They looked at the plant. They looked at their armful of laundry. They looked at the plant again. "You've got to be kidding me," they muttered. But they set the laundry down, picked up the plant, and carried both loads upstairs. The spider plant joined Ralph on the windowsill that now barely had room for both of them. Alex would need to get creative with placement. "Ralph, meet." Alex paused, examining the new arrival. "Let's call her Stella. She's had a rough time." Over the next week, Stella got the Ralph treatment fresh pot, better soil, regular misting and watering, her own space on the bookshelf where the light was bright but indirect. The dead leaves were pruned away. The brown tips were trimmed. And slowly Stella began to stabilize. Then there was the succulent. Alex's downstairs neighbor, Mrs. Chun, was moving to a retirement community and couldn't take all her plants. "Would you want this?" she'd asked, holding out a pot with a sad-looking jade plant. "I know you've been rescuing them." "I've been rescuing them?" Alex had said, surprised. "Oh, yes, dear. Jim, the maintenance man, told me all about it. He says you've got quite the green thumb." Alex, who had never in their life been accused of having a green thumb, took the jade plant. It joined the others, and the apartment began to look more like a small greenhouse than a human dwelling space. "Okay," Alex told Ralph one evening, surveying their growing collection. "I think we need to establish some boundaries. I can't rescue every plant in the building." But the following week, when Alex found a wilting peace lily outside a neighbor's door with a free sign, they took it anyway. The thing was, it felt good. Not just the act of rescuing, though that was satisfying in its own way, but the community that was forming around it. Mrs. Chun had started dropping by with cuttings from her own plants, teaching Alex propagation techniques. The building's super, Jim, would text when he came across abandoned plants during his rounds. Morgan had sent a care package filled with plant food, new pots, and a book about indoor gardening. "You've found your thing," Morgan had said during their weekly video call, seeing Alex's apartment transformed into a small jungle. "I guess I have," Alex had admitted. But it was more than that. Somewhere in the process of saving Ralph, of learning patience and consistency and the value of small daily actions, Alex had found a way to save themselves. The January blues that had felt so heavy and gray had lifted and not disappeared entirely, but become manageable. The emptiness that had echoed through the apartment after the holidays had been filled, not just with plants, but with purpose. Alex had joined an online plant community, too, a forum where people shared rescue stories and care tips. They'd posted Ralph's transformation photos the before and after, and the response had been overwhelming. Dozens of people sharing their own stories, their own rescues, the ways that caring for plants had helped them through difficult times. "Plants saved my life during quarantine," one person wrote. "Taking care of something helped me take care of myself," another said. "The routine was everything." having a reason to get up in the morning. Alex read these stories late at night, Ralph and the others creating a small green sanctuary in the glow of their laptop screen, and felt part of something larger, a community of people who understood that sometimes you rescue something small and fragile because you yourself feel small and fragile, and in the act of caring, you both grow stronger. By the third week of February, the apartment had become unrecognizable from that gray first week of January. Plants occupied every available surface. The windowsill expanded with the small shelf, the bookcase, the kitchen counter, the dining table. Vines trailed from hanging pots, small pots clustered together. The air felt different, too humid, oxygen-rich, alive with the faint earthy smell of soil and growing things. Alex's morning routine now took a full hour. Each plant got checked, misted if needed, rotated for even light exposure. There was watering on Wednesdays and Sundays, fertilizing every other week, pruning when necessary. The apartment filled with the sounds Alex had come to love, the shishi of multiple spray bottles, the trickle of water into various pots, the clink and clatter of ceramic on wood. But Ralph remained special. Ralph, the first rescue, the one who had started everything. He still had his place of honor on the main windowsill, and every morning, after checking on all the others, Alex would spend a few extra minutes with him. "Morning, Ralph," Alex said, as they did every day. "How are we doing?" Ralph, now fully recovered and thriving, stood strong in his terracotta pot. New growth continued. He was actually getting too big for his current pot, and Alex was planning to repot him soon into something larger. The original leaves that had survived looked healthy and vibrant. The stems were thick and sturdy, and at the very top, emerging from the newest growth, were tiny yellow flowers, the actual flowers, not the red bracts, delicate and easy to miss, but proof of a truly healthy plant. "You did it," Alex whispered, touching one of the leaves gently. "You made it through." The morning light, noticeably brighter now than it had been 6 weeks ago, streamed through the window. Outside, the February day was cold but clear, the sky a pale winter blue instead of gray. The trees were still bare, but if you looked closely, really closely, you could see the hint of buds forming on the branches. Spring was still a month away, but it was no longer impossible to imagine. Alex stood at the window, coffee in hand, looking out at the street below. A few people walked by, bundled against the cold. A car drove past, spraying slush. The building across the way looked less tired in the clear morning light, its brick facade almost warm-looking. It was still winter, still cold, still February, which was arguably worse than January in terms of sheer dreariness. But something had shifted. Alex felt it in their bones, in the way they approached each day. The gray heaviness that had sat on their chest in early January had lifted. They weren't dramatically happier or radically changed. They were just steadier, more grounded, more present. They turned back to the apartment, to the small green sanctuary they'd created. All these plants rescued from trash chutes and neglectful owners, from clearance racks and well-meaning gifts. All of them now thriving, now growing, proof that things could be saved, that with patience and attention and daily care, life could return to what seemed dead. "You know what, Ralph?" Alex said, settling into their chair at the dining table, laptop opening automatically, the day's work awaiting. "I think we're going to be okay." Ralph, catching the morning light, his leaves unfurling toward the window, seemed to agree. The last Sunday of February arrived with unexpected warmth, a false spring day, the kind where the temperature climbs into the 50s, and people emerge from their apartments like flowers after rain, blinking in the brightness, having forgotten what warmth feels like. Alex opened the window, the first time since January, and fresh air flooded the apartment, carrying with it the promise of something changing. The plants seemed to respond immediately, their leaves turning toward the new source of air and light. "Smell that?" Alex asked Ralph. "That's almost spring." They spent the morning doing a full care routine for all the plants. A deep watering, a feeding, a thorough dusting of leaves, a careful inspection for any problems. The apartment filled with the sounds and smells of the ritual water and earth and green growing things. When everything was done, Alex sat down on the couch with a cup of tea and simply looked around. 15 plants now filled the space. 15 lives depending on them for care. It should have felt overwhelming, but instead it felt exactly right. Alex pulled out their phone and took a wide shot of the apartment, plants visible in every corner, sunlight streaming through the open window. They posted it to the plant community forum with a simple caption. "Ralph, front center, was the first rescue in January. Now look at us." Thank you all for the support and advice. The responses came quickly, as they always did. Heart emojis, congratulations, requests for care tips. Someone asked for Ralph's specific story, and Alex typed it out, the finding, the rescue, the slow transformation, the lessons learned. "The thing about Ralph," Alex wrote, "is that I thought I was saving him, but really, I think he saved me. January was hard. I was disconnected, aimless, struggling with that post-holiday emptiness. Ralph gave me a routine, a purpose, a reason to pay attention to small things. Caring for him taught me patience, taught me that growth is slow and often invisible until suddenly it's not. Taught me that sometimes the thing you think is dying is just waiting for someone to notice it." They paused, reading over what they'd written, then added, "If you're struggling, if you're feeling empty or stuck or gray, maybe rescue something small. Give it water and light and attention. It might not fix everything, but it's a start. And starts matter." Alex hit send and set the phone aside. The apartment was quiet except for the sounds of the city drifting through the open window, distant traffic, someone's music, the world going about its Sunday. Ralph sat on his windowsill, positioned perfectly in the streaming sunlight, his leaves catching the light and glowing translucent green. He looked so different from that dying plant in the hallway 8 weeks ago. But then again, so did Alex. Not dramatically different. Not a complete transformation. Just better, stronger, more alive. "Hey, Ralph," Alex said softly. "Thank you." The plant, of course, didn't respond. Plants don't talk, don't acknowledge, don't thank you back, but that was okay. The silence was comfortable now, filled with the presence of living things. And in that silence, Alex could hear something they'd been missing for a long time, their own steady breathing, their own calm heartbeat, the sound of being present in their own life. Outside, the February afternoon continued its unexpected warmth. The sun would set soon, still early, still winter, but the days were lengthening. Spring was coming, growth would continue. Life would unfold in its slow, patient way. And Alex, sitting in their small apartment surrounded by rescued plants, felt ready for all of it. As March approached, the light through the window took on a different quality, still winter. technically, but with an edge of sharpness that hinted at the season to come. Alex had started planning for spring, researching which plants might enjoy time on the fire escape once the weather truly warmed, learning about outdoor care versus indoor. But that was future planning. For now, in the present moment, Alex went through their morning routine with the ease of long practice. The spray bottle made its familiar shee-shee sound. Water trickled into soil, dark and nourishing. Pots clinked softly as they were lifted and replaced. Classical music played Vivaldi Today, Spring from the Four Seasons, which felt appropriate even if premature. Ralph got his usual extra attention, a gentle wiping of his leaves, a check of his soil moisture, a moment of simple observation. He was preparing to bloom again, Alex could tell. New red bracts were forming at the top of the stems, smaller than the original holiday ones, but more earned, grown through actual care rather than forced in a greenhouse. "You're going to bloom," Alex told him. "On your own schedule this time. No fake holiday rush. Just natural growth." It felt like a metaphor, but Alex didn't push it. Some things were allowed to just be what they were. A plant growing, a person healing, time passing in its measured way. The day stretched ahead, work to do, emails to answer, the normal rhythms of life. But first, this moment. The quiet apartment, the green sanctuary, the simple satisfaction of having cared for something through its hardest season and seeing it survive. Alex looked around at all the plants, each one a small rescue, a small commitment, a small daily practice of attention and patience. Together they transformed the space, made it warm and alive and full of purpose. "Growth is slow," Alex said aloud, to Ralph, to all of them, to themselves. "It's quiet. It happens when you think nothing is changing. But if you keep showing up, keep doing the small things, keep trusting the process." They paused, smiling. "Well, look at us. We made it through." Outside the morning brightened. Inside the plants reached toward the light. And Alex, coffee in hand, laptop opening, another day beginning, felt something they hadn't felt in a long time. Grateful. Simply, quietly grateful. "Okay, Ralph," they said, taking their seat at the dining table. "Let's see what today brings." Ralph, standing tall in his terracotta pot, his leaves glossy and green, his new growth unfurling toward the future, was ready. And so was Alex. If this story resonated with you, if it helped you drift into peaceful rest, please consider showing your support with a like. Subscribe to Deep Sleep Stories Hub for more quiet nights and restful journeys. May you sleep deeply, dream gently, and wake refreshed. Good night.